If you have a milkshake, and I have a milkshake, and I have a straw, there it is, that's a straw, you see, watching. And my straw reaches across the room and starts to drink your milkshake. I drink your milkshake. I drink it up! If you have a milkshake, and I have a milkshake, and I have a straw, there it is, that's a straw, you see, watching. And my straw reaches across the room and starts to drink your milkshake. I drink your milkshake. I drink it up! If you have a milkshake, and I have a milkshake, and I have a straw, there it is, that's a straw, you see, watching. And my straw reaches across the room and starts to drink your milkshake. I drink your milkshake. I drink it up! If you have a milkshake, and I have a milkshake, and I have a straw, there it is, that's a straw, you see, watching. And my straw reaches across the room and starts to drink your milkshake. I drink your milkshake. I drink it up! If you have a milkshake, and I have a milkshake, and I have a straw, there it is, that's a straw, you see, watching. And my straw reaches across the room and starts to drink your milkshake. I drink your milkshake. I drink it up!
Before we were smoking pot, we were doing tricks in the church parking lot. For the roadside digital sign, the amphitheater and the Muckleshoot Casino. 7 days a week, we could fly like an airplane. We could get a high in the 70s, like we're in a dream. Before Jamie cut his finger off in the wood shop, working on a fun box, we were kick flipping on the back top. Backlot, our spot to engage in ascension. A lot of space to accommodate convention. A's when your name gets mentioned. On a Friday, you will pay attention to when the sun goes down. 7 days a week, we could fly like an plane. We could get a high in the 70s, like we're in a dream. We could get a heart.
Well, thank you for coming. Good to see you. Let's see here. How you doing, man?
Oh, doing good, doing good. Figured I could come on and
Yeah.
at least be like more of a heretic, and then maybe they wouldn't like point at you and say heretic so much.
Sorry, I gotta get over it. I'm secure. I'm plenty secure. Especially lately because I've been actually studying. I just want to be careful. I don't let them drive me to a conclusion that I choose them. But I'm pretty.
Yeah, you
I don't like
definitely do study well.
patronize people, but I bring that out every so often, the Michael thing, just to see how people respond, and they never disappoint, except for they do. But yeah, check out that video if you want. If somebody's curious, I'd like somebody to actually engage me with what I say, and I'm going to do a couple other going over other texts, because people often bring up Jude. I'll just give you a sneak peek. They say, yeah, but Michael says to Satan, the Lord rebuke you. So it can't be the Lord saying that, because he would say, I'll rebuke you if he was Jesus. Well, the problem with that is, in I think it's Zechariah 3, it literally is the only other place where that same phrase is used to be said to Satan is before Satan. It says, Yahweh says to Satan, Yahweh rebuke you. So that doesn't work. So all the texts that people point to that make it seem like Michael is not divine is actually either a total misunderstanding of what the text is saying, or it's a misapplication. And I say, I'm going to turn the tables and say, and that was kind of the joke, is like, people get triggered and it's like, they don't have any problem saying, I believe like a Jehovah's Witness, but I say, you believe more like the Jehovah's Witnesses than I do. You believe that Michael is a created being who has the prerogatives of Christ. I say, you guys are in your pea pod. I believe Michael is Jesus and that he's divine. You agree with the Jehovah's Witnesses, not me. You don't think Michael's divine. And so, people don't think about it, what they're actually saying. They're very uncareful about it. It was very precise. Time is they agree with Jehovah's Witness. I was like, what do you disagree with? It's true. You're in cahoots with them in that Michael is not divine. So, I disagree with you guys on that. Sorry, this is fun.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. It bothers me that people call themselves Christians, and then they notice that somebody is bringing out a different brand of wine than they're used to drinking, and they refuse to even taste it before deciding if it's good or not. They're so stuck in their Christianity box that they can't even entertain someone else's idea to test their faith and see if they might be wrong about this thing that they call eternal life. And that just, it bothers me. It really does bother me. People are so prideful and arrogant that it's so hard not to just see a bunch of those people, those Pharisees, thinking that they're better than the man standing next to them, and it just bothers me. It really does.
Yes. But I want to be honest. Like, I remember thinking when I got on, because look, I grew up a Seventh-day Adventist. I know what people say and how they act and the things they say, and how I know a lot of it isn't true or it's a misrepresentation. And it's like, you should probably just dismiss people like that. But I don't like to patronize people, but I end up doing it anyway. And I'll admit that. I remember thinking, I'm going to go on the internet and I'm going to, engage, I started engaging, just trying to be open to other views, because I was wanting to test myself as best I could, or, and hear what other people have to say and learn what they have to say. And of course, I've learned a lot of things from a lot of different people of different backgrounds. And I've noticed something. Adventists seem to listen to other churches. And of course, someone can say like, "That's because you're sneaky. You don't tell people when you're doing an even, evangelical. What's the word? Like prophecy seminars. They won't like put Seventh Day Adventist. It's like, so what? Like, are you scared you're going to get tricked into it? Like, what are you saying? Like, the point is, it's too bad that they don't engage more of what some of our people say. And I'll just say it like that because I do happily say I'm that. But, I said before I started engaging, I was like, God, I'm not going to act like that. I'm going to be the one who isn't easily offended. Boy, was that a wake up call. I get offended and frustrated, not about myself so much, but when I think about what people say that isn't true and how they're just not carefully casting that upon, all the people I've known in my life and loved that are really good people. And it kind of makes you sick, especially when they're not careful about it. I mean, there are people that are careful about what they say, but it sure has made me think I'm going to try to be careful about that. Like, I'm not going to do that to people, especially, when you try to realize like everybody's a product of their background, and I just really want to try to engage arguments and what scripture says, but just like, people aren't that way. And I get offended and I wish I wasn't that way. So I asked God for that test and he gave it to me and I have failed, but I'm growing towards being a better person than that. So hopefully like that'll change with people. There's people who I'm friends with on here I appreciate, and they treat me respectfully and like with disagreement. And that's why I like to support people like CJ, even though I have some serious disagreements with him. He acts like a Christian's supposed to act, And so I saw that from really early on, and he hasn't disappointed. So anyway, I say that all the time, CJ, but thank God there's people like you, or I would lose all faith in the faith, I think, because so many people are crap. And that sounds terrible, I guess. I can be crap too, but I just really hate lies and people who are not careful. I just get so sick of it. I don't know. Anyway, let's talk about I saw Tyler come in the stream there. I thought that was cool. I was hoping he would, but anyway. I thought what you said was preach, brother, preach. You were getting on your soapbox for a minute in a good way, and I was digging it. It was inspiring me. I was all making all these putting weird texts together, just, Holy Ghost, I guess.
Yeah, it didn't necessarily end up going the way I had initially planned, but that is actually, I think, a good thing. I was going to just provide kind of a brief, this is what Tyler has did and why, and this is what Cameron has done and why, and these are the responses we should have to it apologetically. And I don't know, I guess I just kind of started, how it goes when you have something that I guess you just have really wanted to say for some time. You have a platform, so you start to just kind of say it.
What you said about like, you said you weren't watching the text. It's funny because at some point early on when you started talking about Tyler, I was like, if somebody says to me about Tyler, they went out from us because they were not of us, I'm gonna throw up. You brought it up later in a good way, though, in a responsible way. It's like when people are so ready to throw that out, that it can be so dishonest. It looks so dishonest sometimes. That's all, like, well, I got to protect my understanding, therefore he must be a heretic. And it's like, man, you should be more careful about calling somebody else a heretic than protecting your doctrine, which may or may not be entirely accurate or whatever, right? And when you start willing to do that, like, look, I don't know if he was saved, obviously, right, at the end of the day, but like, if I had to guess, he sure seemed like a believer who is careful and, took the time to like study doctrine and that he cared about it, and I probably only saw him when he wasn't even believing anymore. But like when you dedicate, I'm not that type who's gonna like jump to like, oh, they're just scholars. If they claim to believe and they've taken the time to learn as much as he clearly has, he could easily be a teacher at a Christian college or whatever. Like, people don't even understand how much more knowledgeable he is than they are. In my opinion, I know enough to know how smart he is and how well read he is. And when you affirm the faith publicly and you've put the time into it, I don't think people like God's going to look at those people. I mean, you're going to get a fraud here and there that's playing some weird, psychological game, or they're psychopathic or something, maybe, right? I'm not saying they don't exist, but, by their fruits you shall know them, okay?
Well,
So
I think. So I was just gonna say, I think there's kind of it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, right? Because on one end, it is true that a lot of people they almost use 1 John 2:19 as like a knee-jerk reaction defense mechanism. And one of the things I can't stand is the whole like, well, I saw this. It was just all intellectual. It's like, no, you didn't. 3 days ago, you did not believe that. And now, today, you believe that. And that's because you're trying to save face, basically. And that's annoying.
Yeah.
Like
well, don't you think that's just like, we could almost pity those people too, right? Because like they're just, but it is kind of gross because it's like, in a way, it's a slander, like to protect themselves rather than thinking of the other person a little bit, or at least give some caveats with that statement. It's like, you didn't know that. And you're kind of glorying in the fact that in reality, he knows more than you. And so it's a way to like build yourself up in a weird kind of projecting way or something. It's really not a good sign, really, if you ask me. But of course, I'm not going to say I'm not going to judge somebody's salvation or something like that. It's just stupid.
Well, and it's also, I think, one of those things where it's kind of like, people are intimidated by not just, it's one thing to be intimidated by intellectuals, but also intimidated by, excuse me, there's a term for it. It's like the heresy of close encounters or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but it's like basically when like somebody's really close to you, but they differ in small ways, or if they've left, you like react more violently, quote unquote, not literally violently, but in an aggressive fashion than people who are just completely different. It's kind of like a good example is if you look at the way that a lot of online apologists are willing to talk to Muslims versus the way they're willing to talk to Jehovah's Witnesses. Right, the Jehovah's Witnesses, they treat almost with like disdain and disgust, and with Muslims, it's like all of a sudden they're these like sweet and peachy guys. And I think you have a similar thing whenever somebody apostatizes because they were on your side and now they no longer are. It's like this sort of visceral reaction. At the same time, though, you kind of hinted a little bit towards one of the real life examples of the Reformed understanding of 1 John 2:19, in that neither you or I, if Tyler's timetable is correct, and it's his life, so I see no reason to think it wasn't correct, have ever actually known a Tyler Vela who believed. And yet he definitely seemed like he did. You know what I mean? And I think that's so. The thing about when people use 1 John 2:19 is they tend to say, oh, you're accusing this person of being a liar. But I don't think that's actually the way we should interpret it. If it's true that those who go out from us were never really of us, it's possible that they were lying. It's also possible that they are, self-deceived. And everybody can be self-deceived. In fact, everybody on this panel is self-deceived about at least one thing. And if you knew what that thing was, you'd no longer be self-deceived by it. So if you think to yourself,
except
"Oh,
me,
no,
except
I'm
me,
not,"
except me. But yeah, right.
right? But you
I'm
know what
just
I mean?
kidding.
Like it's just human nature. Like we get deceived about stuff. Sometimes it's the intentions of one of our friends. Sometimes it's a political belief. Sometimes it's something really stupid, like your headcanon for your favorite Star Wars character is, or something like that. You know what I mean? But regardless, everybody's got something that, because we're not perfect, we're not all super geniuses. Even the super geniuses aren't really super geniuses if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, compared to Jesus, I mean, I'm like not that smart, but I mean, besides that, if you don't count him, like, no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, I hear you. Sorry, that joke totally failed. It didn't go anywhere. Sorry.
No, you're totally good. I think that the point though is just to say, when at least for some, because I've certainly heard. I don't want to start naming names here because I'm not trying to start fights, but I think you and I both know some of the people who have just been absolutely malfeasant. I will name one name because I'm naming it in a good way, and that would be Veckel. Veckel is an example of somebody who appropriately uses 1 John 2:19, leaving room open for the possibility of a prodigal son, leaving room open for just not knowing. Veckel says before he ever says anything about these kinds of things, he's like, we have no idea what is going on internally in someone's mind or heart. God,
CJ,
and really, yeah.
just really quick, in the private chat, click on that link and tell me if you saw this. But sorry, continue, man.
No, you're good. But the point there though is just you know what, I have seen this. Yeah, very very terrible.
I don't know the details, but yeah, that's it's devastating. It's just I don't know that, so I don't know the details. So I'm not going to say anything until I know more. But sorry, yeah.
Well, and I'll share a little bit of what's been made public via Facebook here in a moment, but just to quickly finish the point. When we say those who went out from us were never truly of us, not only is that, I think, the most literal application of that verse, but we now have lived an example of that in Tyler. And I say that with the utmost respect to Tyler, but even regardless of if my interpretation of 1 John 2:19 is right or wrong, at least in the period that we've known him, it was correct about him. You know what I mean? And it's not because he's a liar. It's not because he's he's an idiot or something like that. All that kind of stuff. That's just nonsense that a bunch of spiritual eunuchs, if I may be so frank, want to throw about because they're scared about their own positions in Christ. But
don't let the eunuchs say to God that I'm a dry tree and the Lord has utterly separated me from his people. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. But the point is just to say, he, by his own admission, for the last 7-ish months, has been a self-deceived believer, which is the entire period we've known him, right? At least that I've known him. I guess it would be 11 months with myself. But nevertheless, I debated him in January of this year. That was the first time I had ever gotten to know Tyler. And
that was the one debate I thought CJ didn't lose because I'm already on your side basically in that debate, but I liked what he had. I thought what he had to say was very interesting.
Yeah, yes. And actually, it's even caused me to consider the possibility. I still am a young Earth creationist, but it's I at least I get that position. It makes sense. But regardless, the point is just to say, that whole period of time, he was a not truly of us kind of guy, right? And that, again, it doesn't mean he's dishonest or too intellectual or dumb or anything like that. But why I bring it up is to say it should give you a little bit of an idea as to what is meant truly, not by some of the morons online, but by the traditional Reformed understanding, what is meant by never truly of us, right? It's people can be deceived. They can be deceived from outer stimuli. They can be deceived from inner stimuli. And
see, you know what my problem is with this is and I really don't even have a desire to try to want to use this to make my arguments about my differences with OSAS and all that. I really am not interested in doing that. But I have to say, without any any kind of pleasure or anything in saying it, just the problem I see with the way people can disagree with me on that issue is just that seems kind of glaring to me. Is what would you tell? What if he came to you in private? And he's like, man, I'm just going to be frank with you. I just don't believe. And like I want to tell people like that, like just trust in God, like just on and like because like this is like the question people have asked in history. You hear all the time, like there seems to be these guys that like want to believe and they just don't. They can't for whatever reason. Like we don't know why that is exactly, right? I mean, presumably as far as their psychology or whatever, right? But that's like there's something to that kind of in my mind is like that's why the whole story isn't just like affirming propositions and like making yourself believe it. It's like there's something about it that's more than that, right? Like something with a little more legs, maybe like in your hand and in your forehead or something. You know what I mean? Like I think this and I live this way. And like that's I think somewhat of an advantage. Oh, but that's works. No, it's a lifestyle. It's like to me this like this that screams at me somewhat, I guess, because like what would you give an advice to somebody like that? Oh, like you wouldn't want to tell them like, well, if you don't believe, you're not elect. You don't want to say that, obviously, and I'm not trying to pin that on anybody, but it's like I think even you would be like, just hang on, man. Like just like it's not like I mean, would you say like fake it? I guess there would be like faking it though in a way, right? Like, what do you think about that?
Okay,
It kind of depends.
can I give a quick comment? Right, thanks for being with you all and everything. I love what you just said. My thing is that it's the truth. I think literally what you're what you're trying to get to there is what is that? What that fundamental, like these guys are so smart, they want to believe, but they can't. It's all up in the truth itself, not in like a superficial way, but in like our connection as living beings with truth itself. It's like because it's beyond sort of things like that. That's why I appreciate what you're saying there. That's just my opinion.
Well, and the thing I would say too is I think it really depends on what exactly the issue is. Like if you have somebody who, they believe all the propositions. In other words, God exists. His name is Jehovah. He revealed himself through the Bible, all that kind of stuff. But their doubt is more of like an emotional thing almost, or in the sense of like just to give an example, I could imagine somebody who's living in a homosexual lifestyle. That could be if you believe all the propositions and also are gay. That's probably a pretty crazy struggle. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah, right.
But in that instance,
Rob Reed, I love you, Rob. I love you. Come in here, man.
But like the reason for bringing that up though is like the response to that person is not going to be the same as the response to somebody whose doubt is in the propositions, right? If you're sitting saying that, well, I don't know if I necessarily believe God exists, right? That's a completely different conversation than I don't know if I want to put my faith in God, or I don't know if I want to follow his ways or things like, you know what I mean? Like, so there's two kind of different things to convince, so to speak. There's the head, and then there's also the heart, and you kind of need both. You can't have one or the other. Like you need to be all in, but also believe you're putting yourself all into something that is legit and real. And also, you need to believe something is legit and real, and then put yourself all into it. You know what I mean? Like, and that's one of the things I think that frustrates me the most is people put the intellectual faith against the more
I think
emotional
that's
faith.
the wrong link, Jamie. Sorry to interrupt, CJ. I think that's the wrong link, Jamie.
Oh, whoops. Thank you. Yeah, it is. I'll put the link in again. I hate to put myself in timeout now, but yeah, that's public. You can that thing I put in private chat is public, so it doesn't really matter. But here, let me put the stream link in if anybody wants to join. Yes. Well, did you hear? I'm sure you didn't hear it. I think it's the last time I even watched a portion of. I did a video where I played some arguments that were being made on Praise's channel with Charles, and I thought he did a good job of representing the other side and being honest with possible interpretations that go against his view. And so I appreciated that, and I played part of the clip. But everybody was saying, well, it's a heart change. And Charles kept saying, I don't know why I always mix up those two names. I just do. But Charles was saying, they were like, well, it's a heart change. And I tend to kind of agree with that it's kind of like a practice change, if you will, like you've surrendered or something in some way where you're like, you still mess up, but at least you're like moving in a certain direction. I don't know. How would you describe a heart change? Because Charles was saying what does that even mean? Basically, is what he was saying. He's like, what do you mean? Like you believe with your heart, not your mind. What does that even mean? He was suggesting that there really is no such distinction in Scripture. So what would you say to that? I don't necessarily agree with that. I'm just curious.
Well, I think, with all due respect to Charles, I think it's a little bit obvious, right? And I think it's both. Like, you can't just be convinced one way or the other way. It's both and. I could use an analogy and say you have 2 feet. You can't just sit there and hop on your right. You know what I mean? So the idea of like a mind change, that would be like that'd be like what you actually intellectually believe. Do you believe that God exists? Do you believe that God is the being Jehovah is revealed in the Bible? Do you believe the Bible is his word? Do you believe that Jesus Christ is him in the flesh that died for your sins? You know what I mean? And that's all intellectual stuff. And then you have your sort
There's
of
a part that says though your heart. If you say I don't believe that someone loves God if they don't love them in the sense that if I actually stop and think about what that means, I'm thinking, well, actually, I would say if you believe it with your mind, but if your heart isn't in it, then I would essentially say you don't really believe it in a way, right? And isn't heart always only mentioned with? Now, he didn't explain himself, but I was thinking about it for a while, and I was thinking, well, it never really says love anything with just your heart. It's like, so is that like an idiom that's like your whole being, like with everything you got, rather than saying, and so it's like saying, believe it, fully believe it, because that's the only kind of belief there is. You got to fully go in, all in. Is that possible? Maybe, I don't know. Sorry to interrupt.
That's true.
You're definitely good. I think the problem is, it's like I said, it's not like an either or thing, because you can just kind of do it this way, right? You can imagine a situation where somebody believes the morals that are presented in the Bible and lives by those morals, but doesn't think God exists, right? So like they have what you might call the heart change. They want to be repentant. They want to love their neighbor as their self and all that kind of stuff. But they don't actually like believe in their head that there's such a thing as a God, right?
I almost think God might let those people in though, like they're intrigued and just enthralled with Jesus, but they can't just come to this for whatever reason. Who knows their circumstances? They don't come to knowledge of where they're able to actually believe it. Maybe they've been around a bunch of idiots that make bad arguments about God existing. They're just like, but I love Jesus, man. That guy said a lot of stuff. If I want that to be true and I believe what he said, I'm going to follow that. But for whatever reason, they can't come to like believe he's God. Like a part of me says, I appreciate that, or like maybe God is cool with that, because who knows why they don't believe he's God or whatever, for whatever reason. Who knows? This is where it gets complicated.
I think it's okay to appreciate it, but I don't think that I think that it's ultimately a false faith, because in the end, it's almost like Jesus is a cool philosopher kind of thing, right? Which I guess if you don't believe that he's God, that's kind of all you have.
I get
that's true, but I mean, like maybe they want to believe that he's God, but they've just heard bad arguments.
Right. Point is, there's only one God and everything. He's the one presented in Scripture. So obviously, not everybody knows that. But so if you're talking about people who essentially have God, or their God is love, or whatever is what you're saying. Like people who they want to follow those principles. And when I would just say, the example given to us in Scripture is when Christ asks the man, like, what are the greatest commandments? And he says, it's love thy God and love thy neighbor. It's just and then he says, you're not far from the kingdom of heaven. Like, that's my point. That's the answer to that. These people aren't far from the kingdom of heaven because of the very fact of love within that thing, which is of God. So.
But you can even kind of like, let's just take a biblical example of each with the alternative, right? So the Pharisees, they have what you might call a strict heart belief. In other words, they follow the law. They feel like this is the way that you're supposed to live. But they don't have any belief that Jesus is the Christ. And for them, it's all essentially just become a matter of philosophy. And you can even kind of see this in the external literature as well, where it's like it's almost like they're living the best way that they feel like they can. But at the same time, it's not like it's because God is. In fact, there's Jewish rabbis like this today, right? Like Rabbi Wolpe. This is a good way to live, but it's not because God necessarily exists or the Bible is necessarily true or anything like that. It's just all philosophy, right? And then you can have the flip side of that, where you could have somebody, yeah, I think that Jesus is the Christ, and I think that God did create the universe and the Bible is true. I just don't care, right? And it's like, in both of those guys, that's two sides of the same coin as far as I'm concerned. One guy is treating it all as if it's just vain philosophy, and the other guy, all he's doing is affirming a certain set of facts. But you got to affirm the certain set of facts and also believe the quote philosophy of it. It's a two-way. Like I said, you can't just hop on your right foot. You got two legs. Use them both, right? The belief in the heart is this true repentance, this true seeking after that which is holy, loving your neighbor as you love yourself, loving God, that kind of stuff. And then belief in your mind would be, I literally think it's true. But if somebody literally thought it was true, but didn't do anything about it, you'd be like, okay, well, that guy is ultimately, you can respect his honesty with the evidence, but ultimately he's not a Christian. And if you know somebody who's doing all the right things, but they don't believe the Bible, well, I mean, he could just be a Muslim or a Confucianist or just some regular run-of-the-mill, moral guy. Ultimately, though, he's not a Christian. It's
So
both
the issue here is a hard
Right.
issue. It's a hard issue either way, and that's maybe what we're saying here, right?
Well, and I think that literally ties directly into what I was saying before in response to what Jamie was saying, which is my opinion is like that fundamental distinction of us all is the truth actually in you, because the truth himself is literally beyond like understanding of the knowledge of good and evil. It's are you gonna it's I mean, my point is God is truth. So it's are you going to recognize, he which is, which was, and which is to come in things. That's what makes the difference between a believer and things. But then there are those who are close
Well,
to him
I
in
would
their
say
hearts, like because of love.
what about this? Right. That goes a long way for me in a lot of ways, at least in like, having honest inquiry about people that never hear the gospel, things like that, right? I have more sympathy for those people, potentially anyway, than some Christians, to be honest, in a lot of ways. But
Right.
at the end of the day, I'm going to appreciate a believer, obviously, and for believing, for loving Jesus in some way, anyways. But it's like people seem to forget. They seem so caught up in their soteriology sometimes. It's like they think God's just saving them from himself, throwing them in hell, rather than like remembering, like, how did humanity, what's the story again? Like, why are we separated from God? Because we stopped believing that he existed? No, because we didn't keep the faith and trust him and obey it. And so that's a part of faith, as far as I'm concerned. It's not just, that's, I guess, maybe the difference between me and a lot of people, maybe even you, CJ. It's like when you realize, I think they're attached, not that you earn it, not that you can earn it. You cannot earn it. But the problem is the reason God took away the tree of life, the reason we don't see God, if you believe the story, is that because we did not put our faith in him and we put it in ourselves, and then we went the way from God, and he said, fine, go, but I want you back. That's how I see it. So
Right. Well, and my response is an agreement and everything and stuff. But what you're saying there is that faith, they lost the faith. They didn't have it potentially, however you want to frame it or whatever. God obviously knew they were going to take the wrong tree and things, but it's that image. It's the action which proceed forth are that which comes from the inner man. Like they took the wrong tree. That was the disobedience and things. But it's because of, as you said, they lost the faith or whatever. So and that's what I'm trying to say is that's the difference is God. It's truth itself, himself within you and things. And it's everybody's being sort of sifted and all that kind of stuff.
I think sometimes I can see people, I would bet my soul on it. When I see Jesus and people like glimmering through, I know that person's saved right then for sure.
I would
And
count on
I'm
it.
being a little hyperbolic, but I'm saying that's
I count
the kind
on
of
it.
have
Christ
faith
says
anyways.
Christ says if you receive, right, like if you receive a little one in his name, it's you are receiving him in that way. It's he's a child of God and stuff. So it's that kind of a.
Well, and I think the only issue I have with that, because it's not that I disagree.
You can oppose it as hard as you want, bro. Don't hold back.
Well, here's the thing, though. It's not even that I disagree that they're attached, right? I mean, if we just recall my most recent debate with Charles, what's my entire point, right? Is that a genuine saving faith is not just being convinced; it's also something that lives through you, right? Like there's a genuine change. So I don't even necessarily disagree with that. But my only point is just to say when people talk about like the heart versus head kind of distinction, if you will, or a true faith versus a false faith. And you'll have somebody like Charles say, well, what does that even mean? Well, it means not just being simply intellectually convinced of a set of facts. And it also means not just simply adhering to a certain set of moral values. Like it's not one or the other, it's both. And
just say the words or pay the price, CJ. Just say the words or pay the price.
well, no,
You're a little
and I don't
baffled by
even
that?
necessarily. Well, and the thing is, I don't even necessarily like disagree with your caricature of free gracers because, you know, that I mean, in fact, Peter just put it in the live chat. It's funny. I was literally about to say that exact quote. What did Martin Luther say? Faith alone, but true faith is never alone. Now, Luther was not a works-based salvationist or whatever, right? I mean, obviously, he's the guy who literally put the word sola fide into the modern lexicon. Not that he created the doctrine, of course. It's been around since Scripture, but like nobody can convince any rational person that John Knox or Martin Luther or John Calvin or any of these guys believed in works as far as like works for salvation, right? But they were all adamant about being not only intellectually convinced, but also having a genuine change of heart, because it is one and the same thing, right? One without the other is a false faith. And either one without the other is a false faith. If you're just a moralist, that's not a Christian. And if you just believe a certain set of facts, that's not a Christian. A Christian is the person who believes the facts and then has something within them to act upon it because they've actually accepted Jesus and they're a follower of Christ, right? It's literally what the phrase means. You know, and I think that the unfortunate thing that free gracers have caused is that the whole, you know, their whole phreology basically cuts that element out and says that you don't actually have to have any sort of a, you know, a metanoia or anything like that. You can just accept a certain set of facts. But there's a lot of people who would accept a certain set of facts that they don't even accept. I mean, at least I'll say this. Justin Elder is at least consistent with it. Well, he'll talk about like, I don't know, maybe it is true that Mormons and Catholics and all that are saved, right? But with people who start wanting to make these distinctions between, you know, certain Christians and you know these false believers, but then they'll sit there and make comments like, I don't even know what false belief is. It's like, okay, well, you're either just incredibly dumb, which I don't believe, or you're experiencing a little bit of cognitive dissonance and dishonesty here, which is exactly what I do believe. I mean, Charles knows exactly what a false faith is. When he says, what does that even mean? Don't even take that question seriously because he knows what it means, right? If he didn't know what it meant, then he wouldn't believe that Catholics didn't have a correct gospel. And he wouldn't believe that Jehovah's Witnesses didn't have, I mean, heck, even Muslims believe that Jesus Christ is Messiah. You know what I mean? But like, it's both and. Let me just kind of finish with this. When we talk about two sides of the same coin, I think the thing that people forget about that saying is that it's the same coin. Look at your quarter. It's heads and tails, both heads. And the quarter is also not just tails. It is heads and tails. That's why it's two sides of the same coin. You see what I mean?
I mean, I'll just say it. It's faith and obedience. That means works. I'll be the heretic. You can, you know, but yeah.
The link is pinned.
The reason you have to be careful with that, though, is because it's not faith and obedience, as if the obedience saves you. It's faith unto obedience, because true faith leads one to obedience, right?
Oh yes,
Right.
exactly.
It's a misunderstanding in like fundamental syntax and things, how it's working. It's literally, if you believe, well, then that's who you are. Like, Just it will. All things are of God and things. Like,
Well,
I
for the
kind of
record, yeah, I knew
it's not
exactly
a
what you
hey.
meant, but-
It's just that's what Luther means and stuff. It's just look, he believed. He just believed in
Jay,
Jesus. Fine. Did he
Patrick,
believe?
I'm speaking theologically here.
When we talk about good works and stuff, my point is Luther wasn't out murdering anybody. So he was getting the fruits of the Holy Ghost. He was
Well, even
a
if he
child
did,
of
it doesn't mean
peace
his
and stuff.
theology is wrong. Doesn't mean his
No,
theology is wrong.
well, his theology was wrong because of his theology was wrong. My point is he was regenerated in things. He was
Without
living.
Luther,
He would,
you would
dude,
exist.
Luther walked up into Rome and he was like, "This is debauchery, dude. Get me the hell out of here!" Like that's what Luther did, and I respect that and stuff. that was his conversion thing.
Well, Luther would have. Now, I do not think Luther would obviously believe in literal abortion, but theologically speaking, he would want to do that to you. I would suspect because you've adopted his soteriology and then said, "Well," and I want to chastise as many Calvinists as I can find and say, "Look what you've produced, this offspring, this plague of universalism that makes people who aren't saved think they're saved."
I'm not a Calvinist. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a son of Abraham.
You're a determinist.
That's what the book tells me.
But you are
No,
determined.
I don't.
Yes, you are.
No,
You
I
say
don't.
all is of God. Everything that happens is
No,
because
I
God
just say
made it.
no. The book says all is of God. By definition, everything there is created by God. It's
Yeah,
sustained
sure.
by
Okay.
God. That's what the book
Maybe I'm
says.
misrepresenting you, but I've been
Point is,
dealing with.
you don't like what that means, where it says all is of God. You want to make it to be, oh, I'm telling you, like all of the murder, that's just God. My point is, it's the Calvinists that say God is glorying in the destruction of everybody. He just loves the infinite fire torture of his children.
God will be
I'm
glorified in
saying
the destruction
that's
of
not
evil.
of God. That where would it? The false doctrines are in a way, they're deception and things. But
Well,
God
for the
will be
record, I think we
glorified
got
in
to
destroying.
kind of split up three different because your view of hell, whether it's annihilation or eternal conscious torment or a purgatory kind of thing or something like that, is separated from your view of determinism, which is also separated from, like, I've met theological determinists who are universalists, like Ace Theo, and then I've also met theological determinists who are not universalists, like myself, or met people
I've
who
met
are
those guys.
universalists.
right, but so why did so? It's just I've never heard Jamie be like, CJ, you're a determinist. You're not even a Christian, you know. But that's what he tells me. So it's what's good with that? Like,
Well, because I think Calvinism doctrine saves people, but I think telling
what?
people that are saved that they're saved is very dangerous. But I still love you.
You think Calvinism? I thought you were just telling me that Calvinism was of the devil, and that's what Luther tricked
No,
us all into. Is Calvinism.
determinism taken to certain places is I think is a mistake. But
Right, it's
if
of the devil, no doubt.
use it to, my big concern is with any Christian really, but determinism is just declaring like for certain, I don't know about certain people who I think don't exhibit. So like, I really am not looking to inspect fruit. I inspect theology. I have no idea how moral
Right,
anybody is. And I'm not looking to make myself look moral like everybody accuses me of. I'm looking to defend what the Bible teaches as far as I can tell. And the more confident I am with the dumb arguments I hear in opposition, the more I'm convinced that I'm right. And so I might speak strongly about it. But the point is, I'm really just, it's about theology because that's what I think in the end matters regarding. And if people start telling people things that I'm convinced, the more I'm convinced that they're wrong about it, and they're telling people falsely that they're good with God, I think that's the really most dangerous thing. And universalism just has there's no bones about it. Unless if it ain't true, then you're doing damage. That's the problem. And if you think about it logically, it's like, look, if it is true, you ought to just shut your mouth because the only thing you can really damage, the only good you can do is nothing really, because you might as well that's why I told this to Ace the first time I talked to him. I said, look, man,
that wasn't the right answer.
Hold on. Think of this logically. If universalism is true, the only version of that makes sense is hopeful universalism. If you guys would just read the literature, hopeful universalism says it's possible. I even say it's possible in a sense that everybody could be saved. It's just clear that from scripture, that's not going to be the case. But like, I don't think God determines people to not be saved. And so like I have some inkling of respect for people that have a view because they're like, for whatever reason, but no one who says no, everybody is saved, and they go around like basically taking a dump on all of Christian history and all the brilliant minds, and it basically says nobody, all the martyrs died for no reason. It was all a big joke, basically, and they should have just realized that everybody's saved.
Yeah, I'm
So
saying you're making the wrong answer, and so you're making it into a big joke. And my simple answer is it's it's you guys. The martyrs died to give the gospel of, look, here's God, he's the savior.
the false gospel, the
It's-
false gospel.
No, that's just, it's the gospel and everything.
According to you, though, it's the false gospel. I don't even know why you care, though, because all the people
What?
being told they're going to go to hell
I'm
aren't going.
saying, well, I'm saying, I don't even, you guys have a weird understanding of hell, because really what you mean is the lake of fire. So it's, I talk
What I
about
mean
the
is
fire.
not going to.
I
what
mean
I
the
mean is
fire.
missing out on eternal life. They're missing out on eternal life. I don't think
Well,
anybody
I'm
that's
saying the
redeemed.
fire is God, right? God is a consuming fire.
Well, you think people are gonna. You think people are saved by Jesus, but they still go to hell. They just get out of it. I think that's.
Well, I'm saying hell. That word hell. Do you mean Sheol? Do you mean the grave?
I mean the
or do
right.
you mean the lake of fire?
I mean,
which hell
yeah,
do you mean? Like,
I thought you listened to this. Like my view on hell is very scriptural.
well, everyone dies, right? So everyone goes to the grave. Everyone goes to Sheol, which is Hades. Everyone dies. But so you're saying, does everyone? You're talking about hell, meaning the lake of fire.
I believe in a resurrection. I believe in a resurrection of the righteous and a resurrection of the damned, and the damned are judged and thrown in the lake of fire.
Right.
Just
yeah,
like,
I believe all those who preach false gospels will be resurrected from the dead and will be cast out of the kingdom as spies and traitors and things. So that's what the book says.
So you believe in hell then? They're cast out of the kingdom and they live forever in not heaven. So you basically believe in
what's the kingdom?
CJ, what do you make of my argument? Don't you think that's a good argument? Like, look, they try to pin on us that we're denying that the cross saves everybody and we're enemies of the cross and stuff like that. But in reality, their version of the atonement does not save all people who are from hell. We believe that everybody.
So we're all determined.
Hold on, let me finish. All those that suffer, they believe everybody's saved in the end, but they deny that Jesus actually saved anybody from second death. Maybe some for believing, but they think the ones that don't believe will be saved by going through hell. That means they think the atonement didn't save some people from hell or the second death, however you want to say it. They think that's a problem.
Well, I think also my biggest.
Wait, but so we're literally all determinists, as you're saying. It's just what are you?
No, the problem is you claim we're enemies of the cross, but you deny that Jesus actually was the replacement for some people.
No,
which means
what I'm saying, you said some people. You said some people. I say all people. I'm denying that Jesus is the replacement of some people. Jesus is not the replacement of some people. He is the replacement of all people.
Everybody that's saved, Jesus is.
What I'm saying is we're all determinists. You're just determining that.
So I'm saying that you believe that Jesus saved everybody, and you say we're enemies of the cross, saying it didn't save some people, but in reality, you don't believe that Jesus was the substitute for some of them, and they have to basically atone for their own sins and suffer what the Bible calls the second death. You just think they come out the other side. Hell is the second death. Hell is the lake of fire. That's what Jesus saved people from in all of Christian understanding of history. Jesus is our substitute, so we don't have to suffer hell or the lake of fire, which is the second death. Forget about definitions. I'm just using biblical terminology. Everybody understands that the atonement, the substitutionary atonement, has Jesus being the substitute, so we don't have to suffer that. So you're actually denying the power of the cross, not us. That's the argument.
Well, I think my personal problem with it is just that I think, like, if universalism is true, then telling people about the gospel actually does more harm than good. And let me tell you why real quick before anybody kind of chimes in, because I want to kind of lay this out. If it's true that regardless of what goes on here, I can go and be as debaucherous as I want. Hey, recant Jesus or I'm going to kill you. I can just be like, all right, hey, fool, forget that guy, right? And all the other kind of stuff. I don't have to, there's no importance put behind reading Bible. There's no importance behind praying, anything like that. I can just live any way I want and I'll still end up being saved. Then all you actually do by telling people about the gospel is number one, starving them of their earthly pleasure, and number two, potentially getting them killed on this little finite rock, because there are a lot of people out there who don't really like Christianity. Now, I obviously don't think you should live just for pleasure, and I obviously don't think that you should live in such a way that's contrary to Scripture. But with what I believe, like if you were to, for example, deny God, that would be a big no-go, right? But if you believe that you're saved anyway, then why not deny God? I get more time on this mortal coil.
You don't get any more time. Point is, we're all determinists. You're just determining different things. It's just, CJ, you believe that God is determining that not everyone will accept him. And so therefore he determined in creation by extraction that those won't be saved. Jamie's saying he determined that his will is all that will be saved, but that not all will be saved because of God's will is not being done. What I'm saying is I'm saying the determinism is God's will shall be done. If God's will was to save the world, that's what he does. So the rest of it kind of gets into fleshly carnal thinkings where it's, why can't we just do whatever we want, whatever it is? But it's like I said, what Martin Luther said, it's, if you believed, well, then you'd have the kingdom of God in the world. You'd be at peace and things, because that's what the scripture tells us is universal peace comes from universal knowledge of the only true God. Just knowledge, just of God, period.
Well, here's the thing, though. It's not that with the acceptance of universalism, it's no longer the question of why can't we do whatever we want. You just simply can, right? And for the record, I don't know if you know this or not, but I am actually a Calvinist, so I'm totally a determinist. I just bite that bullet.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Is you're a different kind of determined, but I'm saying Jamie's also a determinist. He just doesn't admit it in things. It's you guys think something different is determined. But my point is, you already do what you want. That's exactly what you're doing. It's just what you want. I find it hard for you to do anything otherwise. But what if what you want isn't capable of standing against what God wants in that way? And part of what you want, everything that's ever been, is a part of what God inherently wants as the fulfillment of his own creation as children and things.
Do what thou wilt. That is the whole of the law. Yeah, that's freaking Satanism. That's a great gospel.
No, I'm saying the law tells you not to do things, so you're condemned with death. So you need a savior. I'm saying you already do what you want. That's my point. You already do what you want. If you wanted to do what God wanted, you'd be Christ.
It's the free will, issue though. It's like it's in the deliberation. I say this. There's a part of me that does say if determinism, if I in a way, like if determinism was true, I do think universalism would be true, but I don't think, because I actually genuinely think God does want everybody to be saved. But the thing with that is, that's not necessarily like, well, if I was a determinist, I would be a universalist. I wouldn't still be that because of what Scripture actually teaches. And so I suppose I have to say, if I thought determinism was absolutely true in a rigid sense, I would still believe what Scripture says. So I would be like what CJ said, what CJ believes. But, so that's in a way, it's kind of like just a decision. I can see accepting determinism and why people do. Right. But I just think the writers of Scripture had that in mind. That's one of the main reasons why I don't. I just don't think they were thinking that way when they're being inspired or whatever. Although it's at times they can be to emphasize the sovereignty of God, I would say. But whatever that means, that's kind of just how I read it. It's how I understand it. But I do see how people see it the other way. I just don't believe it that way. That's all I can say. I don't think it works that way. But
I'm not trying to. The perverted
If God was determining everything, the last thing I wanted to say was, if God does determine everything, the way I understand God is there wouldn't be any sin then. God wouldn't determine any sin, because I really understand God that way. Like if he was doing that, because he's declared that he hates sin, then there wouldn't be any if he was determining it in some weird way or something. Right. But on the other hand, he's still sovereign, and he knew what was going to happen. So you can argue, I get it. It's weird. Right. It's weird.
Well, and what I'm trying to make known in things is that the real Scripture there is it's the perverted understanding of determinism starts to get into things where it's like, oh, literally God wanted this to happen, that to happen, which are evil things, and that was just he's that was a good thing to him or whatever. And you can't see that. You're like, I can't see how God is literally like making us sin or whatever. That would be determinism. But I'm saying the real determinism is more like God's will shall be done. It's just God. It's the determined things of the future sort of swallow up. It was determined that Pharaoh's army shall be swallowed up in the Red Sea or whatever. But it's not for vanity's sake, and it's not so much, you got to think about like, did God make me do this and that and the other thing? But it's, what do you believe is determined? Do you believe it's, well, he doesn't save all, or he does save all? Because otherwise you're a Calvinist. That's sort of how it works.
Well,
Which is
one of the things I
okay
think
and
is,
stuff.
is kind of important too here with this whole thing. And again,
CJ, you take the last word on this, and then we'll go somewhere else. Hi, welcome, Fro and Jay. I don't know who you are, but thanks for coming. Glad you guys are here.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, thanks for having me.
My pleasure. But still, go ahead, CJ. So don't interrupt CJ. Let him finish, and then we're gonna open it up for whatever. Go ahead, CJ.
Well, and the last thing, because basically it was in response to, one of these, I don't know who it is, but it's a Wootsat, I guess is his name, said, do you believe people have a better life when they're Christians? And the thing is, not necessarily. Like that's a really shallow understanding, if I may be bold, of Christianity. Because, just look at somebody in an Islamic country. And at this point, you're talking about somebody who they may not even want to necessarily live sinful. We're not talking about someone who wants to go get drunk. We're not talking about someone who wants to go sleep with a bunch of women. We're not talking about someone who wants to go gamble and lie and cheat and steal and all this other kind of stuff, right? But they definitely don't want to be, boiled alive in a cauldron of oil or something like that. I think we would all say that is not desirable, right? Or be persecuted constantly, or have their daughters sexually assaulted or whatever, right? And they live in this area of the world where that's what's going to happen if you would affirm Christ. Now, are we really going to be so naive as to suggest that their confession gave them a better earthly life? Obviously it didn't. Right? But the thing is that's not the point. The point isn't to have a better earthly life. The point is to affirm that which is true, because God is true, and he's the one who said it all, right? But if they're going to heaven anyway, all you're doing is you're creating all that problem for them, right? You're creating all that terrible persecution and death and torture and all that kind of stuff, but minus the actual reward, which is salvation, because they're already going to get salvation. They could have just lived any old normal Afghani lifestyle, not necessarily super sinful, not necessarily violating some of the more general moral tenets, like don't cheat on your wife and stuff like that. They just don't get scalped and get heads cut off and get boiled in a cauldron of oil and all that other kind of stuff. And all you're doing, if universalism is true for those people, which is the majority of Christians who have ever existed, by the way. The world is not like America. America is super unique, right? And Britain and the few other countries out there that have freedom. All you're doing for those people is taking away what little comfort they have on this mortal coil. Now, in the view of the non-universalists, there is a very important reason for that. And the important reason is that Christ is king. You should serve him. You should want to be saved of your sins. And if you don't have these things, you can go ahead and choose comfort over Christ. But in the end, it ultimately ends in damnation. And yeah, I think I'd just say, that's where I'd end that. Like we're not even necessarily talking about some of these egregious sins. It's like the concept of not being persecuted. You know what I mean? I hope I worded that correctly.
Yeah, I think we understand what you're trying to say there.
This could be your best life as if you're going to hell. This whole thing is that men have the power in themselves to change their lives. In his definitive book, Your Best Life Now, he says, and that ought to be a dead giveaway, since the only way this could be your best life is if you're going to hell.
Sorry, I thought that was.
That's free will, right?
No, he's saying you can have your best life.
You believe in free will.
What's his name's book is like, have your best life now, and he's like, yeah, sure, go ahead, have your best life now. it will be your best life because you're going to hell.
Right, but Jamie, you know the fact that John MacArthur's Antichrist because he believes false gospels, right? So that's what the book
I
says.
think he's wrong about stuff, but I don't know. I'm not going to judge him. I think
It's not okay. But you judge. I don't understand. You guys, you're judging everything, but then you say you won't judge the actual gospel, like the one message. You won't judge that.
Well, the issue is, maybe you correct me
John
if I'm
believes
wrong,
in a
Jamie.
double predestination, determination to infinite pain.
Right, well,
for most of God's children. Jamie doesn't believe that, obviously. Neither does CJ.
Hold on. Let us take turns here. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Regardless, here's the thing. Like, I tend how should I say this? I tend not to kind of judge people on whether or not their gospel is false or not, because that's a loaded term. That means too much to too many people, and therefore it really means nothing. Instead, what I try to do is I try to judge people's doctrines based on how to put it, based on historical precedence for it. And so, thing of it is, John MacArthur. You are right in a sense, Patrick. He is, I guess, Antichrist and has a false gospel, quote unquote, with other people, and yet with an equal amount of people, he also holds sway and is a standard of orthodoxy. So ultimately, what he is where you stand on. It does, and that I don't find that as a reasonable metric of judgment.
Well, no, it's he has 70 million people that are Calvinists that agree with him, and then there's 1.2 billion Catholics who would all call him Antichrist and mean it. And if it was 1,000 years ago, they'd do disgusting things to him for what he's preaching and things.
Correct. I would say that also, but that's not really terminology that Catholics typically use to describe him. What we would say is the fact that he isn't Catholic is enough to make that determination. Am I making sense to you?
Yeah, I get it. You're telling me the same thing I'm telling you. We agree. He's Antichrist.
More on not then. Never mind. Sorry about
that. He's turned the love of God into evil. Dude, he's turned the treasure of the gospel into evil. That's what he's done. He preaches that God, in fact, will be happy over the infinite torture of most of mankind. He didn't want to save all. That kind of thing. Versus you guys who believe in free will, which I get it.
Hold on, buddy. So I'm just going to ask everybody to try to let me guide the conversation. So if I butt in, it's just give me the respect of just being able to conduct the show. I'll make sure everybody gets their turn. And I tell if you really want to say something, but just to keep it orderly, that's all I ask. And I will try to make sure, and I will be sure to make sure everybody gets a turn, and I'll watch for you wanting. I can tell when you want to say something. So just respect that to keep it orderly and make it a better conversation. Jay, do you want to say anything? You haven't had a chance to say anything. Nice to meet you.
Good for having me on. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to briefly say, I think we should all adapt the ideology of the Dalai Lama and his quest for peace, and not the John Birch Society. I want to say that I thought it was absolutely vulgar and reprehensible that during the Trump administration, during the on Black Lives Matter Mall, William Barr allowed tear gas to be used against peaceful demonstrators, all in the name of Christianity. Donald Trump was holding a Bible during that whole fiasco, and it was absolutely reprehensible to see that Christianity was used in such a way to almost debase it. So I just wanted to touch on that briefly, that it was just vulgar. And I remember that. It was very jarring to see.
Yeah, I don't advocate for the use of tear gas in times when it gets used. I would agree with that, actually. So I appreciate that. Fro, I thought you were going to this idea like, well, Protestants are just all over the place, and that's what you get because you don't hold under the true church, and which was trying to protect the body of believers from that sort of ragtag, whatever you want to believe. And there's a sense where I actually that's like one of the good points you could make as far as I'm concerned. There, it does seem like there's an issue there, right? But I'd still prefer the freedom of conscience there. But of course, at the
And
bottom of the
right.
foundation.
And and again, that is certainly an argument I can bring up, but ultimately it's been brought up so many times by so many different people. I don't need to bring it up now. But what I would respond to that, Jamie, is yes. I'd imagine you do get quite a bit of freedom in the chaos that is kind of the Reformation. I would agree. But one thing that needs to be asked is this freedom even a desirable thing to have? Because thing of it is, if this freedom results in chaos by which order cannot come about, if it results in chaos where truth becomes more nebulous than concrete, is this freedom worth having at that point? And so I think that's the question. That's the next logical question that should be asked.
Well, yeah. So I would say this, and then some can jump in on this because you know my position on this probably better now, even recently, maybe. But I would say this: I see the issue, but because of the way I see history, I still like. So I would still say the principles that came out of the Reformation were on the right track, and I think there's still a reflection in the reformers themselves. They didn't necessarily want to break up the church. They weren't just like anarchists. They just felt like compelled that they needed to because of the things that were going on. I don't think they actually wanted to break up the church. And then but I could see with the wash of like chaos, which is true, but it's like I'm an American too, right? So I'm gonna say freedom is the bottom line, and what people do with it is their prerogative, I guess. And so I would say I could say the same thing about Paul too, right? So the way people use Paul and but I guess if everybody was Catholic, they wouldn't see Paul that way, perhaps you could say. But somebody else want to say anything about that? You go ahead, Fro, if you want to say more.
Well, I'd say I think there's actually three big things. The first thing is that for as much things as people like to disagree
can you,
on.
Hold on a second, CJ. Jay, can you mute your mic while you're not talking? I'm getting some feedback.
So the first thing I think that very often people will say things like, well, like you've heard the 30,000 denomination thing, which is something we could get into, but nevertheless. But if you actually look at Protestantism as a whole, you can take the Pentecostals and the Baptists and the Presbyterians and the what are they called? Hebrew roots, Seventh-day Adventists, you list all the doctrines that people disagree on. It's such a small amount, and virtually none of it is things that people, even most Catholics, would consider salvific, right? And my only reason for saying that is like the idea that a prima facie understanding of the Bible leads to a whole bunch of wild different interpretations is really just not historically true. The kinds of things that people disagree on are very few and far between. And sometimes they're even like one particular issue that goes a couple different ways, right? So, like, for example, when it comes to the idea of Presbyterians versus Reformed Baptists, people might be tempted to say, oh, I can think of 5 different issues off the top of my head: covenant theology and paedobaptism and all that other kind of stuff, right? And you just kind of high ecclesiology, but that's really one issue. And the one issue is, do we believe in primacy of the local congregation or do we not? It's monarchical episcopate versus congregational episcopate, right? It's literally one issue. And on that issue, you have one group of Protestants, Anglicans, Presbyterians, Lutherans, Episcopalians, etc. And you have another group of Protestants on the other side of the issue. And this is even an issue that has existed within, and this is the other, my secondary point on this. The other thing you have with the Catholic Church is that these issues still exist in the Catholic Church. It's just everybody's under the guise of the Catholic Church, right? So what's another example? There are quote unquote charismatic Catholics, like hundreds of thousands of them throughout the world, and then there's cessationist Catholics. So you haven't actually solved the problem. You've just made sure that everybody's in the church solving the problem. Or like the Augustinian Catholics, who pretty much believed in predestination, versus what the majority of the Catholic Church would believe. So you still have the same issues. It's just that everybody's still a Catholic, right? And I think that when you start to look at things from that perspective, it kind of dampers down the whole idea of like, oh, there's just chaos in Protestantism, because really, for the most part, Protestants agree on most things, especially the core things like the five solas, divinity of Christ, inerrancy of Scripture, stuff like that. And Catholics end up having a lot of the same doctrinal splits that we do. The sole difference being that in the end, they all end up being Catholics, whereas with Protestants, we typically tend to go to different churches.
Okay, okay. Thank you for that, CJ. Actually, it's very, very thoughtful. On one hand, I would agree to an extent. I would say that between Protestants there are more agreements than disagreements, no doubt. The issue is, how I'll put it, as I've been taught, like ideas have consequences. And so here's the thing. I'm not talking about where Protestants agree. And oftentimes Protestants agree with each other, and there's quite a good bit of agreement between Protestants and Catholics. I'm not going to go out of my way to deny that. But at the same time, we would be foolish if we were not going to admit that the differences and the disagreements between these groups are substantial. For instance, is marriage a sacrament? The answer has drastic consequences on society. Does the Eucharist possess the true presence of Jesus Christ, or is it just or should we just embrace memorialism? The answer has real consequences on both culture, nations, and society. Another one, like how about it? How secular should a country be? How secular should a country be? Because after the Reformation, a you see a lot of how about it? You see a lot of offices that had once belonged to the primacy of the church being moved over to secular authorities to govern, essentially paving the way for the secularism we see today. These ideas had consequences. Now, I'm not certainly not going to blame Protestants for being secularist or even starting the sexual revolution or whatnot, but these ideas create the base by which the next ideas are able to flourish and seed. So the thing of it is, I'm not going to deny that Protestants are so chaotic that there's absolutely no, how to put it, that there's no hope of finding order or peace. And I think one of the most pernicious errors that is committed on the Catholic side is saying that there's over 30,000 different denominations, and there's really only 800. And yet, regardless of that, the amount that exists is still staggering in many cases. And moreover, the issue is that I want to kind of chime in a bit what CJ's saying. He's basically saying there's a lot of doctrinal differences within Catholicism either. It's simply that we don't split over it. Well, here's the thing, and this is why I think that is important that you can't split over it. Because what we are seeing is essentially a breakdown of Western civilization across the globe. For instance, how am I going to explain this? Okay, yeah. When we look at Western civilization more generally, right? By and large, it has operated on Protestant values simply because of the power dynamic in Anglo-Americanism that we've seen for the last few centuries. And the issue going forth here is that when Western civilization is collapsing, when we see it retreating, the problem is what kind of, how to say it, what kind of metaphysic do we have of holding it up in Protestantism? And we don't actually see that. For instance, CJ is basically saying that we have all of these doctrinal differences, and fair enough, but we stay together. That's pertinent because we're basically one unit still. We stay the same. The doctrines that we have aren't something worth breaking apart as. And if we break up into multiple different bickering polities, then we can't be united on anything. We cannot actually change the world for Christ. we're stuck in ourselves, bickering amongst ourselves. And within the Catholic Church, that is important, because what we have this authority we submit to that keep us together, that keep us as cement. And from that, we can forward the cause of Christ even more. And further, there's a reason people look back on the High Middle Ages and see something desirable as compared to what we have now. And the issue going forward here, and what I'm always trying to stress in my own work, is that it isn't so much that Protestantism doesn't have order, it's that it doesn't have unity, and that's a problem, because without unity, without being united with a common authority, with a common interpretation, while you don't have chaos per se, it can easily devolve into that. And ultimately, when you're a bunch of fragmented groups, then there's not really a unity to push a cohesive, coherent gospel. Am I making sense there?
Yeah, excuse me. I think there's definitely a lot of sense made. I think there's certainly some pushback I would want to provide, but as far as, first off, let me just say, as far as the articulation of it, I think it was done quite well.
Scared the hell out
Now-
of me. What about scares the hell out of me? I'll say that. But go ahead, CJ.
Well, I think the first thing that I would want to kind of point out is, I think the unity is honestly not necessarily a good thing. It can be a good thing. But for example, you see the World Council of Churches and their unity with the Catholic Church, but they don't even agree on. I mean, here you have Orthodox, Protestants, and Catholics coming together in the common name of Christ, but all three of them consider the other to be preaching a damnable gospel. Yeah, you have unity, but really what you have is dishonesty, and it ends up watering down the actual cause of Christ. And then, to use a national example, Yugoslavia had unity between the Slavic nations, right? But in reality, the Slavic nations are different nations: Croats and Serbs and Bosniaks and all that other kind of stuff. And when you didn't have that strong central authority keeping everybody in line with the billy clubs, which was Tito, not only did it collapse, but it collapsed very violently. The main reason being is that unity wasn't real. Like, it didn't really exist, right? Like, the idea of Yugoslavia was a farce. And likewise, I think when you have unity just simply for the sake of unity in religion, you have something kind of similar, where this unity is farcic in the end. You don't actually agree on authority, on the gospel, or on the scripture itself, like what is or is not Bible, right? I mean, I could think of it even just within the Catholic Church. Now, I don't know if it's necessarily accurate to say Jerome was Catholic, because I would argue that the Catholic Church wasn't really fully formed by his time. But just for the sake of argument, I mean, he was certainly part of the Roman Church. There's no doubt about that. And he was certainly adhering to words of a man who called himself Pope. There's certainly no doubt about that either. So let's just, for sake of argument, say he was Catholic. He has in his Vulgate, this is just one almost small example in a sense. He writes prefaces to, like, Judith and stuff like that, talking about, like, hey, I don't find evidence that these things are found in Scripture. I do this under protest, but in the end, the authority here said what it said, and so I'm going to translate this because I even though I'm not necessarily willingly translating per se, I am willingly submitting to the authority. They are the authority. I'm going to do what they say, kind of thing. And we might say, like, there's a certain level of honor in that. At the same time, though, in like, what true unity does he have there with the bishop in Rome? They don't actually believe the same books of Scripture are inspired of God. You know what I mean? And it's like, and so, like, it ends up becoming kind of farcic, and in a way, it opens itself up to 1054 and 1520 and all that other kind of stuff.
It's like dirty varmint.
Right, and I will actually say, from a Protestant perspective, that is definitely alarming. But here's the issue: when you come to a perspective that doesn't include sola scriptura, that you have essentially a unity of the church before you have essentially agreement of the biblical canon, because really the canon of the New Testament and Old Testament that we know today appeared really about into the fifth and sixth centuries. Okay, so right up until like 600 years after the death of Christ, you had a church that was operating on a canon that was unsettled. In fact, while Jerome is writing the Latin Vulgate under the orders of Pope Damascus, there are books of the Bible that were seen as inspired that we now know today aren't, such as the Shepherd of Hermas, for instance. And so the thing of it is that the canon of Scripture is only really important in a, how I put it, in an immediately pre and post Protestant context. But in the apostolic age and in the early church history, this wasn't really something that was an issue for them, because they understood that at the end of the day, what did unite them was essentially Jesus Christ's authority that they put over them, which was, of course, the church. In fact, around the same time, well, and I wouldn't say around the same time, but 200 years earlier than that, you have church fathers like, I think, Cyprian, if I remember correctly, and maybe he's even earlier. I'm not sure. He essentially said, without a bishop or acting authority, you don't really have a church. And so the context in which Damascus and Jerome are under is not that of sola scriptura. Basically, they're trying to figure out what the canon is, but it's not something that's typically binding them either. Also, real quick, because it seems Peter is itching to know, does the pale Galilean think that everyone outside of Rome is not right with God? Well, every denomination outside of Rome isn't right with God. Whether or not individuals fall under this is not something that any man, woman, or child can come to a definitive agreement on, because at that point you're basically in the throne of God, and that's not a place anyone deserves to be.
But that's what you're
So,
making the judgment of, right? And the book does says we sit in God's throne. That's what the book says. So who really sits there?
Not yet.
I'm very confused. I'm sorry.
Well, the book
I think
says,
he
"To
said
he
it
who
all.
overcometh, will I give power to sit in my Father's throne, as I sat down with him."
That's after the last day, though.
Point is, it's an authority thing. It's not. I'm not literally out here in the golden throne. It's just a truth.
We're not given power to rule and reign yet,
Power.
though. That's all I mean. Well, I'm glad.
There's power in the gospel, right? There's power in the gospel.
Sure.
You're resurrected to new life. You're given power. You're now you're translated into his kingdom, right? Those types of things. I know what you mean in terms of like.
Yeah, I make a
literally
distinction.
never dying, like being resurrected post-resurrection.
I wanted to point out that, and it's my one-string banjo regarding this, but for me, I understand Revelation 12 to be talking about the church fleeing religious persecution of America. So I look at it like, I'm not going to sugarcoat the things you were pointing out, like secularism and all that, but I do think so. I think ultimately America was in God's plan, but not because it was perfect, right? But I think, I don't think America would exist without Protestantism, to be frank. I mean, is that really contentious? I don't think it is it? Like, would Catholicism have America?
I would agree.
Well, let me also say, to add to that real quick too, secularism as we understand it today is really not something that I think is fair to pin really on Catholicism or Protestantism. But secularism, as it was understood back then, was very much grounded in Scripture, right? It was very much grounded in a Christian understanding. In fact, even the most radical, as far as faith is concerned, of the founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson would fit into that category, would cut out parts of the Bible he didn't like, kind of thing. But he would still never go as far as to deny the Bible as a foundation for what he believed, because that was just such an absurd proposition to those guys. Yeah, I know a lot of people like to claim, Jefferson was an atheist, stuff like that, because people attacked him as such when he ran for president in 1800.
They would look
But
like
certainly,
conservatives, man, today. I mean, really, right? True conservatives, I mean, like, in a sense, I mean that like kind of more, I mean that in a more like, I guess, more moralistic sense to some degree, right? But it's intrinsically tied to Christian ethics, I would say. But sorry, go ahead.
well, yeah,
I
well,
didn't.
the point though is just to say, like, when you look at the results of the Protestant Reformation, and I'm not even going to say that it's all perfect, because it's certainly not. Everything is messy, unfortunately. The Renaissance was messy, the Enlightenment was messy, the Reformation was messy, the Church Fathers were messy. Everything's messy. We're messy. That's just kind of the way it is, right? But you have some of the most brilliant minds and philosophies and powerful empires and all that. I mean, human flourishing post 1520 skyrocketed. I don't think there's really any way that people could deny that. In fact, many Catholics, like, for example, Dr. Taylor Marshall, has said that things like the Protestant work ethic and Puritanism and stuff like that almost built the Western world, and he's incredibly thankful for it. And he's even gone as far as to say the church needs to basically accept some of what Luther had said without accepting him whole hog, which I understand why you want to accept him whole hog, because he's schismatic. But regardless, you know, but when you look at where our sort of debased secularism comes from, you can really trace it back to, in fact, there's an interesting work. I happen to have it in my hand right now, which is super ironic because it was sitting next to my computer and I didn't actually mean for that to be the case, but it's Reflections on the French Revolution by Edmund Burke. I'll kind of show you guys. This is a Harvard.
Look at this kid.
Yeah,
Nice.
well, and this is brilliant, by the way. You guys should read this if you're interested, because Edmund Burke is about as brilliant as a philosopher in politics comes. But it's four of his works. It's a Harvard classics. Right? You guys can maybe kind of see them here.
That's awesome.
It's this one.
Where'd you get that? Where'd you order that?
My grandmother actually.
My grandmother bought me a bunch of biographies too when I was in like the 5th grade. Like I read so many to them.
Well, so the reason I pointed out is because it's just ironic, right? Like it happens to be, because I'm reading this at the moment, it happens to be sitting next to my computer as a result. So
I thought it was firewood for a second. Sorry, it's a joke.
No, you're good. But he has one of the works on here, because it's 4 works. One of the works on here is Reflections on the French Revolution, which is considered by many to be the catalyst for the left and right wing paradigm, right? Because essentially what Edmund Burke was arguing in it was, he's basically looking at the American Revolution versus the French Revolution and talking about like, hey, well, if you look at the American Revolution, it really wasn't a revolution. It was more like a rebellion that was trying to advance and progress by building off of the English tradition that had been given to it, whereas the French Revolution was truly a revolution, right? It's like an overthrowing of societal order and stuff like that. And from that work, you essentially have like the defining characteristics, at least in the eyes of most political philosophers, of right-wing politics and left-wing politics. Left-wing politics being that sort of revolutionary progressivism, and right-wing politics kind of being that progressive traditionalism, right? Where like we want to advance, we want human beings to be, to flourish greater than they were yesterday, but not in a way that tosses out everything that came before, rather what it builds upon everything before. Now, why do I bring any of that up? Well, because America is the love child of the Protestant Reformation and English culture, and the French Revolution is a love child of Napoleon Bonaparte and the Roman Catholic Church, right? Like France was very Catholic. It was very, and by the way, I'm not saying that to blame the Roman Catholic Church because I don't think that they're responsible for the French Revolution. I'm simply pointing out that it was the culture that was established by radical Enlightenment secularism and the pre-existing Catholic bishops there, coupled with, of course, Napoleon Bonaparte and what he had managed to accomplish after the revolution, that actually led to this secularist fervor that we think of today. And really, it seems to me like that is more than anything Protestant. In fact, it seems almost detached from Protestantism. What has caused a lot of the stuff that we see today, and even my last point, I'm rambling a little bit, so I'll make this my last point. You can even see this also in the Renaissance, which, I know a lot of people like to say the people in the Renaissance were Catholic, but you can't really call anybody in the West Catholic or non-Catholic before 1520, because if you're a Christian, you're just Catholic. That's just, right. It's like there's no difference. But after 1520, of course, then all of a sudden there becomes that distinction. But like even like
and it's blurred too, though. It's blurred during that time, right? I mean, it's kind of like an advance slowly through the church and the English split. I mean, the English monarchy, right? Isn't there? Like that was back and forth.
Well, and it's very split, right? Because you got like the Renaissance was, that's where you get the ideas of humanism. That's where you get the ideas of modernism. There, and even in fact, the Renaissance in a lot of ways is even where you get some Protestant ideas. Like I just posted on my Twitter the other day this quote. It just made me laugh because he dies 1 year before the Diet of Worms. But Leonardo da Vinci says, it seems many who wish to do reverence to the sun are too busy building temples to the mother. And he's not a Protestant because the Protestant Reformation hasn't even happened yet, right? But what's the point? In Florence during his time, these ideas are all kind of floating around, and humanism is floating around, and all that other kind of stuff, and it's just kind of a hodgepodge of different ideas that end up, leading into not only the Reformation but the Enlightenment. The French Revolution eventually comes by, right? And the only thing I'm basically trying to get at here is the way that Protestantism developed was very much conservative and traditional. And in the areas where you saw humanism flourish was Catholic Italy or the French Revolution, from which we get modern progressivism, Catholic France. Is that because of Catholicism? I don't think so. But
Feudalism,
I think
monarchy.
Well, I think it's because of church abuse, which is not necessarily the Catholicism, although it is related to the Catholic Church. I think a lot of people, they would see church abuses and then they would think to themselves, throw the baby out with the bathwater, and thus we get humanism and progressivism and stuff like that. And Protestantism, in a way, can be kind of immune to that because in the end, the Southern Baptist Convention is not a church. It's a group of a bunch of pastors getting together and deciding stuff.
Do you think the people were rising up though against the oppression of kind of the like feudalism and that sort of thing, or like the fact that, I mean, isn't there like a monarchy? It was kind of like what sparked the people to suddenly be sick of the what do you call that? I guess feudalism, right? Isn't it? Or what would you call that? Like the class.
Well, I mean, it's a little more complicated than I think you could really pin down in one area. Ideas, kind of like Fro was saying, ideas do have consequences. And once one idea gets tossed around enough times, you don't really have control over where your ideas go. Like for example, if I in 1960 said that, that there's nothing wrong with me entering into a consensual sexual union with somebody, regardless of if it fits with the social norms, I may only be thinking of, promiscuous sex, but that will lead to homosexuality and all that other kind of stuff, because the words I said were, you don't have a right to tell me how I should be able to live sexually. What I meant was I should be able to sleep with a random woman at the bar, but what the result is a literal interpretation of what I said, which is essentially sexual freedom, right? And so you have a lot of similar things with that, right? So like, for example, with humanism, a lot of the original humanists were Christians, but they replaced adherence to what your ancestors might say, or what your church might say, or what God might say, or what Scripture might say, with essentially trying to become the best man that you possibly can. And that eventually has consequences. It turns into things like Ubermensch and stuff like that, and you don't have
And
any
yet,
control over that.
yeah, especially when you separate the ideas of humanism from that of Catholic theism, where it came from.
Well, there's a level of truth to that, in so much as like Leon Battista Alberti was, or Alberti. I don't know if it's Alberti or Alberti, but regardless, he's considered one of the pinnacle humanist thinkers. He has a famous quote: "A man can do all things if he wills." He was, however, very much grounded in Christianity. He was certainly no atheist. In fact, far from it. And he's living before, he died in like 1472, so he couldn't be a Protestant either, because there's no such thing, right? But regardless, his flavor of humanism is certainly built into Italian Roman Catholicism of the 1400s. I don't think there'd be any. It'd be hard to deny that and be consistent. But nevertheless, his ideas are humanism.
I do have I can read a brief synopsis on some of the causes of the French Revolution here. It's from the History Channel, but it says here, I'll just read a quick little excerpt from this because it's kind of interesting. As the 18th century drew to a close, France's costly involvement in the American Revolution, combined with extravagant spending by King Louis the 16th, left France on the brink of bankruptcy. Not only were the royal coffers depleted, but several years of poor harvest, drought, cattle disease, and skyrocketing bread prices had kindled unrest among peasants and the urban poor. Many expressed their desperation and resentment toward a regime that imposed heavy taxes, yet failed to provide any relief by rioting, looting, and striking. In the fall of 1786, King Louis, Controller General Charles Alexander, de Colonne, proposed a financial reform package that included a universal land tax from which the aristocratic classes would no longer be exempt. Then, to garner support for these measures and forestall a growing aristocratic revolt, the king summoned the I don't know how to say it in France, Estates General, an assembly representing France's clergy, nobility, and middle class for the first time since 1614. And they each had a list of grievances to present to the king. Then there was the rise of the Third Estate, and this is the last thing I'll read here. France's population, of course, had changed considerably since the 1600s. So this is in the late 1700s now. The non-aristocratic middle-class members of the Third Estate now represented 98% of the people, but could still be outvoted by the other two bodies. 98% of the people in that one group kind of like bodies that could vote, but they could be vetoed by the other two of the high-end like aristocratic society and etc., the nobility and the clergy, etc. In the lead up to the May 5 meeting, the Third Estate began to mobilize for support for representation and the abolishment of the noble veto. In other words, they wanted voting by head and not by status. While all the orders shared a desire for fiscal and judicial reform, as well as a more representative form of government, the nobles in particular were loath to give up the privileges that they had long enjoyed under the traditional system. And then you have what becomes essentially a huge revolt, and they grab the king and the queen and cut their heads off or whatever, right? And then etc.
Yep. And in what and this is kind of something I always kind of point to, because what is going on with the French Revolution is really kind of an example of what happens when the leadership doesn't really follow Catholic teaching anymore, because what we often have, and what was even demonstrated in the 13th century with Bishop Gratian and his decretals, is that the strong and the rich have an obligation, really, to provide for the weak and the poor, simply due to the power dynamic that exists. It's from here we get this understanding of human rights from. And so what was going on in France is that these were just simply being ignored in the worst possible time. And so that came with consequences that we had in the revolution, or the French Revolution.
Yeah, and I would not deny that actually, because like I said, I do think it is unfair to say the French Revolution is the fault of Catholicism. But I do think it is interesting to note that for all that is said about order and chaos and tradition and all these kinds of things, much with a lot of merit, I'm not even denying that. It is interesting to consider, and again, I would just refer back to Burke's reflections on the French Revolution. The revolution that happens, that builds off of tradition and that builds off of that which came before and all that, which ends up being the quote conservative revolution, and which in a way is really no revolution at all, is fundamentally Protestant. And whilst not fundamentally Catholic, the one that leads to our modern secularism and what we might call modernism or progressivism comes from an area that is dominated by the Catholic Church. Which again, I'm not saying that to blame the Catholic Church, but I am saying it to say, like, if we want to start examining these things under a microscope, it does appear that almost the lack of Protestantism within the borders of France might have even been a problem for it.
Yeah, because what ultimately, how about it? What ultimately happens here is the fact when you, how about it? When you have a people that require the material wealth of the rich and the powerful, and they don't receive that, what else are they going to do at some point? Because here's the thing: the French Revolution didn't have the idea. Well, I guess we're going to be Protestant now. It's now in a way that it kind of embodied that, but that's not really what happened. At the end of the day, they just didn't want to starve to death. That's it.
Yeah,
And
the
so,
rich were exploiting them. I would say it's just full of a bunch of French pride. No, I'm just kidding. They were. I mean, it seems to me that they were just. It was just largely exploitation of by the upper class, which included, I would presume, the clergy, which were happy to be in the higher ranks. Exerting some sort of influence for the church. I would guess. I don't know for sure on that, but. I mean, it doesn't really say anything for the whole against the whole structure of the church in any kind of strong sense. But I presume at that time the church wasn't very strong because it ends up getting taken out essentially, right? Finally, around that time, like with
Well, I
Napoleon.
mean, kind of. The whole thing exploded, so you can't
It
really
was inevitable.
say one or the other was strong or not strong, only because, like, I mean, the French Revolution was so utterly chaotic. They literally even threw out the calendar and made up a new one, right? I mean, it was just complete anarchy, as much as you could possibly imagine. Um, but the church did have a certain level of political power in that, you had the first estate, which was essentially the nobles, the second estate, which was intellectuals and clergy, and then the third estate was basically just everybody else. um, and while the clergy does not have the same power as the first estate, they certainly were pretty high up there as far as the estate status is concerned. Um, and in a way, it's kind of weird because in a way, you can't even necessarily say that that's not like earned. Like Tucker Carlson has famously said that elitism is just a fact of life. It's not like you can't avoid it, right? There are some who are going to have and some who are going to have not. And if you want to try and to eliminate that fact of life, you might as well just start coloring butterflies in your fantasy books, because it's just not going to happen. Um, but there is a certain duty of the elites to essentially make life worthwhile, and not in a beer and circuses kind of way, but in a sense like you need to be able to provide for your family, have ability to improve, have ability to learn, read, write, all these kinds of things, worship freely. Um, so I don't even necessarily have a problem with the church having a position of high status in France. Um, but obviously the way that they ended up using it was not very good. And the way that the nobles used it was also not very good. It was just a crap show all around.
Yeah. Do you think? I mean, if you have 98% of the people not having any kind of, if they can, of course, I don't know how that system totally worked. I mean, I don't know what kind of democracy it really was, but if 98% of the people can get vetoed by the 2%, that seems problematic.
Well, really, I mean, the solution, in my opinion, was found in our own nation, right? Where we have this idea of we do have nobles, quote unquote, but they're nobles by merit, not nobles by birth status.
Barely.
Well, a little bit more back then than now, right? I think that over time, unfortunately, things have
In
gotten worse.
in theory, right? Because they're voted. Well, it depends on what you're talking about. But.
Well, but the idea basically was like, when we were looking at the foundation of the United States, it wasn't that you just want this direct democracy, anarchy, what everybody says goes kind of thing.
Hell yeah,
But
no way.
Right, exactly. But it was this kind of idea of like, okay, well, those with some level of skin in the game, the way they defined it at the time was white male landowners, um, which minus the racial element and maybe land ownership is a little bit archaic at this point. I don't think that was a problem. Like in other words, if you expanded the vote to people of other races and then also replace land ownership with like you're like a productive member of society or something like that, I don't actually think they were wrong. I think it's absurd that some dude, some 32-year-old drinking his Mountain Dew and wiping Cheeto dust off his belly button gets a vote in our government. It makes absolutely no sense to me.
So it pays literally no taxes even?
Yeah, like lives with his mom, never been married, all that kind of stuff. And if people think I'm being rude, it's like I literally know that guy. Like, it's not even a joke. I physically know that person, and he's my friend even. But the idea that he should be voting is hilarious. It's absurd.
And it's actually it's interesting that you can it's interesting to say that actually, because what's going on is one of the arguments on I identify politically as integralist, and one of the arguments for monarchical integralism is the fact that when it comes to any office, one doesn't really have it just by being elected normally. For instance, you don't really elect your electrician, right? Your electrician became one by meeting certain standardizations of that profession.
Good point.
And so, in the same way, when it comes to people that are valid to be rulers, the argument goes that the people you want in charge are those that have attained a discipline, a certain methodology and expectation to be able to rule efficiently. And while I don't think that's a serviceable argument alone for monarchicalism, I think that bears some pause of listening to, because what happens is, well, what we see now is that when you allow the common man and every man to be able to have his vote, without many of which don't even have skin in the game, what ultimately happens is that they will vote for the person that fulfills their passions the most efficiently. And if your passions ought not to be carried out or seen, that's a problem. That's a problem. If your passions should not be manifest in society or the culture at large, well, there's nothing to stop that. Whereas before, say in medieval France, you basically had the king and the aristocracy who had all the power. The peasants and the subjects were being ruled over, and the church essentially provided a buffer between the two groups where both sides could get along, where it pursued a common goal for the good of both groups. That eroded with more.
I need some fact. I need some data on that. I'm skeptical.
Well, yeah, as I said, well, that was actually here's the thing. This was something that was common within how to put it. Do you know who Thomas Becket is?
No.
Okay, because now this happened in England, but it's an example of what the standard was supposed to be across the medieval world. Essentially, what was it? King Charles, I think his name was. Yeah, I think one of the King Charles of the 12th century came into power and wanted a bishop in charge, and so he arranged for his friend Thomas Becket to be able to come into power. Now, he's actually said, "Listen, you don't want this because at the end of the day, I am sworn to be a bishop, a priest. I have to be a faithful son of the church." And he put him in anyway, thinking his friendship was enough to win him over. What ended up happening, however, is that Thomas Becket, true to his word, became a thorn in the king's side, to the point where the king ordered his assassination in the middle in the middle of a church while he was saying the mass. So Thomas Becket had his back turned and held up the Eucharist to the Eucharist to the crucifix, and he was basically struck in the back with an axe and bled out right on the altar. And this pissed
I buy that.
Yeah, and this pissed everybody off. Like, it pissed off the Pope, it pissed off fellow bishops, to the point where the Pope excommunicated the King of England, and
Word.
yep, and several of the aristocrats took up arms to replace him. And so the King of England ended up having to submit to the church's authority, and it was determined, okay, the king, he can't be killed because he's king. We need him to establish order, but he needs to be punished for this. And so the king was publicly whipped and then put on the throne. And so what you have here is basically the church.
Wait, they shamed the king, but they didn't dethrone him. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And so what they ended up doing is the church was acting in its correct political function here. It was basically supposed to be the buffer between the subject and the king, and when the king couldn't get his way, when the king basically violated his social contract with his people, there were consequences for that. That's an example of what the standard was supposed to be within medieval Europe. And it was essentially moral scandal and moral laxity that resulted in this no longer being the case by the time the French Revolution was due.
So what do you think? What do you two think, or anybody else can join in? I don't know if anybody wants to speak, just chime in here. But what would you guys? So there's kind of like these pre-Reformation groups that were springing up, and the church was trying to take out, right? What would you guys say? How would you characterize some of the early groups that kind of are known to be like the pre-Reformation schisms or whatever, I guess you could call it? Not the Orthodox thing, but like, I forget what all the early ones are. I'm gonna read more up on this just to get, because I have just a general idea, and I'm just gonna do a position on that, like the Huguenots or something like that. I mean, I know there's like little groups, probably all through church history like this. Some of which you could be more inclined to think sense to squash or whatever for whatever reason, right? But I'm just curious how you look at that, Fro, and then maybe CJ, how you would respond to some of that.
So on 2 points, since you brought up the Huguenots, I'll talk about them, and I'll say something here. I don't even think CJ would disagree, but the Huguenots were basically a radical sect of Reformed Christian, and essentially what ended up happening is because a lot of people understand the Huguenots from St. Bartholomew Day's massacre. What's going on is that the reason the Huguenots were somewhat despised is because they were in a staunchly Catholic country trying to establish a Protestant monarch. and that doesn't make you popular with much of the people. And what ended up happening then is the fact that when the plot to place a Protestant monarch was exposed to the French aristocracy, they made arrangements to assassinate sizable members of the Huguenot community, influential members of the Huguenot community that could pull that off. And when this happened, it basically triggered a cascading effect where then everybody started to go after Huguenots. Everyone from the aristocracy to the boy manning the plow, where essentially the massacre wasn't a massacre in so much that it was intended, as much it basically spontaneously gained momentum because nobody liked them. And at that time, when they became so doggedly attempted to bring about a Protestant monarch, well, they elicited the proper response, you might say, in trying to do that in such an environment. Now, my second point is I recently actually made a video regarding John MacArthur and him trying to claim John Huss for the Protestant Reformation. It doesn't work because pre-Reformation groups, when you really research them, don't have much to do with the Reformation, at least not doctrinally. They are tangentially related in so much that they have a problem with the church's corruption in so much of moral scandal. And you can see this.
I actually talked about him I played a short video on that last night, and then talked about Cranmer too, who recanted until the last moment. Then he recanted his recantation or whatever.
Right. And
it's interesting.
And here's the thing: when you look at the character of John Huss, you'll notice doctrinally he's no Protestant. He's not. For instance, I was doing a video of John MacArthur kind of debunking him because he's trying to claim John Huss for his side. And yet, if you put John Huss and John MacArthur in the same room, John Huss would want John MacArthur burned at the stake. That's the reality of the man that we're talking about. The fact of the matter is Jan Hus, or John Huss, or no matter what you want to call him, he was...
Jan Hus is good. Yeah. Let's go with Jan Hus.
Yeah, we'll go with Jan Hus. Jan Hus was clearly a Catholic and believed himself to be so. He might have been executed as a heretic, but he is, how put it, doctrinally he is almost as remote from the Protestant Church as the Catholic Church is.
I would expect that you will be a Protestant right at the last moment at the end there, that you're going to be like, nope, this is wrong, and then they're going to burn you at the stake, and you're going to say, that damned hand, I will burn it first in the fire for having signed that document. I believe in faith alone. And then as they burn you and your ghost flies up to heaven, that's what I expect.
Okay.
I just want to go back.
Okay. Well, real quick, Jamie, you're very imaginative. Secondly, just regarding the chat, for his cause, the user wanted to come in here and I guess talk with me.
I'll put it.
Hey, Cause, if you want to come in here, you can, but make your decision soon. I got to get out of here pretty soon. Go ahead, Eric.
I just want to go back a little bit when you talked about the King Charles. Is there any books on the political outcome on that? Because the king being beaten in public, I just want to know the political outcome on that, because all the people will look at the king. Does he really have power? And being beaten,
the Pope had, because of the Pope had even more power, probably, right?
Yeah, what about the political outcome in England? Because he said it was King Charles. So I'm thinking of the political outcome of his people getting beat in public like that. Is there any books that talk about that?
None that I'm
well, actually, so I would just say briefly, a good start. It's not going to be super in depth, but a good start would be to look at the Wikipedia article, "Will No One Rid Me of This Turbulent Priest?" Which
one other thing, I have the name wrong. It's not King Charles. It was King Henry II of England. Sorry about that.
You said Henry earlier, I think.
I did? Okay, never mind. I thought I said Charles, so I was right the first time, I guess.
Oh, I heard Charles, but that's
okay, then I was wrong the first time. It's definitely King Henry II.
You may have said both, but I think originally said Henry because I was thinking you were going to say Charles and you didn't. So, but I could be wrong. You may have said both or something. I don't know. So yeah, if anybody wants to come in, I put the it's pinned. The streaming is, I think it's pinned at the top there. But yeah, anybody can come in if you would want to ask a question or contribute.
Well, and let me say on the pre-Reformation guys, it's it's interesting. So, for example, with Jan Hus, there are elements of Jan Hus which would certainly fit into Protestantism and elements which would certainly not. So, just kind of as some examples for either. Jan Hus did believe that Christ alone was the head of the church and that therefore the Pope would be basically illegitimate. He did believe that Bible should be written in common tongue. In fact, he even translated a Czech Bible. And he also seemed to believe in some version of sola scriptura, although admittedly that's not 100% consistent. Now, in fact, that's actually one of the things that caused Luther to be considered a heretic, is he said famously, "Yes, I am a Hussite," and what he meant was that he was basically affirming to what we would today call sola scriptura. There are other elements, though, that certainly, like, I don't think there's any sufficient evidence that Jan Hus believed in sola fide, for example. And also, while he didn't agree with the Pope, he certainly didn't want to split up the Catholic Church. In fact, he wanted to clean it up. Was actually more of like a traditional reformer than even Luther was, because Luther wanted to clean it up for a while, but then eventually was like, you know what, I think I'm done with this whole thing. And you have a similar thing kind of go on with John Wycliffe, who's even before Hus, right? Wycliffe did believe in teaching the Bible in the common tongue. He did believe in what we would today kind of refer to as sola scriptura. He does appear to be a little bit more on the sola fide side, though not maybe quite as. It's the thing with all of these guys, and this is even kind of what I'm getting at, is it's hard to categorize guys before 1520 because everybody is kind of still not necessarily working it out. But you got to understand that after 1054, which was the Great Schism between the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church, from 1054 to 1520, what we would consider to be modern Catholic theology essentially dominates Western Europe. And you don't really, it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, if you're a Christian, you're just kind of considered to be a Catholic. But there was a lot of really, of variously different ideas floating around during these times. And it wasn't just the famous guys like Jan Hus and John Wycliffe. I brought up earlier about Da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci is not typically known as a theologian, but he had this sort of humorous, he was sort of humorously bothered by Mariology of his time. Not necessarily a schismatic or somebody going out writing theological treatises, but like I said, he has that quote that it kind of made me laugh a little bit, just because, like I said, he's pre-Reformation, but he talks about those who seek to serve the Son seem preoccupied with building temples to the Mother. And he's now, will we say that Leonardo da Vinci was a Protestant? Well, I mean, just literally no, because he wasn't around during the Protestant Reformation. And of course, nobody's really sure what all of his different beliefs would have been. Certainly, he was a Christian, but he doesn't write a whole lot on the ideas of like theology and stuff like that. But suffice it to say, these different Protestant ideas, sola scriptura, sola fide, the Marian dogmas being false, stuff like that, were floating around all over Europe for almost 200 years by the time that the Protestant Reformation finally happened. And that even kind of informs our understanding of the Reformation itself. Luther isn't coming up with a bunch of stuff. He's really like setting fire to it. right? Like you have all this caked up grease in the stove, and Luther was just the guy who turned it on and decided to heat up his oatmeal, and then the whole stove exploded.
From my perspective, everybody here is a Protestant. Everybody in Jesus' day agreed on what Scripture was, agreed on what
No, they
belief
didn't.
was.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus didn't go into the synagogue and say, "Oh, that book's not Scripture. This book needs to go into Scripture." You know, they read from the Scriptures. The Septuagint was around at that time. They presumably had Hebrew around at that time.
Right, and
They all knew what obedience meant.
yeah, I'm correct.
And
That much is correct. The issue is that here's the thing: in Jesus' ministry, he didn't really care about what the canon was. When you see him talking about to the Sadducees and the Samaritans and the Pharisees, he basically assumes their canon's correct because they didn't have the same ones. When you look at the Sadducees, they only thought that the first 5 books of Moses or the Torah exclusively was from God. Other books, such as prophets and writings, were kind of up for debate. When you go to the Pharisees, they actually had somewhat what you might call the Protestant 66 book canon today. But even that was still up for grabs, as we see these books are even being argued about well into the 5th century in the Babylonian Talmud, because rabbis are still arguing whether or not the Song of Solomon or Ecclesiastes ought to be included in the canon, ought to be seen as scriptures. And so the thing of it is that everybody knew what scripture's power was. The problem is, how do you identify it? Because the Jewish canon was never really settled until at least the 5th or 6th century. And I'll be honest with you, if the Quran can be trusted as a historical document, I think we can push that up to the 7th century almost, because Muhammad, in his own writings in the Quran, seems to be encountering Jews that see the Torah as authoritative and the Psalms as authoritative, and that's it. They don't. There's never a reference to any Hebrew prophet outside of, say, a folk tale. For instance, when we look at what's a good one? When we look at say Jeremiah, Jeremiah, Isaiah, Obadiah, what's another one? And Nahum. These men aren't even mentioned. Like, for instance, when you go into different rabbinic writings, you at least have reference to the 12 minor prophets. That's not even in the Quran, and these are in Muhammad is speaking in times and places where he's interacting with the Jews in the Hijaz. So the thing of it is, there was never really a settled canon, at least until maybe the 5th and 6th centuries. Now,
Well,
now,
so
now
I would push back on that a little bit, because I think that there was certainly people who debated about it. I wouldn't deny that, but of course, if that's what we mean, then there's not even a settled canon today, right? But we have, like, for example, Josephus and Origen, who are 200 years separate from each other, list the books of the Bible that we have today in a Protestant canon, and I think also Josephus references Maccabees as well, so he has that one edition. But Josephus has the same canon that we do today, and that's we're talking in the 90s with Josephus, and in the 200s with Origen, right? The main thing you got to remember with Muhammad is that and I don't know if he was a liar or if he was schizophrenic. I mean, there's a lot of different things that could have been the case there, but he doesn't seem to have a very solid knowledge of the Bible, but he comes across as if he does, right? So, like, for example, he tells the Jews to go look in their Bible and they'll find him. And then when they do look in their Bible and they come back and say, "Hey, you're not there," he almost gets like delusionally rageful, like he was genuinely expecting himself to be there. And I think that, in my own opinion, I'm not an Islamic expert, but I think that the likely reason for that, to be honest with you, is I don't think he was super familiar with what the Torah and the writings and all that actually had to say. I think he just kind of, had a lot, because also he had an Nestorian priest who was his primary influence for saying that he was actually a prophet, which is super ironic in and of itself, but nevertheless, and I think he was kind of going off of certain things he had heard, but didn't actually have any serious firsthand knowledge of what was present there in the Torah.
Right, and I said that my claim, what I'm saying there, that's if the Quran can be trusted as a historical document. If it can't be, you are completely right, CJ. But if it can be, or at least if history can be generally relied upon within the Quran, then I think an argument can be made that the Jewish canon wasn't settled until much later than we would like to traditionally think it was.
My main point was everybody knew what the definition of sin was.
Correct.
And whenever the apostles went out to the different cities, they set up a group of elders, not one man, to be over the church. And so, yes, everyone was united because everyone was very close to the original event. They were called Nazarenes. They kept the law and believed in Jesus. It was wrote about throughout history. And everything since then has just used the New Testament to misinterpret the Old Testament.
Do you think that or when do you guys think that started to change, or when would anybody want to contest what he's saying, or do you want to give us some specific examples maybe, or do you have any examples of any of the, I mean, there is remnants of weird different churches like that got started, from the first century. It seems to me that you can find remnants of in history, but I don't know a lot about it, so I can't speak to that very well. But they went I think they went further than a lot of people realize. Some of the whatever, but I can't speak much to that. But
Well, as far as canon is concerned, I would argue that there was an understanding of the 39 books as being loosely canonical, and I only say loosely because I don't think anybody was, definitively deciding these things. But I think there was an understanding that the 39 we have today were loosely canonical, probably by around the Maccabean period. There's people who reference in the Torah, or not in the Torah, in the Talmud, a meeting that happened at Yamina sometime in the 90s. It was apparently attended by Hillel the Elder and Rabbi Akiva and a couple others. And they talk about whether or not the books of the Song of Solomon's and Ecclesiastes, and I think Esther as well, make the hands unclean. And for background, basically what that means is if a book was considered to be holy, then it would make the hands unclean if you touched it. And so people were wondering, well, do these books actually make the hands unclean? And the argument in favor of them making the hands unclean was that, well, yeah, they're kept up in scrolls in the temple, so of course they make the hands unclean. Now, what that argument essentially demonstrates to us is that these books, which were counted as 22 at the time, they're counted as 24 in your modern Tanakh and counted as 39 in an Old Testament, Protestant Old Testament at least. Well, actually just in an Old Testament period, because the additional 7 books would not be the same books, but I digress. At least those were stored up in the temple by the time of Jesus, even though they weren't necessarily, they hadn't necessarily hammered out what made these things like canonical or not canonical. It's a little complicated once you start getting to the question of canon, because I don't think that the Jews necessarily thought in that sort of a term. But it essentially, the argument in favor of those who thought these texts were holy, the argument that they present demonstrates for us that they had a certain understanding of these texts as being inspired. And that would apply to all of the 22. In fact, that's the main argument that we have. Like, for example, with Jerome, when he argues against specifically Judith and I think the other one is, oh man, I can't remember what the other one is, but he actually only argues against 2 of the 7. But nevertheless, when he coins this term apocrypha, his whole reason for not necessarily trusting these books was what he called the Veritas Hebraica, which means the truth of the Hebrew. And his whole point was, yes, a lot of Christians use these texts, but the Jews don't actually recognize these texts as being scriptural, and that caused him to have certain levels of distrust about them. Which is so all of this is just a very long way of saying, I think there's an argument to be had that scripture was at least loosely defined, at least by the Maccabean period, and you could potentially even push it farther back than that. If some of the things we read in the Talmud are true, then it's possible that Ezra himself in the 400s BC was collecting together these books and setting them apart for holy readings. That again, though, that's if the Talmud is true, and the Talmud is writing some 1,000 years after that event would have taken place, if indeed it did take place. So it may not even be the case.
Does anybody know who River Rat Raw is? 'Cause he's not responding.
I have no idea. I have no idea who that is.
So if the guy that's in the back, I don't know who you are, so I need something to authenticate who you are. Okay, it looks familiar, so I'm gonna let him in. I got to be cautious. That's all. Can you respond? Can you say?
Is it just varmint?
It's raw, man. Raw.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure, man. Okay,
Right on.
great. Okay, good to have you, man.
Hey, listen, it's been fun to have me. Thank you for having me on, Jamie. And sorry for interrupting you mid-sentence, Yahoo. I did not mean to do that. All of you have a good day, and Christ, and God bless all of you.
See you,
Take
buddy.
care, bro.
Yeah. Ooh, excuse me. Good talking to you, bro. Hey, get
You
back
guys
to me
can
whenever
use
you
that-
can, so we can try and.
Yeah, you know,
Set something up finally.
I'll open up my Gmail and talk to and kind of give you a shout out immediately. I have 5 days off because of the Thanksgiving holiday, so we might be able to plan something between now and then. So I'll let you know.
For sure, man. You have a good rest of your night.
If
Yeah,
you
you
want to
too.
use
God bless.
any of that footage that you guys were talking about, you're welcome to just use it if you want it for anything. So you're welcome to take anything you off of here interactions or whatever. You just have to ask. So
Right. One more thing. Since I'm here, I'm gonna leave something in the public chat. It was a video I did about Jan Hus. We were talking about that a little while ago. So anyone that wants kind of background information or even criticize how I represented the information, you're able to do so in the comment I just left. Anyway, God bless all of you. Bye bye.
yeah, and I'll put your channel in there. Check out Fro's channel. So anybody's interested.
God bless.
Next time you come in, we'll do an overview of your show, your channel. So I like to do that, and I forget to do it all the time with people, and I'll just remind me next time because I want to do that for you. So
right.
Thanks for coming, bro.
All right, thank you bunches. God bless all of you. Bye bye.
God bless. Yeah, I figured I'd give you guys a peek at Daytona live, man. That's why I'm.
Yeah. When I had people do that, sometimes it's been funny business, so I'm trying to be careful.
No, this is actually live. Look, there's my hand. So, but I'm waiting on my son to get up, and we got something to do today, and so I'm over here picking him up. He lives in Daytona. I live over by Orlando. So, how's everybody doing?
Florida, right?
Yeah, I'm in Florida, man.
For sure.
Yeah, can you see this sign, Daytona Beach, city limits?
Nice. So what do you what was it? There was something I was wanting to ask you, CJ, about the I forget. I'll think of it in a minute. But does anybody have anything they wanted to bring up? Any topic or something they wanted to bring up or ask about or bring up? Anything's fine. Oh, look at this.
I want to say
we got a very special guest real quick coming in also. Dear Danny. Hey, man.
I want to say happy Thanksgiving.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, Jamie, you didn't have more than 6 guests. I was worried.
Yeah, I pay, man. I pay.
How much do you pay a
I'm
month?
going all in. No, $20 or something.
I pay 10.
Ooh, well, I mean, I'm the high class. I'm like
They
aristocrat.
give
so
discounts to atheists, so
I knew it. Well, it's that day's coming to an end. I've got Musk is going to buy a StreamYard next, so
oh, is that real? Is that for real?
no, but I can
Okay.
dream. Oh, good.
I'm
I
pretty
hope
sure
you have a
Musk is an atheist, isn't he?
Probably. Who knows? It's like one of those Jordan Peterson cases, probably.
Yeah, for
So,
sure.
Danny, I got to tell you, Danny, I used to be a telemarketer. Okay. So when I was just getting out of high school and I lived with my bandmates and we rented a house and it was fun, but, we all three of us, or no, two of us, sorry, worked. I think it was my buddy's girlfriend worked there too for a while and some other friends, but it was like 19 just total, like, just ragtag group of like, lower middle class, or the higher end of the middle class, lower class, I mean, you could say, or something. And it was just totally just this different, just people from totally different cultures and stuff. And we're crammed in this little room. We sold for like a small business that was growing really fast. They did windows and siding and roofing, a contracting company. And they decided to do their marketing by telemarketing, right? And they had this guy who was just like, he's like a judo little dorky guy, but he was just really motivating. He'd give a motivational speech every day. And that really made a difference, man. And when me and my friend worked there, we made I think we sold over $1 million worth of contracting work that 1 month out of that little room. And they were like, the guy brought like a Jaguar. I mean, it was crazy, right? So it was like poor man's Wolf on Wall Street sort of thing. But my point was, I got so jaded at that job because you give your spiel and you just call after call nonstop, right? And after a while, I ended up getting fired because I was getting screwed. Like I'd get these bids for the guys, and somehow I think the upper management didn't like me or something because I never got any of the bonuses because none of the jobs apparently went through the whole time. Anyway,
Recently?
no, this was when I was out of high school, right? It's 20 years ago, and but I was just gonna say I got fired because it was the first job I got fired from, and it's because I got so where you hear the voice of the person. Right when they start talking, I just felt like I knew whether it was how the call was going to what. And I was a pretty good, I got a lot of bids for the company and I could talk to people pretty good. But after a while, I was just so jaded. I would just hang up on people because I could just tell how it was going to go. And sorry for the long spiel, but I have a small sense that you're getting that way with some of those premiere things where you're on TikTok, but I'm kind of joking, but.
Oh no, this is true. I don't enjoy I took a week and a half break from TikTok, and it wasn't because I got busy with a job, although I got busier. But it's exhausting dealing with these people. It's very exhausting. But I just got you brought up getting fired because I just got fired on Friday. I tried to infiltrate a small little Christian Pentecostal school, and they found out I was an atheist from another student from a previous school, and they fired me for it. But
really? Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I don't blame them. I can understand. But
Why?
when they interviewed me, they asked me about my religious background, and I said I grew up Southern Baptist, and my parents are Christian. My wife is Christian. And they asked me, the person that interviewed me asked me if I had a personal relationship with Christ. Now, if I didn't really care about money, and if it wasn't to interview just to get the job, I would have just said no. But I wanted the job, so I didn't say anything. I just kind of dodged the question. And then what she said was, "Oh, I can see you're very conflicted. I can see God is working in your life." And I didn't say anything, right? So when she called me in, because parents had called concerned, they had requested that they pull out my students from my chemistry class and my biology class. She's like, "What is this about?" They said that you're some kind of atheist. And I was shocked because it took only 2 weeks for, I thought it'd last longer than that.
Well, you couldn't pull it off, Danny, or did you just tell the kids that? Or how did that come? How do you think that, did you find out how that came up?
I'm guessing, now I don't know exactly, but I'm guessing a previous student from a different school was friends with one of my students at that current school and told them.
Oh, okay. Maybe your online profile even, right?
Well,
Or no,
that
is
should
it?
theoretically that should be all closed off. It doesn't have any
Oh,
of my
right.
real name or address. I mean, like,
Yeah.
I don't know how they would have. There had to be a mutual contact. I know there was one student in the school that I had taught 2 years ago that knew that I wasn't a believer, but I didn't think she. I don't really suspect her. But it could, it's just who knows, right? But they found out is the point, and so I got fired on Friday.
I'm sorry to hear that, man. I hope everything works out. Do atheists find out about that and say, "Oh, how dare they? This is a breach of religious freedom," and or anything? Or do
Yeah,
you
I
get?
mean, but a lot of them, after I say it's a private Christian school that's owned by Jimmy Swaggart, right? Like they start to chill out.
Yeah. I got that impression when you said that right off. You're like, I don't blame them. That sounds like something you'd say, and I can appreciate that. In a way, I could kind of see sticking up for you in a way, but I guess it would just depend on how the school operates. I would say maybe because I have some
by Jimmy
that too,
Swaggart
right?
Ministries. I mean, they should fire. I mean, like they're in their right minds to fire me, but I mean, I think it's mostly because of parent backlash. Like if all the parents kind of grouped up and said, "No, we're fine with him teaching our children," I don't think they would have an issue. It's
So
the
what were you going to teach?
chemistry and biology.
Well,
So it's a high school, right?
High
Then?
school,
Is that
yeah.
right?
I
Yeah.
don't see
Okay.
why they should fire you. That doesn't make any
Well,
sense.
it's complicated. Look, it's a private school, so you have parents paying.
Right. I mean, Jimmy Swaggart doesn't believe in the Bible either. So, I mean,
Yeah, that could be the case. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they'd hire an atheist teacher at Adventist Academy.
I would hire you. I mean, I would take the opportunity to
You would have
evangelize.
You would have a parent riot.
In fact, they wouldn't even hire a non-Adventist teacher at an Adventist high
Yeah,
school.
they fired someone.
Well, I understand
for
that. I'm
Hey,
kidding.
Guess what?
I'm kidding.
They fired someone from a couple of years ago for not shutting up about OSAS. Right? So the school's against OSAS.
Really? Because they were Pentecostals, huh? Okay, yeah, I can
They fired
see
someone
that.
on that basis.
Oh,
I would too. I'd fire that. No, I'm kidding. Well, the thing is, that's like the thing about Adventist schools though is that they have more of a network, Adventist network, as far as like they have their own universities, so they like train their own. It's not like a one-off, or like local thing. It's a nationwide denomination in a sense, or a worldwide denomination in that sense. So it's if you're like a evangelical, especially these days, I would think that you'd be more inclined to hire people that are at least similar to your denominational background, right?
Yeah.
A little more.
And I wanted to correct someone in the chat. Peter W said he lied on the application, not on this school. I lied on the Catholic application that I was a Christian. But
well, that's okay because they're Catholics.
Yeah. But yeah. So Peter's just spreading misinformation. So. This is the second time, Peter. If you
talk to the wall, man. Well, so tell us about your shenanigans on. Maybe I should play a clip. Do you have a nice clip you could share with us that was
on
interesting?
TikTok?
Yeah, or something.
I don't know. There's like literally maybe 20 hours worth I've uploaded in the last month. So, but
I might pull one up just real quick.
Yeah,
Did you have a particular one you would want me to play that you thought was good or funny
it's
or anything?
all like a blur to me. So let me look really fast.
Yeah, grab one.
Real quick, I am going to have to hop off here just because I got a couple things I got to do before I get to bed. But nevertheless, appreciate all you guys. And,
yeah, man. Thanks for coming.
See you, Danny.
Yeah, get a message. I wanted to tell you something, but don't worry about it right away or anything. But I'll talk to you, man. Good to have you.
Yeah, for sure. Fellas, guys.
I guess there's like I'm going through I don't think there's anything that like any specific interesting one.
Well, just whichever one I want to show. I'll give you a plug here.
Yeah. So maybe like I know that the third one that I talked to some crazy person, but I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. I gotta look through these.
Do you want to share it?
I know the fifth one. I talked to a witch. Apparently, that was pretty interesting.
Was the crazy guy saying that whales evolved from a small dog-like creature?
Huh?
Was the crazy guy saying that whales evolved from a small dog-like creature in less than 8 million years? Sounds something crazy like that.
I don't think I talked to anyone about evolution on.
Yeah, you said some crazy guy. I just wasn't. I've heard these crazy people saying that.
Oh, is this
whales
like a
evolved.
hit on evolution or something?
Dan, I got you, Ace. I hear you.
Is that what he's
Well,
doing?
I think so. Yeah. I wasn't sure. I thought maybe he saw one
I
of
was
the videos.
watching this video recently, and it was talking about whale evolution and how there's some magic got spread around over there, and then the dog turned into a whale in like the same amount of time humans evolved from apes.
I think it was
almost.
a cow. I think they say it was a cow, but Danny's not even all that big.
I looked at it. It looks like a giant rat that's like about the size of a dog.
Well, that's
I don't really care about any of that stuff
or whatever. Isn't it called?
Anyways, sorry, distraction.
No worries.
Yeah, I don't really care about any of that stuff, A's, I guess.
Well, it's
Danny's
kind
a critic of evolution to some degree. Right?
Yeah, I criticize natural selection, which is the one thing that young Earth creationists actually tend to accept.
Yeah, but for atheism to be true, you kind of have to be able to get from a microscopic single-celled organism to where we are today.
Sure.
So,
isn't that going to be true on theism too? Like, there's going to be a way of doing
part of that whole picture is explaining how whales evolved, and I don't think the scientists have a very good idea there. They're just kind of making things up.
What does that have to do with atheism?
Because atheists,
there were atheists before evolutionary biology. Like, it's not
that's
like this
true. But Richard Dawkins said that they could not be intellectual, and I know this is just one person's opinion, but I think he got it right when he said you can't be an intellectually satisfied atheist without a viable theory of evolution.
Do you think that atheists should accept what Richard Dawkins said there?
I think it's true because.
Why do you think it's true? Yeah.
Because as an atheist, you're working from a naturalistic perspective.
That's not true. I'm not a naturalist.
Oh, so you think there are like supernatural forces at work?
I don't really use that term, but I'm just not committed to the fact that everything is natural or governed by laws of nature or studiable by the sciences or in the third person point of view. However you want to define naturalism, I reject that.
So
Danny's a philosopher. He's not pinned down by such petty.
Do you believe in like the Big Bang theory?
I think sure, but I don't know anything about it. Apparently there's a consensus view.
Wait, are you still? Last time I talked to you, you were an atheist. Are you an atheist still?
Yeah, very hard atheist.
Okay, so you do you like believe in like conventional modern scientific theories?
I just don't think science has anything to do with the theism-atheism debate.
Well, so if you don't believe in God, you are kind of limited to naturalism, in my opinion.
I don't see why anyone would believe that.
This is good, Danny. Explain.
So how did the universe come about without God, but also not by naturalistic means?
I didn't say it was by. Look, do you know what naturalism is?
It's basically the idea that everything that happens is a result of like atoms moving around by forces of nature.
No. Look, naturalism in philosophy just means that the very nature of everything that exists is natural. So it can be governed.
Okay,
there are different accounts of that.
No,
right?
That's not what naturalism is. Naturalism is the idea that
I have 2 degrees in philosophy, right?
Okay,
including
well,
the
they
master's,
lied to you
right?
then, because
including the master's, and
just
I
said-
took a course.
hold on.
Excuse me. I've taken a course on naturalism, right? I've read a book by one of the leading philosophers on what physicalism or naturalism means, right? Daniel Stoljar. Now, who have you read in the philosophical literature that discusses what naturalism is as a position? Who have you read?
I've read like I said, Richard Dawkins.
Richard Dawkins is not a philosopher.
Well,
who have you read in the philosophical literature? Who have you read in the philosophical literature?
Your definition of naturalism was a tautology.
One second. who have you read in the philosophical literature that writes on naturalism?
It's been a
Anyone?
while since I read these things, but I had an intro to philosophy book. I still have it actually. That kind of does.
Who have you read? Or do you know anyone? Name one person that writes on naturalism.
I mean, you can go on Wikipedia and read about
Do you know
naturalism.
any professional philosophers that write on naturalism? Any?
Not off the top of my head, no, but I know what
Okay,
naturalism
so you don't
is.
look. I can name some: Daniel Stolzard, Graham Oppie. There are going to be even people like Peter Van
All right,
Vanderwijk,
give me your definition of naturalism again.
There are lots of definitions, but the idea is that naturalism is a metaphysical thesis, not an explanatory thesis, right? So the idea is that what naturalism is saying is that everything that does exist is in fact natural or studiable by the sciences or in the third person point of view.
So everything in nature is natural.
No, did I say that?
So everything that exists is by itself. What is it again? It's just a tautology.
So naturalism is something like everything is physical or natural or necessitated by the physical or natural.
You could have different for you. If you were a theist, it wouldn't be true, right? Or essentially,
There's
okay. Here's the problem I have with that definition. You're saying that naturalism is the idea that everything exists is natural
or necessitated by it.
Okay, yeah, but what does it mean to be natural? And what I was trying to explain is
one account is that everything
that definition gives me.
Hold on, let him talk.
Look, to say that there's a natural you can think that some phenomena has a naturalistic explanation and not be a naturalist. That was what I was. That's what I was catching you do. Is that just because I might think that there's a naturalistic explanation for the origin of the universe doesn't make me a naturalist.
Okay, how about materialist? Do you believe that atheists are limited to materialism?
No, and I mean, look, there's three terms broadly speaking: physicalism, naturalism, materialism. I take physicalism usually to be about the mind, but not always. These terms are used interchangeably in the literature. Philosophers, when they use these terms, they clarify what they mean, but there's not a universal accepted language. But what everyone does agree on is that it's a thesis about the nature of things that exist. It's
okay,
not.
So can I ask you? I know that I interrupted, but can you answer me a question? What do you have in your worldview to explain everything we observe besides matter and energy and the forces of nature?
Minds.
Okay. Now you're going down a path because minds are according to the sciences themselves the product of interactions between molecules and the
Not
laws
necessarily.
of nature.
That's controversial. Only 2% of philosophers
So-
identify.
David Chalmers is an atheist and probably a naturalist.
there are a lot of
and he's
dualist atheists that
dualist.
think that the mind is not reducible to the physical.
So do you think a mind is responsible for the diversity of life on Earth?
No, not likely. Could be aliens, but I mean, unlikely.
That's interesting.
So
It's foggy when you talk about couldn't you be like pantheist or those types of views too? That would be kind of fuzzy as far as how to understand naturalism in a sense.
yeah, so you have to get from the beginning of the universe, however you conceive that, to an Earth with no life on it, to Earth with life on it as it is today, with no mind. So yeah, you basically just have the forces of nature, atoms, and energy. You don't have any guidance, direction.
Yeah, but you understand that if I accept that, doesn't mean that I'm a naturalist.
Whatever, you can call yourself whatever you want, but you have no mind, no control, no guidance whatsoever. And I don't even think you can posit the existence of a substantial mind according to your worldview. Materialists cannot posit the existence of a substantial mind or a mind that's capable of affecting.
Yeah, but I'm not a materialist.
Okay, you sound like you're confused to me, is what you sound like, because you don't realize the implications of the atheistic perspective.
Yeah, do you know what atheism is?
I know you're going to probably define it as a lack of a belief in a deity.
It's either, look, there's two broad definitions, but I define it in philosophy as I reject the existence of God. Right now, that is all that atheism is. It doesn't speak about naturalism. It doesn't speak about even in under certain conceptions of God, like perfect being theology. It might even include disembodied minds. I could believe in a disembodied mind that's not God, but depends on how you're using the term. But no, it has the belief that God does not exist doesn't have very much import on other views about the world.
Actually, it does, because you have to atheism to be a complete an idea or concept or metaphysical concept has to be able to explain getting from the beginning of the universe to where we are now.
That's where you're confused about atheism. Atheism is not an explanatory thesis.
It is. Well, it has implications, because if we have to be able to say, okay, how in an atheistic worldview, how do we get from beginning of the universe to where we are today?
Did you not hear what I said? Atheism is not an explanatory thesis.
Right, but if for atheism to be complete, it has to have.
I don't know what that means. Look, if it doesn't make any sense. If it only makes sense if you think that.
I can say this: you can't. If you're an atheist, you have to explain. You have to be able to explain to me how we can get from a lifeless.
No, I don't.
He could say I don't know. He could say I don't know.
I could literally just say I don't know, and then what are you gonna have? What I mean, like look, it's like this. You
have to at least have a theory.
It's akin to saying that people that don't believe, let's say we're a square trianglist, right? So we don't think they're square triangles. A square excuse me.
Wait, take, let it wait. You're trying.
Let's say we're a square trianglist, right? So we don't believe they're square triangles. And then someone says, well, now you have to know what the degrees are of a triangle whose one angle equals 90 degrees, right? I mean, that just seems like crazy, right? I don't have to know that to know that there are no square triangles, in the same way that I don't believe in God. I don't think God exists. But that doesn't mean that I have to know the origin of the universe or how abiogenesis works or evolutionary history is. Like, I don't need to know any of that to know that God does not exist.
Yeah, you do, because there has to be an explanation for what we observe. And if atheist doesn't have a working model or theory for that, then it's an unjustified hypothesis.
I already told you, atheism is not a hypothesis, right? You're mistaken on this.
It's an unjustified belief. It's an unjustified belief system, or it's an unjustified position to take.
Do you think atheism is a hypothesis?
It's a belief system. It's a belief system.
You just called it a hypothesis. Are you walking?
Yeah, it is a hypothesis.
Okay, well, that's where you're wrong. Atheism is not seeking to explain anything.
That's not true. That's garbage.
Atheism, for it to be philosophically justified, has to have an explanatory power.
No, it doesn't. Who's telling you this? Are you making this up?
Because
the point is, you're trying to teach something and then saying we're not trying to teach you anything. We're just trying to deny stuff.
Atheism is just a proposition that no God, you guys. Come on. It's just the proposition that no gods exist.
Yeah, I don't believe in God, or I think God does not exist. That is not what does that seek to explain?
Because
you just told us you're seeking to explain to us how God does not exist. That's what.
Well, no, now you're equivocating on explain.
Well, it's one thing to say I believe this, but it's another thing to go like make a career.
You're just
out of
equivocating on the notion of explain.
What are you saying?
Explain, and if I explain to you my belief, right? That's different than saying that what I'm like giving an explanation for some phenomena and the world, right? But I'm not doing that, right? I'm not seeking to explain some phenomenon in the world. I'm just saying that.
Let me explain why I have a problem with what
you are when you say God does not exist.
What phenomena does that explain?
The lack of God in the world.
No, that's what the statement is. What does the statement explain?
Right,
phenomenon?
You're trying to explain that. That's a
What's
phenomena.
The phenomena?
What's the definition of phenomena? I mean, I feel like it's super phenomenal.
Danny, I think is what they want. Danny, is they want to go. They want to know why you're an atheist, and how would you try to go about, or why are you an atheist, Danny? Why don't you believe in God, Danny?
There's some arguments. I guess we can just start with probably the most simple argument for atheism is something like this: that for every mind I come across, it has associated body. So it's unlikely that there are any disembodied minds. God is a disembodied mind, so therefore it's unlikely that God exists. So I'm justified in the belief that God does not exist. That's one of the
Oh
simplest
man,
arguments.
But
you're in
it's you
trouble.
just said that the atheism is not a belief, it's not a teaching, it's nothing like that. It's an
I didn't say
absence
that.
of belief.
I
You
didn't
said
say
it's an
that.
absence of belief,
Yeah,
it's an
because
absence
actually
of
now
teaching.
you have to.
But then you go out
No,
and
no,
teach and
let me
believe
correct
and you
you,
say
Patrick.
this is
Wait. Take turns, guys. I'll let you guys each ask him a question or whatever. But I think he just made an argument for why he doesn't believe in God. That's it.
Right.
Yeah,
And I
that's
never,
that's
I never
what I got.
said
That's
all
what
of what you said. I didn't say, Patrick.
Yeah, that's what I got from.
No, I understand.
That's
I
odd, and the
understand you
reason he
don't
made an
believe
argument
in
for it.
God.
So deal with
My
his
friend.
argument. Deal with his argument.
Right,
Danny,
right,
give
right.
it real quick.
Right. What I'm
Okay.
saying is, I understand you don't believe in God. What I'm saying is, what you presented was that atheism is not a belief. It's not a. It's
No, I
not a
didn't say that.
teaching. Yeah, you kind of did. You said it's an
He
absence
said it
of the
wasn't an
belief in
all-encompassing
God.
explanation of a worldview. And then I
Yeah.
asked him to give a reason, give an argument why you think to justify your position or why you believe it. And then he gave an argument. Nobody
can I do
engaged with
that?
his argument.
Okay, I'll keep listening. I'll keep listening.
Yeah, I'm not saying atheism isn't a claim about how the world is. It's just not an explanans, right? An explanans. Am I getting this reversed? I think I'll check in a second. But there's something called an explanandum and an explanans, right? So an explanandum is that which is being explained, and explanans is what is doing the explaining, right?
What is going to explain?
Right. I understood that. You're saying atheism is not the answer as to what things are. You're just saying that's the
atheism is not an explanans. There's no explanandum for atheism kind of points to, or there's no. It's not an explanandum.
Hold on. All
Right.
right,
It's not the explanation of what
hold
things
on,
are.
Patrick.
It's more of
let me get a
a
word in here. There's a problem
answer
I have with what
against.
Danny is doing, and that's that if we kind of think about this notion of atheism, we have to understand there are implications of that. And one thing we're going to want to do is ask, if atheism is true, how can we explain what we observe as reality in terms of atheism?
No, nothing needs to be explained in terms of
Right.
Look, I'm already telling you what atheism is not an explanans.
Yeah, he just
right. He's taking that position.
We have to. Well, we have.
But that is kind of what we believe in God. It's
give
beyond
one
what we know.
In fact, to be honest,
we observe
theism
living
is not even
organisms.
an explanans. You have to do work to show why God explained things. You can't just say God exists and then treat that as an explanans, right?
Yeah,
So both
we can. Yeah, we can.
Okay, you guys, wait. Pause. So Danny is a special guest here. So because he's actually very educated, right? So let's honor that. And I think a better thing would be like Danny saying something like, "Hold on. I want to give you a chance to talk, but let's be calm about it." So you might say something like, "Danny, I don't think atheism is a good explanation for a coherent worldview. I believe in God because of X." Or say, "What, Danny? Why don't you believe in God?" He gave an argument. Nobody tried to even begin to engage it. You just kind of all flipped out. So let's calm down and take an approach and actually engage the conversation. That's all.
I misunderstood his position. He's saying atheism is not the explanation for why things are, whatever. It's the result of sort of the response of things.
No. What he's saying, atheism doesn't explain things, but if atheism is true, there are implications of that being true. And one of them is that we have to explain reality as we observe it in terms of atheism. And if that can't be done, that should show that.
And that was my point.
But that's such weird wording. Look, the only thing that the furthest implication you get is that if there's a phenomenon, if atheism is true, whatever explains the phenomenon will not be God. That's the furthest. Just in the same way that if I'm an A square triangleist, right? If there's a phenomenon, it's impossible for that to be explained by a square triangle because I'm an A square triangleist, right?
Is there a necessary being? I used to be an atheist not too long ago. Is there a necessary being in existence? Do you believe that?
I don't think so.
Okay, so that's very interesting. That'll take us into new.
The only thing
so there's nothing necessarily at the foundation and things. It's sort of more.
There's only one thing
immortal, sporadic, spontaneous, and things.
There's only one thing I can consider to be a necessary being, and I'm sort of like lean towards it, but I could be wrong. And that's certain abstract objects like numbers and certain propositions might be a form of objects that are necessary. But I could be wrong about that.
Right, but there's forms. The forms really come out of the abstraction of what truth is fundamentally. And I don't know if you've heard about quaternions and things. I don't know if you know. I mean, I'm a math guy. I was also educated a little bit. Quaternion. When you speak about numbers and things, I know exactly what you mean. But I literally believe those things are spirit, like numbers.
Do you know what divine conceptualism is?
No, I don't.
It's the view that there are numbers, there are sets, there are propositions, but they're contents in God's mind. So the idea is that when we say that 3 is an odd number, that 3 does exist, and oddness, it does exist, but there are universals kind of quote unquote held in God's mind that make those statements true when we say stuff like 3 is an odd number.
Right, and that it's abstract in that way. That sounds like the logos. When you say that, it's like the logos.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, that's a popular view amongst theists.
Wait, so Danny, did I just hear you say that the only thing you believe is essentially real are things like numbers and mathematical concepts? And
no, those are the only things I could consider being necessary.
Right, but numbers are fundamentally. We know now that they operate outside of the three-dimensional reality of material. And we know that because of math and stuff. We're deriving the language of the thing, the invisible thing.
There's a problem I have with that, and I think an atheist should believe exactly the opposite, because numbers are abstractions that are creations of the mind. So if
there are a lot of atheists that are Platonist, right? So again, you're I think that you've been. I think you've just been misled about what atheism is. Atheism is not a statement about whether they're abstract objects or not, right?
Well, could it be more than one interpretation on atheists? And I'm sure everyone.
I'm familiar with 2 broadly used definitions, and both of them don't have any implications on whether Neoplatonism is true.
Oh, okay.
Actually, yeah, I think they do, because atheism, there are implications of a world without God, or
what is the implication from saying that there is no perfect being that is a mind, period? What are the logical entailments of that?
Well, you did say perfect. That's not necessarily a necessary definition of God.
Do you think there could be God? Are you saying that God could be imperfect?
The question is, so you understand how probability works and things, like just consider a bell curve. Would you call that a mind? Like if you were to drop a bunch of beads along a bell curve, would it be a mind that is sorting that? Because what we're seeing, and I understand, like from an atheist perspective, is what we're seeing is a bunch of waves. We're seeing sine waves, cosine waves.
That's not from an
different distribution. That's what you're seeing. But is that determined by that mind?
Look, I don't know what
point. That's the logos.
There's nothing that follows from atheism that would give you a specific perspective on those things, right? And you could have atheists disagree amongst each other whether there are minds in the first place, whether minds are non-physical, whether evolution is true, whether there are moral facts independent of our stances. We disagree all across the board, right, on these things. Okay.
So do you believe in the immateriality of the mind?
Yes.
Oh, you do believe the mind is immaterial?
Correct, yes.
So why do you assume that it can only exist in conjunction with a physical body?
Wait, what is immaterial?
I don't know if there's a logical constraint, but I'm just saying that the argument that I gave was inductive. It's not saying that it's impossible that there are disembodied minds. It's just saying that there's not likely given induction.
But when you say as an atheist that there's something that is immaterial, what is it? Like, what are you saying? That's like a statement of fact. What is that?
You're opening up the door to like heaven, hell, like a transcendent realm where a theoretical God could exist. This is a big problem for atheism because
math is.
I don't think what atheism is then.
It just basically I think atheism relies a lot on the notion that there's nothing beyond the sensible realm.
No, that's not what atheism is. That's
Okay, well,
naturalism.
Point is, I asked you, what is immaterial? You said there's immaterial.
Immaterial
things.
means not material.
Right. So
Literally
what
not
is
material.
that? So name something.
So
I
hold
gave
on,
an
like-
example,
like-
mind.
So you are
Right.
opening up.
So you just said the logos. I mean,
Well,
that's
Danny,
my
I
point.
think
The only
I
thing
don't know
that
what you. I don't
the
know
only
exactly
thing that
what you meant by
bridges
logo.
the gap. Well, you said the
I
mind.
remember what I was saying. Remember what I was saying?
Yeah, Patrick keeps trying to talk over me. Sorry,
Just
Patrick.
try to let Danny finish his statements, and then we'll
I
take
just asked a
turns.
question.
Yeah,
Jamie,
it's okay.
so you can tell me to like let them finish too. I don't mind that. I'm not
Well,
going to.
Well, I think you're a little more controlled at this moment.
I just wanted to know the question and the answer to what is immaterial to an atheist, because you're
Yeah,
saying
look, there are
something
certain-
is immaterial.
What I don't understand your question the second that you say to an atheist, because some atheists think that there are no immaterial things. Some atheists don't even accept the distinction. Some
Right.
atheists accept the distinction and say that there's any material things, right? So there are
That's why I'm
positions-
asking.
there are three positions you could have as an atheist, right? So there is no answer to your question the second that you preface it with to an atheist.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
Okay,
there's
you
what an
as
atheist
an
is.
atheist.
There's what atheists believe.
My
those
point
are
is,
two
I know
different-
that I know there's differences. I literally never used to believe in immaterial things. I didn't think that existed, like in that
Yeah,
way.
there are a lot. Okay, so I
So
gave an
it's-
example. I think minds are not physical.
But
That's-
immaterial, when you say immaterial, it means you
Well,
can't
so
make
what are
matter.
what are
There's
they?
no.
What are they made of exactly?
It
Do they
can't be
have-
named. It
Well, they're-
can't be
they're-
named. It
they're
can't be
irreducible,
functioned.
So minds are not made of things because I take them to be irreducible.
So how do they interact with the physical world? What's the mechanism? What's the
dualism, right?
process here?
Well, I'm not so sure. I mean, I'm not so sure if I have an answer. I'm actually kind of sympathetic to the idea that, let's say, if a reason or a belief or an intentional state causes a behavior, that's the ultimate explanation for the behavior. There's no further explanation.
There's a problem in the causal chain, right, or something like that. What do you
Hold
call
on.
it? Didn't you?
All right, let me try to connect some dots for you, Dan. This is why atheists really avoid your line of thinking. Let's say our minds are immaterial, and they are interacting with the physical realm and controlling our bodies. When our thoughts control our bodies, someone could say that there's like a god mind that formed the physical world and interacted with it in that way and created life like that. Do you see the problem there for atheism?
No.
I think I'm a monist too, so I think people are their bodies, and I'm a Christian, so.
Yeah, I mean, look, just it's never gonna. I
Well,
mean,
that's
most atheists, unlike me, by the way, are gonna say stuff like there could be a perfect mind, or there could be God could exist. You can be an atheist and say that. There are a lot of atheists that say that.
Do you believe gravity is perfect?
So would you say you're an agnostic or an atheist?
An atheist.
Wait,
Do you
but
believe gravity?
wait. Well, you just expressed a great deal of doubt about your position and said it's theoretically plausible that maybe.
Did I say that?
Well, yeah, because you said that there could be some sort of.
No, I didn't say that. Look, please get my statements correct. What I said is
what
that
did you say?
if someone is an atheist, they don't need to be committed to the impossibility of God.
Do you believe things can be perfect?
Look, do you think unicorns are impossible?
No.
So I'm just saying.
Look, do you understand what you're the mistake you're making is that we disbelieve in all sorts of things, but we're fine to say that it's possible. Leprechauns could exist, unicorns could exist, the boogeyman
No, but
could
can
exist.
things that are perfect exist? Do perfect things exist currently?
The way I use the term, sure.
All right,
Okay.
so you
That's a
admit
big deal. That's a big
it's
deal.
logical to think that if there are immaterial minds and they can interact with the physical realm, that potentially there could be a transcendent immaterial mind that kind of interacted with Earth long ago and created.
I don't know what you mean by transcendent immaterial. I just take immaterial.
So there's an immaterial mind that understands how to create life, and it interacted with the physical world and did that however long ago. So that's a theoretical possibility.
Yeah, for bracketing omni properties, I'm okay with saying that that's possible.
Okay, you just don't think it happened that way.
Without omni properties, though, right?
Yeah, without omni properties and other like aseity and all these other classical theistic properties is what they call them. Then sure, I mean that's possible.
You think those are what do you call it? They're incoherent,
for the
right?
most part. Either
Logically impossible or whatever.
Yeah, like I mean, they're hard to understand in and of themselves, but when you match them together, you get even. I think you get even bigger.
Yeah, I hear you on that. I did read some of that stuff you sent me on that. I do think that's problematic. I see the problem. Isn't that why people like they want to posit like maximal and all that?
Yeah, like so, like they'll like contrast almighty and omnipotence, like stuff like that. You know.
All right, continuing with this line of thought, what we observe, assuming that minds, let's just assume that minds are immaterial, which
we don't have to assume that. I do believe that.
Okay, so what you have is immaterial minds interacting with material bodies, namely physical organisms, humans, animals, whatever.
Yeah.
Wow, that's very close to saying that an immaterial mind could have created these things in the beginning, and that could be, in a sense, God. Whereas today we don't understand how that's going to happen, but that could be God, and that could be like.
Depends on what you mean by God. I mean, I mean, most people take God to be like the Anselm's notion of the greatest being you could conceive, or perfect being theology. Now, if you define God as the universe or God as my wife, then I believe in God, right? But
no, I mean, God is a literal mind, a willful intelligence that created life on Earth, and probably Earth itself.
Oh well, then yeah, I think that's more than possible.
What's your evidence of immaterial things? You said the mind
I don't think there
is
can
immaterial.
be evidence. I mean, there's
but you're saying you're a scientist, right? So you're denying it.
No. Well,
but I'm saying, what's your statement of why do you say
I don't think it's
to
a
us?
scientific. I don't think it's a scientific question, right? I think that.
Of course it is. Oh my God! Of course it is. To say that the mind is immaterial, because most of mankind obviously believes. Most of mankind believes it's the brain, it's the neural interactions in your physical fleshly body and things. So when you say the mind is, when you say there's immaterial things, it's on what basis?
Explain that position.
Because you're atheist, so it's where's that invisible
I
thing?
think that normativity can't be naturalized. I think the first person point of view can't collapse to the third person point of view. And on those reasons, I think that if they're minds, they're not physical, because I think physical things to be non-normative things, and I take them to be in the third person point of view. That's one of the main reasons why I think minds are immaterial.
Wait,
but you do think
that made no sense.
Hold on.
Do you think is it its own stuff?
If it made no sense, these are very traditional arguments in the philosophy of mind in favor of property.
I mean, I believe it, but I ask you, what makes immaterial? You're saying the third person is immaterial, but the first person is us, right? We're the first person.
I'm getting close to.
I'm trying to ask, what is this immaterial thing that you're talking about?
Do you know what normativity is?
Not necessarily in the context.
Like, think about what you should or shouldn't do, good or bad, right and wrong. These are normative concepts. Okay, so I don't think. I don't think.
Which you would attribute probably to like instincts and things, or genetics and upbringing, nature versus nurture.
Well, there's a whole debate there, but I just don't think that if I should do something, that's going to be a statement about the natural world, right? Because the natural world discovers things that are descriptive, not prescriptive.
Well, what's unnatural? I mean, there's.
Patrick, can I get a word in? If it's true that you should go on a diet.
But if you're
if it's true that you should go on a diet, I don't think that's a prescriptive statement. Science studies the natural world, and science is only in the business of description. So they're describing how the world is, not how the world should be.
Well, you said if you should go on a diet, that's not a prescriptive. That's like prescription in its definition.
All right, good job, Patrick. All right, Danny, I think that your line of reasoning actually makes it much more reasonable to think that theism is true as opposed to atheism.
I don't know why you would ever believe that.
Because you believe in immaterial things.
Because we actually, it makes it much more plausible and reasonable, because we actually you assume that immaterial minds exist, perhaps independently of the physical body. They interact with the physical realm in observable ways, in empirical ways, and from that we can very easily make the logical connection that maybe this is how life came about in the beginning. Was it this one of these immaterial minds interacting with the physical realm to create life as it is?
I've already responded to this, right? I'm saying if you're watering down God to to just a disembodied mind that created life and maybe the solar system or whatever, then I'm fine with saying that is possible. But on what grounds would I think it's probable?
Okay, but still watering down God to say he's an immaterial mind which created all things.
I'm going to answer it. Or I'm going to answer it with another question. Why would you think that this long evolutionary process of basically just physical interactions of molecules is more likely than immaterial minds, which can operate in a much quicker time period and can control the process? Why do you think evolutionary mechanisms are more likely, or do you?
Well, it depends on what you mean by evolution, because I think that a lot of people are confused about evolution. I take evolution not to be a kind of unified theory. In the scientific sense, I take it to be history, right? So these are one of the reasons why a lot of
well, maybe it's not the right history. Maybe it's wrong. Maybe it's not. If you are accepting of the idea that immaterial minds can interact with the physical world, it makes a lot more sense to think a mind put all this together.
You're just repeating that, but you're not telling me why I should believe that.
That's already what you believe.
No, I don't believe that.
A's is just telling you, if you're already saying that there's immaterial minds and things, it's much more logical to believe that an immaterial mind, which would be eternal and truth itself,
Look, I've been asking,
without form, would make all things.
Why?
Because
I'm saying that's the logic of what he's saying. That's the logic of what
do you
A's
realize
is
that
saying.
y'all are repeating yourself? You're saying that because I believe in immaterial minds, that therefore God is more likely. I'm not understanding why. You have to give me an argument.
Because when you look at the complexity of living organisms and the apparent design of them, it makes way more sense to think that.
I'd say that's just one argument. I'd say that's one argument we're bringing.
Yeah, that's not.
up
I don't
with
understand
this.
the argument. You're saying.
Let Eric ask his question. Eric had a question.
Yeah.
No. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't understand the arguments. I don't think things have the appearance of design, right? I don't
Really.
But
So,
you
like,
think there's perfect things.
When you look at like all these patterns on animals that look like they were designed by like an artist, and you think that's just like atoms splattering around in the universe mindlessly, not knowing where they're going, not knowing how they're putting things together. When you look at like a bird or a flower,
can leopard change his spots?
Yeah, look, first of all, on either hypothesis, right, whether you think a disembodied mind made it or a set of naturalistic processes, you're going to have chance, right? Because there's not going to be a good explanation for why a disembodied mind.
No, you're saying disembodied mind. What you mean is immaterial spirit. That's what you're telling us, which is what we mean.
That's what I mean.
Disembodied mind is a very different thing.
No, not on my.
You're saying without, like, removed from the body.
That's what disembodied means.
No, but we're talking about God. You're saying there's immaterial things.
He's watering down the definition of God. Remember?
Danny, have you ever heard of a concept called specified complexity?
Yeah, I think it's nonsense.
Well, okay. Well, if you look at your cell phone, the reason it works is because of specified complexity. It is put together in a very specific way, and the parts are arranged in a very specific manner. And if they weren't arranged that way, it wouldn't function. And living organisms operate in much the same way. You can't get a cell phone just from dirt blowing around in the wind. It'll never happen. But living organisms.
Well, there are no laws. There's cell phones.
Haven't you ever heard of a Boltzmann brain or
Brownian
motion?
I think the point is that you're not really understanding how I come to, or how anyone comes to, design inferences. I don't think that design inferences can be made simply on the physical facts of the system that you're saying is being said that is designed, right? It's really with that system and your background knowledge with the exponents as being a mind.
That conversation was wicked, man, on Rebecca's channel.
Yeah.
that you had?
Yeah.
Remember that, Danny?
You remember that, man? You're a veteran, Jamie.
Yeah, that was painful. That's my only comment. I think you want to go there with Danny, but you can try if you want.
So can I finish this up, Jamie?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, what I see here is Danny acknowledging that minds are probably immaterial. They can interact with the material world, and they can control things. They can manipulate the physical world. But somehow he doesn't see how, it makes more sense to think that a mind designed what we see around us as life, because mindless chemical processes did it over billions of years.
Do you remember my response to that?
You basically just asked me, why should I think that?
No, I gave a response to that. I said that on either hypothesis, there will be mindless or randomness with respect to phenotypic outcomes. Doesn't matter.
That made no sense, dude. That was science.
Wait. How about let me take a line here. What about so let's talk about immaterial minds interact with the physical, movements of the body or whatever, and then how what are the implications of maybe like because you're deterministic, right? And you don't see any room for free will. So like
not libertarian free will, right? But yeah.
Okay, but I mean so how talk about causation between the two, or how you think about that, and then how that if determinism has anything to say about how the immaterial interacts with the physical at all.
Yeah, so this is something I'm studying right now, but there are different types of causation. One kind of causation that we see in nature, the kind of Humean kind of causation called law-like causation, is one where when A causes B, there's some kind of law that for every A there will be a B. And that's the kind of causation, like I said, we see in the natural world. But there's other kinds of causal models or causal powers, I think, that we could entertain. Like one is called singular causation. So the idea is that A causes B, but there is no law of the sort that for every A there's a B. So when you desire to drink water and that leads you to try or attempt to reach for a glass of water, there you have a mental state interacting with the physical state of your brain, which leads to all sorts of other physical states of you reaching for the water. The idea is that there are not going to be any events that are in between there's going to be no events at some point between a mental state and some physical state. So you desiring to drink water, there will be and then the first physical state that follows from that causally, right? There's not going to be any events by which there can be a mechanism of explanation for why the mental interacted with the physical. So what some people say is that at that point you either get a law, which is a non-causal sense of explanation. So for every A, there's a B. Or you get something called singular causation, where A causes B, but there is no law of the sort. Right. So I think that's one kind of view you could take as a dualist, right? That your reasons are sort of like ultimate explanations for your crimes, your behaviors, and there's not a further description about the laws of causality with respect to your desires or something like that. No psychophysical laws, or psychological laws, in other words.
Sorry, I thought my thing was off. You probably heard me typing. I was looking for what's his name? What's that philosopher's name? He's blonde. He's on Capturing Christianity all the time, but he writes papers. No, he's
atheist or theist.
He's a theist. I think he's on he's not. I don't think he's a professor or anything, although he's a younger guy. Maybe he's a kind of heavy set guy. I know he's been on Capturing Christianity YouTube channels that talk about
recently on the channel.
Yeah, I think he made an argument against the papacy or Catholicism not too long ago with on Capturing Christianity. I'm trying to remember his name, but he wrote a paper and they were talking about causation, and it was he was talking. What's his name? I want to say it's like Mick something maybe.
I'm trying to look. I'm looking right now. I'm
trying to find him too. I can't. His name's
Taylor
on the tip.
Jackson?
No, it's I can't believe it's not coming up. Let's see. I'm trying to remember he was talking about he has an argument about
Justin Crummett.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, yeah, I've talked to him before.
Yeah, I think you have, haven't you? I think you've. I don't remember where I seen you talk to him, but I think I have seen you talk to him. I know he was talking about a paper he recently published. I thought about, and it had to do with causation. I was curious what you thought about it. I'm trying to think of what it was. I can't find it now, but
yeah, causation is kind of spooky, no matter how you go about it. It's something that like kind of makes
it's a problem for everybody, isn't it? Really, I mean that people.
I think it is a problem for everyone. But like, I mean, I don't know.
Especially the atheists.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Danny.
Yeah, go ahead.
How you doing, man? I'm just simple. I'm curious. Do you think anything is a mystery?
Sure.
Okay. Just curious.
Can I ask you why did you talk about lifting water, like taking a cup of water to your mouth when you were talking about deterministic sort of lack of free will things? I wonder if you got that from somewhere or what that means.
The point is that
because you're saying your immaterial mind.
It's just an example when you desire to do something and you decide to act, that the mental has to interact with the physical, right? No matter what view you hold. And so depending on the view, though, there's going to be a description about whether there's a mechanism sort of explaining how your desires connect with your behaviors, or there won't be a mechanism, right? And as dualists will say, ultimately there is not going to be a mechanism of interaction. But that's kind of where that was coming from.
There has to be. Yeah, okay. I kind of understand what you're saying. Point is, there has to be mechanisms.
Well, there's going to be a point where there can't be a mechanism.
It's a value cascade, is what you're talking about. The value cascade.
Well, there's going to be a point
the reason you're lifting the water to your throat. It's for value and things.
The problem is that mechanisms are causal, and there's going to be points where you have two events that are causally immediate to each other that you can't have a mechanism for because they're causally directly linked. So at best, you can have a non-causal explanation like a law or a theory.
God, dude, I'm so thankful I graduated college and just don't have to listen to that.
It seems like I'm totally just I don't know what I'm talking about. Like it seems like what's that paradox like, right, where it's like you cut it in half every time and you never get to the finish line sort of thing.
Zeno's paradox, I always get.
Yes, the Zeno's paradox maybe or something, or yeah, is that what you said? Yeah, like that seems to have some sort of
I'm looking at it.
Issue with causation, even like because the idea like you said, I heard you say something like eventually it's like you just have to just say A equals B, like you're saying, like it's just like otherwise there'd be an infinite number of like chains in the links in the chain or something, right?
Exactly. Yeah, on every model, whether you're a naturalist or physicalist or whatever, dualist, there's going to be a point where there's no further explanation.
Yeah, because otherwise, or you have to like timeless ideas of something weird or something.
You have an infinite regressive explanation, right? That's what
you're right, and that doesn't make sense in a temporal setting where actions take place. I mean, something like that.
Wait, Danny, do you realize your viewpoint? You are denying modern science with your worldview.
I don't think modern science really speaks to philosophy of mind directly.
It does, because
so you're a theologian.
Yeah, but look, I did my thesis on philosophy of mind. So are you prepared to have this discussion?
Yeah,
you just say abstract theologian.
I don't think you're going to be prepared.
Hold on, Patrick, come on. What modern science teaches is that the mind is completely a result of chemical interactions in the brain, or perhaps in some other parts of the body, but mostly.
There are a lot of
to that. Is there like you're saying modern science teaches this about what? About a full coherent worldview? I mean, again,
look, there are a lot of scientists that believe in souls, that believe in mind-body dualism. They don't speak on those issues. Now, it's true that a lot of neuroscientists lean towards physicalism, but there are dualist neuroscientists, right? In philosophy of mind, only about 53% of philosophers are physicalists. The rest are 25% are non-physicalists, and the other 25% don't take a position. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Would you say that the philosophers disagree with what the scientists are saying then?
They don't even agree with each other.
Because it seems to be like
Yeah, philosophers don't really agree on anything, it seems to me.
Yeah,
But he just said he's a philosopher.
That's not a position. That's
but-
a job description. They have all sorts of ideas that interact, including theist philosophers or atheist philosophers. They disagree on every last thing you can imagine.
Which is okay. I mean, if it's
I mean,
science,
you have
that's
philosophers
okay.
that are
you know,
denying that
to
your
disagree.
hands exist, right? Like, I mean, it's just not. Look, the point is that in the philosophy of mind, it's true that the predominant view is physicalism, but you have disagreements among physicalists. So, like what you just said, right, which is a kind of reductive physicalism, right? Only 25% of philosophers accept reductive physicalism. Actually, more philosophers lean toward non-reductive physicalism.
So let me ask you a question. Would you say that, philosophical and logical inquiry is a better means of attaining to the truth than the scientific method?
It just depends on the questions we're asking.
So when it
Did you
comes
say
to the mind,
wait? Did you say most physicalists, scientists, or philosophers are non-reductive physicalism? You said.
Yeah,
catch
let me check on that. But the point is that it's split in the middle amongst the physicalists. It's like split down the middle in turn. Like not many are identity theorists, which is the view that there's some identity relation between physiological states and mental states, which is the view that I thought was giving. But that's actually not as a popular view as you would think. Functionalism seems to be a very popular view, which deny mental states as even being an entity, right? It's more of like relations and inputs and outputs, right? But there is just so much disagreement, and it's not like neuroscientists are going to help any because they rely on the reports of their of people that they're studying to know what any of the mental states are in the first place, right? So, it's just like
whether it's identical with or whatever, that sort of thing with
like
the brain
they can
or
only,
whatever.
all neuroscientists can do is give you correlations, right? And then they
Yeah.
just
Right.
presume then they just presume that their identity there's an identity relation. It's not like they argue for it or show that scientifically.
Right. It's a mystery.
Oh, Danny, did I give you my thought experiment that I'm so proud of? I can't remember.
Yeah, go ahead. Look, I'm probably not.
Okay, good. I didn't think I had because I don't remember what you said if I did. And I always thought this was funny because I'll just tell you now, like, I feel like the way I end up seeing it is agree with my philosophical position about free will and physicalism. And I thought it was interesting because when I asked CJ, who's right, he's a hard determinist, essentially, in a sense, right, or for theological determinism, but yet he gave the opposite answer. And I feel like I should have his answer based on how I answer it, and I feel like he should have my answer for, it's more coherent with his position on determinism. But so I'm always interested to see how people answer this. So here's the thought experiment, and I'll try to make it brief. But I have to make sure I think you'll get it right off anyways. So the idea is, okay, this is just like theoretically possible or whatever you call it, or logically possible, but just presume everything's identically the same. Okay, you have two exact rooms and you take identical, like kind of like Siamese twins, right? You have two identical DNA, or whatever you got, zygotes, let's say identical, like to every last piece of DNA. And you put them in two identical rooms with identical environment. Okay, it's sealed or whatever, so it's closed off. And the only difference between the two genetically, and we're talking about inputs, everything to make them grow, and I mean the timing too, like they're injected at the same time or fed at the same time. All the inputs and stimulus in the room are identical, down to the gravity, cosmic ray bombardment, all conceivable and possible inputs on the environment. So their nature and nurture is identical, right? The only difference between the two is that they exist in different space-time, positions at the same moment. Okay, so that would be like essentially the only difference I'm positing. They're two physically different objects in space-time, but they're like near each other, so all identical down to the cosmic rays, gravity, wind pressure, nutrients, timing of inputs from the environment. Okay. Now you grow these fetuses up at the same time. Okay. And so that presumably everything looks exactly the same in both rooms. And then they become adults. Like how now, if you started talking to them and asking them the same questions at the same time, would they be like absolutely identical human beings? Like, would you continue with the same stimulus to get the same, where you're basically seeing just the same movie playing in both rooms?
Okay, so let me try to, because let's talk about this in terms of possible worlds, because when you say stuff like 2 different rooms that are identical, right? I kind of get lost. So you have a possible world, okay, where there's a fetus and they grow up and whatever, okay? They have another possible world, and the only difference between these 2 possible worlds is what exactly?
Yeah, well, presumably nothing. Their inputs are the same, their genetics are the same, the pressures on the environment are the same. And I mean, like, I have them in the same world because the only difference I'm positing is that they exist, where they are positioned in space is the only difference. But all the environmental pressures are the same, including the timing of the stimulus, like when you give them food, the movements in the rooms, the phrases being like said to them. Okay, and let's say you grow these 2 fetuses to 10 years old, would the people respond identically with all the same inputs and the same genetics?
Yeah,
they diverge for some reason, and I would say no.
They would. That you would say no but that makes sense because you're a libertarian, right?
Well, I believe in libertarian free will, but it seems like a problem for my view because it seems like immaterial soul.
Well, remember, I don't think any view can avoid indeterminacy. Though the question is where to put it, right? So a lot of naturalists put indeterminacy at the starting conditions of the universe, right? So that idea is that why the Rocky Mountains, right? Ultimately are there kind of accidentally, right? There's no laws of, there could have not been Rocky Mountains had you had different starting conditions of the universe, right? And so, but the laws of physics are going to be different across, even though you have different starting conditions. So the idea is that if you have 2 universes with the same laws of physics, right, with the same starting conditions, right, then you're always going to have Rocky Mountains, right? But you could change those starting conditions in a way. Those could be different, right? That's where your indeterminacy is.
Well, I'm thinking more like, regarding human souls, like, or human persons, like a clone, like if God.
Yeah. He just said the determinacy is based on the source, which is God, whom created it. So if you could have made the world a different way, you would have. But it's the universe. It's one verse, one creation, all that.
Yeah. So Jamie, it depends on where I put my indeterminacy, right? And to be honest, it's kind of hard to know where to put it. So, but given what you would say, right? I think between these 2 possible worlds, I should expect.
You would have essentially the same person, just a copy, and they would be doing identically the same things in response to their environment and saying the same things. They would just look like you're watching 2 movie. But and then I want to say, well, that doesn't seem right because I want to say people are like individuals, even if they have the same stimulus. They do twin tests and stuff. So the issue I have with it is like, I can't come up with a reason why the 2 people just wouldn't be a copy, like they'd be a clone and they would be like the same person, they wouldn't know it, right? But that seems like a problem if you believe in libertarian free will. And it's funny because CJ's a determinist and he was saying, no, they would diverge and be different people, presumably because he's going to posit, well, they'd have different souls or whatever, theoretically or whatever. But I'm thinking, I can't see a reason why they would be any different if everything they were experiencing was the same in every possible sense. Do you get what I'm saying?
I kind of agree with you, I think, but I hope I've understood the way you set up the experiment because I want to think of it in terms of possible worlds because, like, for me, it's like you have 2 red balls that are identical, right? Well, that presumes that they're substantively identical, but the relations are different. Right, so one is.
Everything would be the same, like as far as the building blocks, the molecules. That's why I say the only difference would be they're in the same world at the same moment in time. They're just in 2 different. The only difference you can really posit is that they exist in a different position in this space.
Yeah, those are going to be different relations. So all the same substantive properties, but different relations.
I mean, everything like cosmic rays, wind pressure, when they're fed, when the stimulus is given, that they interact with their environment is identical, even in the timing. Like, why would I not think they would just look like the same person in two different rooms happening in the same way? What would be the factors that you could posit that would say they'd be different?
Can I try to open this up in this
one
go
way?
Ahead. Because you're talking about the spirit and everything. It's how can we all be the same and yet totally different in things? But I'd like to introduce the fact that the spirit is beyond one consciousness in the way that we understand, and it's also the similar way. My one question for Danny is you believe in the immaterial mind. But the point is that immaterial mind, you believe that's information, right? And so do you believe that information?
What are you saying I believe?
That immaterial mind, my point is not all atheists. Believe me, as an atheist, I did not believe in anything immaterial in the way that you're suggesting. So if there's an immaterial mind, it's called information, it's called truth. And it has to exist somewhere.
Yeah, but I've never used the word
spirit.
I've never used the word information.
So no, I'm asking that was my question is it information? Is the immaterial mind?
There are at least two senses of information. One is causal covariance, and the other one has to do with mental content, like propositions.
Information is just information by definition. So the point is it in the mind? Is it in the mind that you're calling immaterial? Does that live forever? Because if you say you're an immaterial mind as an atheist, you're telling me you're going to live forever. Your spirit.
No, why are you?
That's what we call the spirit. It's information.
That can be dependent on the body. That doesn't follow though.
Yeah.
Well, the body's a different thing. That's my point. Information is spirit. The words are spirit and life. Words are information. That's that. So when he suggests as an atheist that there's immaterial spirit in things, it's where is that coming from and where is it going? Like, does Danny's words?
He doesn't know, but it
could exist.
Be dependent on the body. So that I think you guys are reading into what he's saying way too deep here, or you're presuming.
I would say.
Well, no, I'm just asking. I'm asking the question, Danny.
Yeah, I think that on bodily death. I think that on bodily death, I cease to exist. I think that's probable, not impossible.
If your mind is immaterial,
but your immaterial spirit, right? So your immaterial mind, as you said it, your immaterial mind. Your body dies. What happens to the immaterial mind, which is truth, which is information? No, it can't be destroyed. Information cannot be destroyed. It's not possible.
Why is something that's immaterial?
Y'all were talking over each other. Sorry, what?
Can I push back?
Why is something that's immaterial contingent upon the physical body necessarily?
Why not?
Yeah, information cannot be destroyed.
Let River. Yeah, but it doesn't mean it's conscious. It should be information. Rob, what did you want to ask? You haven't gotten a chance to say anything.
Well, I'm really. You guys are talking way over my grade level, so I'm trying to stay awake, man. Has everybody seen Daytona Beach before? Do you want to? I could drive you right down to the beach if you want.
Sure, go ahead.
Not on it.
Hold on.
But
wait, you had a question though. You had a question. I want to give him a chance to ask the question. Did you want to ask Danny something, or you wanted to make a comment? Yeah, you had a comment. I thought you were trying to comment a minute ago. I thought so. I just want to give you a chance.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I have a question for Danny. It's simple and maybe simply profound. I mean, if you had a chance to live. If you had a chance to live forever in paradise and experience eternity, would you want to do that?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's an
some
honest
people
question.
say no, and I don't get this.
So God just hasn't revealed himself to you yet, is all I can see.
If something like God exists, or if something like that existed, I guess that could be true.
Yeah, so there was a time in my life where God hadn't revealed himself. I thought Christianity was BS. I wasn't really. I used to claim I was an atheist. I wasn't really an atheist. I was more of a I don't careist.
Yeah.
I was the guy that where's the women? Where's the party? I I didn't. It wasn't revealed to me that God was real until I was 20 years old, man. You know, I was a heroin addict, and miraculously, God pulled me out of that. And I can't prove it to you. This is something I personally believe that God has to do. Okay, we as believers can't really. All we can do is preach the gospel, the good news that Jesus Christ loves the world and He died for our sins, and we're all sinners. And I'm gonna pray for you, man. I like you. I think you're very intelligent. You're interesting. Philosophy's not my thing, but you know what, dude? You keep looking, you keep searching, have an open mind, and maybe God will tap you on the shoulder one day, like He did me, and probably some of the other people in the room. And I'm gonna shut up because that's just preaching. So
That's why we're here, though.
But I think
And I
you're cool,
concur.
man. I don't want anybody to discourage you. Don't be discouraged. Keep looking, man. You know, Jesus said this. He said, "Seek." Right? That's a small word. It's very simple, but that's what it's all about. You look for me, you'll find me, and it's worth finding, man, because it's going to be mind blowing. I think man's wisdom is, when compared to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, our wisdom, our logic, it doesn't even register on God's scale. So it's mind blowing. There's no human words to describe how wondrous this adventure is going to be. And I'd like to see you there, dude. Seriously. But I'm going
I
to shut up.
appreciate the comments. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, man. I love you, man. You're a fellow human being.
You love me. I'm gonna do the Pine
Yeah.
Creek.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Do the Pine Creek.
That was beautiful, Rob. But I wanted to kind of get at a point that Danny made earlier. Why do you think that something that's immaterial is contingent upon that which is material? Why would something that's immaterial end at the dissolution of something that is material?
Well, I can tell you why I believe that. I'm not so sure if I can offer you a mechanism or anything like that. But the point is that for every person that experiences bodily death, there's no observation that I've made that that they have, I guess, passed on to a different body or a different kind of existence. So I just
but you realize we can't empirically observe the immaterial mind with our physical senses, right? So there's no way for you to know what's happening and what isn't. But
look, I'm not observing your mind directly, but I know you exist based on behaviors, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the point is that after a typical human, when they go through bodily death, there are no such behaviors that are in sync with their previous commitment. So I don't think that they exist anymore.
Yeah, but logically, something that's immaterial should not be contingent upon that which is material. Would you agree that that's at least a theoretical possibility?
So you're saying that there's not a good reason for a dependency relation? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I mean, that might be true, but it doesn't really matter to why I believe that I cease to exist on bodily death.
I think your position is completely irrational. I'm not trying to be rude, but for you to say,
do you even know what you mean by irrational?
Yeah, it's inconsistent with the.
What do philosophers mean by irrational? Do you know?
It doesn't follow from the logic
philosophy.
I don't even think the Bible teaches that. So for whatever that's worth.
Okay, well, where are the angels right now, Jamie?
In heaven.
Yeah, I take something to be irrational if and only if I've invalidly inferred, which I'm not making any kind of deductive inference.
All right,
or I've contradicted myself. Now, since I'm arguing inductively, I have made no invalid inference, and since I don't think there's anything you could point out to show that I contradicted myself.
Danny, what you've said is that you have an immaterial mind, which is information, which cannot be destroyed by definition.
Have we gone over this? You haven't really told me what you mean. Do you mean causal covariance or propositional content?
Yeah, let's not go there. I don't think it's necessary, Patrick. I just want to stick with it.
I think that's a good question. Why is he an atheist saying he'll live forever? because of the information that is his immaterial mind. That's all I'm saying.
All right, yeah, let's look at it this way.
I don't get that.
Information cannot be destroyed.
You have
It's not
not
possible.
told me what you meant by information. At this point, you're just saying blah blah every time
Yeah,
you utter
Patrick,
What do you mean? I just mean information cannot.
You
It's
mean
like 1
causal
+ 1
covariance.
=
You mean
2.
Patrick, do you mean causal covariance or do you mean propositional content?
When you say causal covariance and propositional content, you're not saying the word information. I'm
but
just
those
saying
are
the
two
word
senses of
information.
Those are two.
Information is information, right?
Oh wow, how
That's how the
profound.
language works. That's how language
How
works. I just mean
profound,
data.
Patrick.
Well, it's like
Information is
numbers. Can you
information.
destroy the number 1?
Look, the point is that I'll give you an example of causal
You're trying to
covariance. Excuse
obfuscate it.
me. Look, let me finish. One sense of information is causal covariance. For instance, if you see smoke, that's information for heat, but that is not propositional content, right? Tree rings might be information for age of a tree, right? But that's one kind of information that's different from propositional content. What propositional content is that which can be true or false, right? Fire or smoke itself is not true or false, right? So those are two different senses of information. So when you say information, do you mean causal covariance or do you mean propositional content?
Wait, Patrick,
Well,
hold
when
on.
you talk about trees, how could the tree take back its own age, and how could smoke become
Danny,
fire?
can you ignore this? Danny, can you
Smoke
ignore
is not
Patrick?
fire.
Because
Why do you have to
Yeah,
ignore
no
it?
problem.
Why do you have to ignore what I'm saying? You just said
Because
the tree.
You're ignoring
You're
me.
introducing unnecessary
I'm
variables.
answering, dude. I'm answering exactly what he just asked. He just asked that.
He asked you what kind of information are you
Right, the rings
suggesting?
of the trees. How could you possibly reverse the information that is in fact encoded in the rings of the trees? You can't go back in time. You can't destroy that. You can burn it, like you said, but then you're trying to equate smoke and fire, and they're two different
But it's
things.
still true. It had X amount of rings, which is
My point
information.
is
It has nothing to do
right.
with
It's information. The recorded history and the information cannot. Which
Yes,
is
it'll always
beyond-
be true that you existed, but that doesn't mean you live
Right.
forever.
So I'm just saying, scientifically, literally, information cannot be destroyed. To
Patrick,
suggest
you get
otherwise is
different-
anti-science.
But what I want to get at is this apparent contingency of the immaterial upon the material, and I don't see why we need there's an assumption that when the material body dissolves, the immaterial ends with it, because it would seem to me that something's immaterial is not dependent on the material. Would you agree?
But do you remember what I said to all of this? Or do you want me to repeat it?
Yeah, you basically said you don't
Break it
observe
down,
the
Danny.
immaterial aspect continuing on to another body, but that doesn't matter.
No. Look. Here's what I said. Please listen this time. Right. The first thing I said was I actually conceded and said that maybe it might be the case that there's no dependency relation, but that is not why I believe that I cease to exist on bodily death. It's not. There could be a dependency relation. There may not be. I really don't know. But the reason why I believe that I no longer exist after bodily death is that when people die, I see no indicators of behaviors of their previous mental states or their commitments after bodily death. So it's an inductive inference, right? That
why would you see something that you can't observe with your physical
I
senses?
said behaviors. Did you hear me say the word behavior?
All right.
Okay, you're talking about the behaviors of physical bodies. Well, the physical body is what dying. We're talking about the immaterial mind. So you're purposely avoiding.
I already said.
All right, hold on. This bridge connects one side of the intercoastal.
We were getting somewhere.
To the other.
We were getting
and,
somewhere.
well,
Let me
no,
right?
you guys
I
are
don't
just
want
arguing.
to derailed. I just don't want to look. The point is
You're
that
arguing.
the reason why I know you have a mind is not because I observe your mind, right? I'm not making the claim that I know that you exist because I've seen or perceived your mind.
Jesus
I'm knowing,
is the bridge.
the idea is that the way that I come to know that there are other minds is, number one, I know my own mind because of constitutive self-knowledge, and I understand the sort of behaviors that I bring about. And then I see those other behaviors in other bodies that are like mine, and then I make inferences to their mental states or the fact that they have a mind, right? So I don't directly observe the immaterial. I've never said that, so please don't characterize me that way. Now, when someone dies, the question is, do I see behaviors after their bodily death that are indicative of the same types of mental states that I was inferring to when they were alive? And the answer is no. So then I make an inductive inference that they likely don't exist. Doesn't mean they can't exist. I'm never going to argue with a Christian about
your induction is terrible.
Do you know what induction is?
Yeah, what you logically derive from.
No, that's not what induction. Induction is not like a like logic. I'm not using logic. I'm using experience.
All
There's
right.
no reason to think that. There's no reason. You guys are equating, as far as I can tell, you're not realizing the reasons for the dualist idea. He's suggesting it. You're equating. I think
Why is it that I don't think that there are horses with horns, right? And that's because for every horse I see, there's a certain they don't have horns, right? So then I think that there are no horses with horns. Now, could there be horses with horns? Sure.
Welcome to the world's most famous beach.
So the point.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
So the point is that if for when people have bodily deaths, especially after a couple days, right? I don't see any behaviors that correspond with their previous commitments anymore.
Can you see the Atlantic Ocean?
Okay, but the problem is the reason for that could be because the immaterial mind is no longer interacting with the physical body.
Sure, I already granted that. It could be. Look, and you understand that what an inductive inference is, that whatever that you negate, whatever conclusion you negate, right? It's certainly going to be possible if it's an inductive inference.
But your reasoning is very. I hate to say.
Look, did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, I
did.
did.
What I just said?
It's very poor.
What did I just say? Wait. Now you're skipping over what I said. What did I just say? Are you listening?
Yeah.
What your viewpoint is that you don't see.
No. What did I say about the nature of inductive inferences just now? You're ignoring what I'm saying, right? I'll say it again for you. I said this: the nature of an inductive inference is that you can take the conclusion, you can negate it, and that's going to be possible.
Right. He's not. Right. He's just. Yeah. I see what you're saying. But
all right. Here we go. You ready? We're gonna look at it. I'm gonna see if I can take it down.
Well, you can't induce what it is you're concluding based on what.
Oh my goodness!
What you're observing.
Look.
What did he conclude?
Look.
Right. What does he conclude? Yeah, that's what. Good question.
All right. Is that when someone dies,
he's concluding that there's no immaterial mind that continues on after a bodily death. That's his
I'm saying that if it's an inductive inference, you can negate it, and it's still possible.
Yeah, he still says it's still possible.
I'm saying it's unreasonable because.
Well, then give you a reason for why you think it is what you think it is. Then.
Right.
I think that I'm saying his reasoning doesn't lead to the.
Fine, but what's your but yeah, okay, but he didn't say it was impossible. So why do you think it's plausible? Why do you think he's wrong? So why are you right?
That's exactly what I'm trying to say, because what he's basically saying is there's this immaterial mind that's influencing the body, and when we die, he doesn't see those interactions happening anymore. Well, he doesn't see this immaterial.
That's a simplistic way of putting the view.
Influencing.
I don't think he said that necessarily, specifically. I don't think he
said but so my problem with that is the whole point is that the immaterial mind cannot be observed, and
look, I already answered that, right? I don't observe your freaking mind. I don't observe your mind, A's. Do I observe? Are you observing my mind right now?
I think the guys. I think really.
No, that's the point. I don't, but that is. But if it is,
why are you bringing that up? No one's observing each other's minds directly. No one is doing that. We're making inferences based on behavior.
But if it's immaterial and it's influencing your mind, then you can't say because at physical death, the material stops doing these behaviors. The immaterial mind is therefore it's more likely to think that it ends.
What are you contesting my premise? What's the premise that you're contesting?
Right.
I'm contesting your conclusion.
No, but look. I know you're contesting the conclusion. I'm saying what premise of the inductive argument are you contesting? I know you're contesting the conclusion.
The premise I'm contesting is that it makes more sense to think that
that's not in my premises.
Yeah,
hey man,
immaterial. All right, so the premise is the immaterial is controlling the material, right?
No, god damn. Oh, look.
I'm
Listen to
gonna
what I'm saying.
I'm gonna
Look,
take Danny's side on this.
look.
Why
Very,
I've
force
never
it?
heard someone get so
Say
much
my
time on Jamie's channel.
let me give you let's just use a simple example. Let's drop a little bit of the philosophy speak. Here's a simple example. So I have a grandmother that loves to water her flowers, right? She dies of a
Awesome.
massive heart attack, right?
Bummer.
Now,
Bummer.
if I went back to the garden that she normally tends, right, and I see that it's still being tended, right, but no one is going in and out of her property, right, and I visit late at night and I can hear noises out there and maybe a slight, almost ghost-like figure, right, then
Maybe it smells like grandma's homemade pie.
yeah, or something like that. The thing is that these are the behaviors
Awesome.
that I experienced when she had her normal physical body. And so that seeing those behaviors after bodily death is going to make me think that she likely still exists, right?
Wait,
But
why? If she doesn't have a
Her
body, how can the
orthopedic
immaterial
shoes and
mind?
hairnet appear in the closet out of
Wait,
nowhere.
how can the immaterial mind interacts with the physical through the material body? So if it doesn't
Sure.
have a physical body, you can't observe it.
No. But look, I already told you it's a different body because I see a silhouette of someone that has like this
No,
kind
you
of.
can't. No, why would you see a silhouette? Do you see a
It's a
silhouette?
hypothetical. Look, it's a hype. I'm not actually seeing this shit. Oh my god. Okay.
I just can't believe it's a spring.
Come on,
This is
guys.
an embarrassment, Danny.
You're an embarrassment. Right?
I agree with Danny.
You know what a thought experiment is? You're an
Wait,
you know,
Rob,
you
you
insult
agree with
philosophy by
Danny?
putting it in your name. You know what a
Yes.
thought experiment is?
Yes. Do you know
You
why?
agree that because he can't see a silhouette moving
Yeah.
around in grandma's backyard, that means the immaterial body is
Look, you're just missing the point.
No, I agree.
The point is this: that when my grandmother died, her physical body died. Right? I'm gonna think she's likely no longer exists. But then when I see the behaviors that corresponded when she was her body was alive, right? Then I might that raises the probability that she still exists.
Wait, but the physical body is gone.
But
why
there's
would an immaterial mind? How can an immaterial mind?
Hey, Ace, I think you didn't listen to him. I think you haven't been listening to him. He just
Wait,
explained
the problem is an immaterial mind has to interact with the material world through the physical body. So when the physical body dies, the
There
immaterial
can be
mind
another body. Look, couldn't you understand that there can be another body?
He said right, and he said, "Look at the." He said,
No,
"If you hear what he said, he said the behavior. Listen to what he's saying. He said he looks for behavior, and he gave you a behavior that believes that he believes that the information or body still.
But Vaughn, the immaterial mind cannot engage in that behavior anymore.
Yes, it can.
because it doesn't
Who's
have a
saying
physical
that?
body anymore.
Who's saying that? Who is saying that?
He's saying what it would look like if he had a reason to actually infer what you want him to infer.
I understand that, but the problem is an immaterial mind to be observed its activities. We need to see it through the physical, which is all we can detect with our senses. If you can't see
how many times do I have to say this? It could be a different physical body. Look, like Casper. Okay, you know what Casper is? Hopefully,
I love that cartoon.
Okay.
Well,
Casper
what if it exists in an immaterial realm that doesn't?
No. Look, that's where you and I look. I know that most people would say Casper the ghost, that thing that you see on TV, has like an immaterial body, but I don't think it's immaterial. Not based on how I use the term, right? It's just a very different body than the ones that we have.
But it can't be. We can't detect this mind, this mental.
Look, just take one step at a time. Casper, the friendly ghost. Okay. Yeah. Does light not when Casper is doing things in the haunted house, right? He interacts with physical things. His body reflects light. The idea is that it's a physical body, but very different than ours. One that we don't really understand very well, right?
A mystery. Yeah.
It's kind of a mysterious body, right? And that's how we know that Casper has a mind, because of that white kind of physical body that he has, right?
Well, I feel sorry for you. If this is how you
feel sorry for you, and I feel sorry. Look, it's an insult to philosophy that you use it in your name.
So here's the problem: if these minds are immaterial, and they are actually currently what's interacting with our body, we know that they can't be directly perceived by our senses. So to say that you are coming to this conclusion because you don't see them doing these things is just
The
ignoring
behaviors,
fact
the
that we
behaviors,
have
the
already known.
behaviors, the behaviors.
When you say behavior,
The behaviors are based on what the physical bodies are doing. When the physical body dissolves, there's nothing left.
No, but there could look. I don't see any problem with saying a consciousness could transfer to another type of body.
Maybe they do. That's what the Buddhists believe.
Sure, that's the thing is that if I saw those behaviors even after they died with their original body, then I would think they continue to exist. But absent of that, I don't.
Okay, well, you know that there are people who claim to remember their past lives and stuff, right?
What about it?
I mean, I actually studied this scientist. His name was Ian Stevenson, and he went to he traveled around Asia, and he documented cases of young children who reported being alive, and they gave the names and stuff. And when he went to go investigate, like what these children were claiming, he actually found out that these people really existed. So you should look into Ian. I'm not saying it's true or
I know
not.
this is a peripheral to our disagreement. The point is that I've given you an example, the grandmother example, as a way of knowing that that it might be probable that she continued to exist after her first biological death, right?
Well, how do you know this mind isn't doing this in a way that you can't perceive?
What are you talking about?
How do you know this immaterial mind is doing this invisibly to you?
I'm not saying that. Where are you getting this from? Are you reading off
because you seem to have concluded that the reason you don't believe these things go on is because you're not observing these behaviors. Well, it's impossible to observe what they're doing.
False. I gave you an example in which I do.
You're de facto preventing yourself from coming to this belief.
Look, no. Let me correct you here. Look, water, when she was alive, she watered and kept up with her garden. That's the behavior, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when she died in the hospital for the heart attack, right? And then I go back to her house, I see no one come in or out. Okay. I see, and let's just say that no other person with a biological body, we'll call it, has come in or out. But then I noticed that the garden has been upkeeped. That's a behavior, correct?
No, it's not. It's an observation.
It's a behavior. Look, the thing is that if I punched you in the face, right? The idea is that leaves signs of behaviors. That's going to be a behavior.
Look at that thing. Would you ride that?
Well, this behavior can't take place without a physical body, and you can't perceive.
I'm not disputing that.
So why would the thing be water?
One thing at a time. Look, one thing at a time. One thing, grandma example, right? So I've stayed at her house. I've stayed.
Wait. Take turns, brother. Take turns.
I've stayed at her house for a month, and I've noticed that the garden is continually being upkept as if she were there. Now, all I'm saying is that that's not normal. Usually, I know. Let's say I can just stipulate that if that garden is not being taken care of, the plants will die. So something is causing the upkeep of the garden, and that's going to raise the probability that my grandmother might still be alive. Right?
What if the immaterial mind needs a body to do these things?
I'm fine with saying that. Right? It's just it's going to be a different body.
Okay, so you can't.
We'll call it ghost body.
Do you believe in reincarnation? Is that what you're saying?
Wait, guys. I think you should try to be a little more probing. Ask questions. Don't fight him. Don't fight him on it. Just ask him.
Do you believe in reincarnation?
Wait,
that was like my first question in like 10 minutes.
I'm telling you what it would take for me to believe that someone.
Wait, Danny.
It's an eternal mind.
Conclusion, because if
turn your echo cancel.
I don't. All right.
Oh, there we go. It was raw.
The proof standard you established for yourself.
The what?
The proof standard. The standard of proof that you have established.
It's not proof. It's not proof in the deductive.
Okay, the evidence, the standard, whatever the standard you have set up for yourself,
are behaviors.
Doesn't prove what it is you're trying to establish. Because
I'm not trying to prove anything to you deductively.
Right,
it's inductive.
You move with the goalposts.
It's inductive.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to say,
wouldn't that be
if we're
another?
trying, if you set up a test to prove something that doesn't necessarily establish what it is that's trying to be proved, and to say that's your standard, then you de facto.
Do you understand? I'm not trying to prove anything to you.
I'm trying to show you that your reasoning, you can't conclude decisively what it is you've concluded based on your standard of evidence.
Pause. I'm going to ask a favor to continue, so this just gets a little bit better of a conversation. I'm going to ask you to use this method of inquiry here. Can you?
Why can't I make direct assertions?
Well, because it's bugging me. It's not going as well as I think it could or should.
Well, let's use
I
a bit,
want
can we use
to.
a
I have to explain
can we use
why
a
I
biblical
disagree with
example?
Buzz by directly stating what the problem I see with his logical process is.
But it's not working. It's not working. Like
Yeah, I
you're
just
putting words in his mouth.
I just think they both see things differently. I understand both sides. I understand where Danny coming from and with H, but I just think the disagreement is Ace is not accepting when he says his behavior and what he sees. But I just think that it's on two sides of the coin. That's
Well, I think he's offering what it would look like to have a different inference or a different.
I understand that. I completely. What I'm saying that proves nothing, because the whole point of an immaterial mind is that it can only be observed as it's interacting with what's material.
Look, I already said. Do you know why I gave you the Casper example, or were you not listening? Do you remember the Casper example? Why did I give it?
The thing about it being immaterial is there's no way to observe it in immaterial
I'm
state.
going to prove that you don't listen. What was the point of the Casper example?
For Casper, like there's the things are moving. It's having an impact on reality, but we don't see it. Or
What is the point of the Casper example? Do
Quite
you know?
frankly, I thought it was kind of a silly thing to say
Yeah,
at
you
all.
don't know. Look, because you don't listen.
All right, so what is the point? How does that help?
Casper has two bodies. He has his biological body and his ghost body. Okay? So the point is that if Casper biologically died, let's say, and his consciousness, his immaterial soul, or whatever you want to call it, can transfer to a new body called ghost body. Okay?
So you believe in reincarnation?
No.
So in between transferences, does a consciousness still exist?
Now that I don't think that. So look.
There you go. Now,
Danny, can information be destroyed?
Wait, no.
Can you just tell me already?
Patrick, look,
Can information be destroyed?
I think
Please.
the thing is that what a mind is for me is a point of view. Okay, and points of view are constrained by the bodies that we inhabit or the bodies that we embody, right? So
no. That's the exact opposite of what you're saying. You're saying the mind is immaterial. The mind is beyond the body. You just contradicted.
For a mind not to have a body, I don't even know how what perception might look like, right? So the idea is that I lean towards the view that for there to be like something conscious, there needs to be an apparatus of perception, which I call a body, right? So now so whether it could exist, like when we fall asleep, there's no perception, bracketing dreaming, for example. So it seems like minds could exist but not be conscious, right? Or be present. There's no presence of mind, right? But if you're present to mind, if you're perceiving, I think the implication is that there's a body. Now, I could be wrong about that. I could be convinced. It doesn't pertain to our disagreement here. The point is that if someone dies a biological death, right, and then I see the sort of things that the behaviors or sort of causal tendencies of their previous mental commitments, that's going to raise the probability that they continue to exist.
But here's the problem with that is that if the immaterial mind needs a physical body to interact with the physical realm.
You remember what I said to that? You're not listening. What was my response?
Did you just?
You remember my response to that?
You just said
a lot of things.
Yeah, and you don't listen. I said I'm fine to say that there is no such dependency relation.
Right, he did say that. He said that about 3 times.
You don't
Yeah,
listen.
that's correct.
Okay, well, if there's no dependency relation, then I think it makes more sense to think that the immaterial consciousness continues on after death.
The point is, he's shifting the question. The question is the information destroyed? Is that possible?
All
Can
right,
you destroy information?
Danny, well, let me wait till this. Let's wait till Jamie's done playing his game.
If you can destroy information, you're God himself. So,
All right, I'm actually a little bit. I think this is important, and Jamie wants to play games, which I like you, Jamie, but you know it is
They're
kind
not
of
games. This is my opinion on absent from the body. It doesn't make sense
all
to
right.
me.
Well, how about this? You know, I would rather have this as a serious conversation. Danny, you're welcome on my channel. I don't dislike you. I disagree with you, but you know I do think you're smart, you're intelligent, and you are clearly highly educated, probably more so than I am. And I just invite you to my channel, and you know it doesn't have to be a recorded discussion, but I think this is an interesting conversation. I just want to find out more about where you're coming from, and honestly, I think you're wrong. So try to convince you you're wrong, but I invite you. So thank you for having this discussion with me.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think I could only tolerate him on a channel like this. I don't think I could go to his channel. He doesn't really.
Well,
I feel like he's
no,
never.
he's his antichrist, bro. We all know it.
I mean, he just doesn't listen to me, right? Like I have to repeat myself like 5 times.
Yeah, I'd like to see people be a little more with questions.
And
But
what
I
I'm
mean,
saying doesn't even like it. Most people would agree that if they had a dead grandma and then like a biologically dead grandma, and then weird stuff started happening in the house, like the kinds of things that she normally accomplish on her routine happen inexplicably. They're gonna think that, oh my gosh, is she back? Is she a ghost? Right? Like they're gonna think stuff like that. And the reason how they come to that inference is that they see those causal tendencies that they would have seen if she were biologically alive. That's why people
yeah,
believe
they
in ghosts.
associate things, occurrences, which correlate with their living state, right?
Exactly.
So
I mean,
I think so. I want to say something about this theologically because this is my strong opinion on the matter, and that is, I think a lot of Christians, a lot of their hope and their faith is in this idea that when you die, you don't really die, and I think it's well, you know, I feel very strongly that that's an incorrect view, and that you should not be putting that much dependency of your hope on that. And faith should be the return of Christ and a resurrection from the dead. And so I know that's not philosophy or whatever, but I really feel strongly about that. And so
we don't have to talk about
the
philosophy.
faith is not dependent on.
I think it's a mad ass complex issue where it's honestly what amazes me as an actual believer is what is driving all these people on this earth to be like, yo, I met Mother Mary last night, you know, and she told me everyone's burning in hell and stuff. But also I understand Danny's position coming from an atheist, and that's why I'm trying to root him up. Sort of,
I agree with Danny anyway,
because I used to be there, where it's like immaterial things. If you speak on the root of things,
Danny, wait, I want to ask Danny
manifest.
something about this because even Kenny Rhodes kind of made this argument, and I feel like it's a little bit. I mean, it's like one of those things where it's plausible. Maybe I've asked you this before, Danny. But I'm just curious what you mean. So, kind of similarly, like Jamie, don't you believe in? I mean, I've had Christians say, "Are you an atheist?" And I'm like, "No, I'm just talking about the nature of man." Like, of course, they like know I'm not an atheist, but they literally think you're an atheist, and I'm just thinking like, and then I wonder like, I can't help but judge them a little bit on their thinking.
What's going on? How did they infer to that? I missed the first part.
Okay, because I'll be like, yeah, I think humans are I'm a monist, or basically, and so, you know, I think humans are. I think when your body dies, the person ceases to exist until they resurrect. And Christians some Christians that's so foreign to them, they think like they're like, are you an atheist now? Like they're confused, right? And then I can't help but think their whole and I get it because it's related, right? Like eternal life and all that. But like, you know, I think if you I'm worried because I don't think the Bible actually teaches that, and I think if that's all your hope is on. Like that's not. I don't believe that's what the Bible.
Yeah, this is called intellectual.
What is a monist?
Well, hold on.
This is
What's
called
a monist?
this is called intellectual Jamie, this is called intellectual tribalism. So the idea is that, like, and we see it in politics all the time. So you have like some conservative pro-life, against gay marriage, nuclear family, but then they say, well, I think we should have universal health care. And then everyone loses their, are you no longer conservative? Like, it's just like
Yeah.
they lose their minds, right? And just because the idea is that most conservatives, social conservatives, actually are going to be against universal health care. And
What's a monist?
Hold on.
yeah,
We'll
and
get there.
so same thing. I did the same thing here. Like when I talk to a lot of atheists, especially on YouTube here, I say that natural selection is bogus, right? Like I have good arguments against natural selection. They call me a Christian. They call me a theist. They call me a young earth creationist, right? So I mean, it's just
It's frustrating, right?
Yeah,
because it's like you don't want to pity them for being stupid about it, but then but it's like you want them to see like the bad thinking there, or something like that. Not in like a, I don't mean that in like a condescending way. I just mean like it's bad thinking, whatever, right? It's just bad thinking.
Yeah, no, I think
that in a condescending. I know you say you don't like, but that's the way a person would take it. Like I just think people I mean, Danny comes from a certain point of view through life and the philosophy, and we all have different ways that we go about within our lives. I think I think sometimes we get to the point, like Danny said, tribalism. We've been raised in that way for so long. When we see anything outside of that, we think the person is either crazy or the person is dumb. That's what we call them, due to this outside of our norm. And I think that's what hinders a lot of us from growing.
Yeah.
I think there's a difference between, like, okay, if a random person came up to me and said they don't believe in evolution, they're probably not an atheist, right? Probably. But let's say I found someone that didn't believe in evolution and then they said they're an atheist. The most I would say is this: well, like, oh, I didn't expect that. Interesting, right? I wouldn't start like psychoanalyzing them or calling them like, oh, you're not really an atheist, right? Like, that's what I wouldn't do.
What do you mean by you wouldn't expect that? Is that
I wouldn't
psychoanalyst?
expect them to be. I wouldn't expect them to believe in evolution, or sorry, reject evolution.
Based on psychoanalysis, you're expecting something, right?
Well, I'm just saying most. What I say, for someone to reject evolution, I think they're probably not an atheist. But if I found an atheist that didn't believe in evolution, right, I'd be surprised, and I wouldn't think I was unreasonable for thinking that they weren't an atheist. But I wouldn't like do it like, oh, are you, like start telling them what their real position is or whatever. I'd just be like, I just move on, right? I'm like, oh, interesting, like, and just kind of move on rather than like flip out about it, right? Which is what I think Jamie's talking about.
But why
I get that. You start asking questions. The point is, you'd be cool with them.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't mean like you're condemning them, but you are in fact psychoanalyzing stuff. But that's okay. That's natural.
Yeah, maybe I use that word a little like too loosely. I just mean like, oh, you're not really an atheist, right? Since you don't believe in evolution, like you were probably confused, that kind of thing. That kind of like to jump to that.
Yeah, and then they want to like change your mind as though like you can't have that view or something.
Right.
Rather than just being like secure with their own view, and I think that's like insecurity. And so I that's what I mean. Like when I say, like, I'm not saying like, oh, I care so much about their poor dumbness or something, or ignorance or whatever. I just think to some level it's like it's annoying, but on the other level it's like I want them to listen and like just be like okay with disagreement and just kind of like understand the other person a little bit. It's not always easy. I don't always do that either. I mess that. I don't mean to be like disparaging. I do hate to see someone like not be able to hear the other side, because it just smacks of somebody like really needing people, like, I don't know, reassurance or whatever for their view. I don't know. I don't want to overanalyze somebody, psychoanalyze anybody. I just mean, it's frustrating because you want to see them understand the position. That's all.
It seems like monism has such little import on the gospel and what Christianity seems to be about. I mean, the worst thing I mean, that probably people freak about is the soul, but there's still going to be interpretations of what a soul is on monism. You know, I mean,
Yeah, it's anthropological monism.
that, or you can just be talking about essence, right? Like,
Can you define
I just mean it in
monism,
an anthropological sense, really, because I believe that was what I was going to ask you, Danny. Was so the argument goes something like this: of course, anthropological monism for humans isn't true. I mean, there's angels. Don't you believe in angels? They're disembodied spirits. Therefore, disembodied spirits exist. So, like that's to me, that's not an argument for anthropological dualism because it's coherent. Obviously, you could, but it is. I don't think they're directly necessarily connected. I mean, we don't. So it's not because no theist is gonna, or like especially a Christian, right, is gonna deny that God's immaterial. But even that is an interesting question, though, in some sense, right? Like you were describing, what does
yeah,
it
but
even
one
mean to
sense
be?
of like soul,
Guys,
like when
wait,
the
wait.
Bible says,
Hold on,
I
when the
don't
Bible
even.
says,
I'm not
okay.
even
hold on,
joking
Patrick.
about the fact.
Patrick, after
I'm
this, you
just
can.
not even. My point is, I don't even know what monism is. I
Oh
literally, I
yeah,
just want you to actually explain that to me because
do
I'm
you want to tell him,
lost
Danny?
in this
I'll do it if you
conversation.
want.
And that's all, I'm being
So
honest.
monism is something like there's only one category of ontology, like
That's
so.
regular monism. That's why I say anthropological. I just mean the human is one substance in a sense, right, or something like that, or
Oh
I
yeah,
guess it
so
would have to go
monism,
to.
but you can say monism with respect to humans. Okay, yeah, I see. But like the idea is that what monism is simpliciter is that we're talking about one kind of thing. Okay, so humans are composed or made up of or themselves one kind of thing, right? So it's not made up of different ontologies. So like dualists think that humans might be composed of two types of things, the mental and the physical. So monists might think that humans are all mental or all physical. So we're just talking about like the nature of the thing and kind of the categories, the ontological categories of being. That's redundant, but just to be clear, of what the world is like or what a certain kind of being is like.
I'm really just saying I don't believe humans are alive when they're after they're dead because they have an immaterial substance that is their essence of their consciousness. It just means I think you're the living person or the living soul is dependent on the body. When you die and the whatever the breath of life is in your mind, you know, like we can use them. I mean, I don't think God literally blew into a pile of dirt, although it may be something like that, like to just a simple explanation of it, but I don't necessarily have to believe that's the literal thing, although I tend to kind of think of it that way. But the point is, you need the constituent parts to make the living creature. When you die and whatever the breath of life is described in the Bible, whether you take that super literally or not, is the point is when that leaves, you're not alive anymore. You're not a living
Yeah, I do
soul.
have a question. So do you think that like a belief is made of parts?
I don't.
So first of all,
Okay.
first
I'm not sure.
I just want to thank Danny for his and you, Jay, also for your explanation. Because I literally had no idea what you're speaking about.
I guess I just mean I'm not a dualist.
But
maybe
the
more
way
accurately.
what you were just saying is kind of what I'm trying to express with information and things. It's the information of who you are and what you were and all those things written in the, spirit.
I believe that exists after I die.
Right, but so that's my point. That's kind of that's the spirit versus your soul. It's your consciousness. Like you actually have to be melded to a body.
I look at it more like a pattern of who I am that God can reinstate, but I don't think it's conscious. It would just be what it is that makes me, the information that would make me, be reconstituted is the same person. I mean, I don't know that obviously,
The point is the information is so specific. Like all information is individual.
Well, don't you think the information that makes you in the mind of God created?
It's completely unique, is my point. So it's
right, but look, you didn't exist before you were created, did you?
No, in that way.
Okay, so did God know what information? Did God know the information that constituted who you would be before you were created?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so
yeah.
so
long before.
So the information that makes you does not equal you existing consciously.
No, the information itself is the existence. Is my point.
Right, but you were arguing
the existing consciously. Yeah, right. But that's what I'm trying to say is the existing consciously. That's the resurrection. That's the life. That's we are alive right now.
You were arguing the information means you are conscious after you die. I
I'm
would
saying,
agree with you. Something like that is true, but it doesn't mean you're conscious until you, that's why it's dependent on the body. That's how we were designed, I would say.
well, I'm saying God's mind, it's like the trees, right? So the tree is alive, it creates a bunch of rings, but the information of that tree and those rings and everything associated with it isn't lost. And it's materially, it's manifested through seed and continuation of lineage.
Well, I would
and
presume
things,
I would presume everything that will exist or could exist exists in the mind of God in a blueprint form or something like that. I mean, I don't know how to describe it,
right.
but if
And that's
that's
the logos. That's the
attributes of
logos.
God,
Right, that's the
obviously the
logos.
logos, yeah, in a sense. I mean, that gets all hocus pocus as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I think.
No, it just is. You said the mind, and you said the mind, the plan of God. It's all those things are proceeding forth.
Yeah, but I
from
don't
logos.
think you're
It's
alive
the
in the mind of
logos
God
creates all things.
when you're not created. I don't think we exist until we're created. But I'm saying the information that God, presumably, although I'm open to changing my mind, I would just say my understanding of God's knowledge is like, whatever, present, whatever they call that. It's in the mind of God. So, but it doesn't mean it's instantiated or whatever. It's just he knows how he's going to do what he's going to do before he does it. And I don't know.
Right.
To imagine how God could even be a person if he has all information of all things that will, could, and can exist or do exist, all at the same time without any need to cycle through the information and be any kind of a person. That's problematic in my mind. But
Right.
like, how
The
is God a
thing
person? Everything he knows, everything that I mean, he would just. I don't even know
we're
that.
talking about the difference between the spirit and the body and things. I mean, we're literally like mortal creatures, dude. We're out here on the YouTubes and everything.
Yeah, right.
And we're
right.
talking about eternal things of God. That's the information and stuff. It's the tree was planted, dude. Christ.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna go to bed. Jamie, do I still have your number?
Danny, I was just want to say, do you think that? I mean,
Yeah. What's that?
Is that the? Do you think that's an argument that proves dualism, that angels exist? That's basically what I'm asking. Like maybe
not
it's like
anymore. Than if
metaphysical dualism. That's two substances, right? But as far as humans, I don't see how that connects.
No, I'm not so. I think that it's not, not any more than like if we found Casper in the haunted house, that proves dualism. I mean, it just proves that they're different types of bodies.
Right. Yeah, I would say if it was a human spirit or ghost, it might suggest human dualism. But if it just the fact that non-human exist, I mean, anyways, it doesn't matter.
The problem is that there's a full conception of immateriality. Like ghosts are supposed to be the example, but I have a hard time understanding why they wouldn't be physical. Right? They just operate under different laws of nature, right? Because
yeah, people laugh at that. I've seen Christians laugh at people who even begin to suggest that. And I'm like, I don't think it's really that stupid. Like, where's Jesus' body right now, for instance?
Right. Yeah. No, I don't. So I don't think that just because Jesus or the angels have very different bodies, like that we would call like colloquially supernatural, that's not like a defeater to physicalism, not by itself. Because you could just
right. In that sense, I told Kenny, it's like I believe in like in the sense of I don't know, I think of it like metaphysical dualism or whatever. I believe that there's perhaps another substance that exists. I just don't, because it's all theological.
You don't want to be based and something that I'm just leaning towards ever so slightly, maybe like I'm getting closer to, is that this distinction between material and immateriality is actually pretty confused. And
yeah, nobody can really define it, can they?
It's pretty. I'm close to just dumping it, right? So really the question should be rather than asking are minds physical, are minds brains, that kind of thing. Or something like that, right? But
it kind of messes up my view too in a way, but it kind of messes up the whole show in a way.
Yeah. And so but I'm not there yet. In fact, I don't think I'm even close, but there are a lot of people like that are skeptical of the distinction in the first place, right? Because like Harry Potter, like all that magic, right? Well, in what sense is it magic? I mean, they're doing potions class and they're operating by rules. It just seems to be different laws of nature, right? Like, in what sense is Harry Potter, anything that's happening in Harry Potter, supernatural or not natural?
What does that even mean? Is it magic? I mean, does God have physics?
Exactly. And it seems like we're using this word magic basically to say laws of nature unlike ours, something like that. But
Yeah, those are interesting questions with miracles. I tried to do a show on that a while ago, but
Yeah.
I think yeah. If you got to go, man, thanks for coming. It was
I do.
fun.
Do I still have your phone number?
Yeah, it's the same one.
Okay, let me make sure.
I'll send you a message.
Can you? Let me see.
Yeah, I will. I'll send you one in a second.
Does it end with 5?
No, it's I'll send you a message.
Okay.
Did your number change?
No.
You have my number? I'll text you. I did from a while ago. Yeah. I haven't texted you in like a month.
Because I have here a Jamie from YouTube, and it's a 253.
It's 208.
Oh nope, not. So you gotta text me.
Okay.
Okay. See ya.
No.
Bye.
Yeah, I've known Danny for a while. I'm a patron of his channel, even so. I'm a member of his channel.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, it was a good conversation. It's just, two sides of a same coin. That's all.
Yeah. Hey, pseudonym, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Pretty good. I know I've talked to you before. I think on another channel, maybe, but
yeah,
have you come on here before? I don't think so. Or maybe you did. I don't remember. If you did, it's been a while.
No, I think usually we talk on I think Praise's channel maybe.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I couldn't remember if it was that channel or Wild Heart or maybe I couldn't remember. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, did you want to comment on anything we were talking about?
No, I mean, I think the last 40, 50 minutes were between Ace and Danny was kind of irrelevant, but
you're right. Yeah. If you're listening, Ace, I love you, buddy. You can come back. I'm not mad or anything. I just no hard feelings or anything. Come back.
Yeah, but I mean, in that discussion, I would say that I would agree more with Ace philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly as a garden being tended. I don't understand why Danny would bring up Casper the Friendly Ghost. Because he's supposed to be an atheist that doesn't, I guess, believe in ghosts, but he used that as his turning point.
Oh yeah. I think I don't want to speak for him, but I think he was giving a hypothetical for what kind of evidence would be necessary for him to make the inference that he was trying to Ace was trying to suggest he ought to believe. And so he's saying, well, yeah, if this, then I might think I had sufficient reason to have a different that would be the kind of thing that would give me a reason to believe the same.
He was using it to define when he calls evidence of behavior. So he used the ghost as an analogy to see if that would make Ace understand his proof of evidence of behavior to when he analyzed as far as life continuing without the body.
Yeah, that would give him reason to believe that the immaterial mind continued after. He's just saying, I don't have there's no evidence for me to think to think that the person goes on just because they're immaterial after just because the mind might be a different substance than the physical, which has been his position for a while, at least tentatively. He's saying that doesn't, and then it was like, well, that automatically means you exist without the body. And that struck me to me, the answer to that to be, well, that's not necessarily true. And then that he believes that. But he didn't say it wasn't possible. He was just saying he has no reason to think, he has nothing to make him think it would be, because he is an atheist. He's just, I think he's coming to the substance thing from a totally different perspective. It's not a matter of oh, I'm a theist and I believe in immaterial souls like Christians often do. He's just saying I think it comes at it philosophically. It seems to me that the mind isn't identical to the brain or whatever, for one example, or something like that, or it seems like it's a different substance. And he gave his arguments, regarding first person, third person, and I forget the other one at the moment. But
exactly, yeah, that's because he didn't disagree with Ace viewpoints. So yeah, you're right, Jamie. Exactly what you just said.
Yeah, and so I wanted to make the point that and I don't mean this to talk down about anybody. I think Christians, and it's something just I've kind of come across, or the way what I've grown a little bit at is not being too bent out of shape about people having different views and us trying not to assume what the implications are automatically, like be a little more inquisitive about why, ask more questions, because, Danny, people don't realize he's actually like educated. Like he's basically a teacher of philosophy. So he's not just some guy that's kind of into philosophy. He's more than that. And so, people
What
should take
education does he have?
advantage of that. So anyways, yeah.
What's the education? What's the education? I
think he's,
respect. I love the conversation. Honestly,
he's in the middle of getting his PhD in philosophy. He has like a master's, at least, I think. I know he has at least a bachelor's of philosophy, and he was teaching at a community college, teaching philosophy. At least, he was teaching at a community college philosophy classes too. So,
right, and he's in the
job
right
he
now.
said he just lost. So he's not like he's not just like a hobby horse of it's not his hobby horse. It's actually like his area of study.
It's profession.
Right, he's in the thick of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he said masters in philosophy.
Yep.
Yeah, I get
it. And he engages it too online. So he studies it for a degree. He's taught it. He has a bachelor's in it already. So I think lower classes, like community college level, entry level or whatever college. But once he has his PhD, then he could be he's basically a professor. So, not that he knows everything and not that you can't disagree with him, just engage the opportunity to learn stuff. That's all. That's what I was trying to kind of encourage there.
Right. And that's what I was trying to do and stuff. Chasing. I mean, I think it's fascinating. Because I'm telling you, as an atheist, dude, I did not believe in immaterial things in the way that he does.
Yeah. Yes.
But he's not really willing to admit if you.
Well, no, but here's the point.
And that's why I'm trying to bring out the information.
The point, though, the thing is, what he said isn't wrong. Here, I'll show you guys some. But for example, here's a famous philosopher. I'll show you. That is absolutely. He says anti-theistic things. Although I wouldn't call him an anti-theist, but he's certainly an atheist. Doesn't believe in God, and he's a dualist.
Right. Well,
he's a philosopher. So it's not like you can't be. Dualism
every angle,
Christianity or theism. It doesn't.
Yeah, every angle, every snowflake, everything, dude. It's crazy.
Seems like to me, it's just seems like to me it's just like any other religion or tribalism. It just you have different sectors in it. It's just not just one that represent all. You have different, interpretations and definitions and things like that. Just like it is in religion. All religion has different interpretations within that religion.
Right. I tried pointing out that everybody was Protestant.
Conversion. 90s, I was really excited to read your material talking about your conversion, if you will, to dualism. It's sort of a view that I had, but felt very guilty about it because I was trained in brain science. But you made it acceptable for people who were scientists maybe to entertain dualism in some fashion. Do you still believe the way you did?
I do, yeah. Reluctantly, especially originally it was quite reluctantly because I come from a scientific background. I was trained in mathematics and physics, and I want everything to be natural, reduced to the simplest possible set of laws and entities. The materialistic view of the world is a beautiful, aesthetically appealing view of the world that promises to explain everything, physics to chemistry to biology to sociology. There's this problem with consciousness. It just leaves a gap. Every physical theory ever devised leaves a gap to consciousness. So I banged my head against the wall for years trying to come up with a physically based theory of consciousness. Every week I had a different physical theory of consciousness. None of them worked. And eventually I came to see this is for systematic reasons. There are reasons why no purely physical theory will ever give you consciousness. It will always be an objective theory of objective functions. None of that ever gives you subjective experience. So then it just seemed to me that on conservative scientific grounds, you don't postulate entities without necessity, but when you need to, when the existing theory doesn't explain all the phenomena, you've got to expand the theory. And therefore I said, okay, we've got to add new fundamental properties to our view of the world, not just space, time, mass, charge, but consciousness.
I have to ask you, did this conversion take place over a long period of time, several years, or was it like a sudden realization over a short period?
There wasn't a eureka moment, there was this gradual. I guess there was this gradual dawning. It's like, oh my God, I think I have to accept dualism. Materialism isn't going to do the work, and this was reluctant because I thought that materialism was the respectable, scientifically motivated view. So only over time did I come to see that no, you could be a dualist, and it could still be completely compatible with science. You could still be naturalistic. You could have laws governing simple entities, and you could do science with it. You could have a science of consciousness. It needn't lead you to ghosts, to spirits, to demons, or even to God. So I think it was coming to see that reconciled me with this dualism.
So with your dualism, what did your scientific friends say when you first came out of the closet?
Oh, I remember my dad said to me, don't tell me you're going to spend your life looking for the soul. It's like, boy, many promising young minds have dribbled away their intellect on that.
So seriously, did some of your scientific colleagues express concern about your waywardness?
I don't know. I think, hopefully I'd earned a little bit of credit by that point as, having a reasonable scientific mind and appreciation for the scientific worldview. So it wasn't like it was just, laughed off. But on the other hand, there was the odd eyebrow raised. Boy, we have a dualist in our midst. I would like to think that over time, some of them have at least come to, not everyone's been converted, but I think maybe people have come to see that this is, in fact, a respectable option. You needn't be going off into cloud cuckoo land by believing that
Can we speak on this? So he's saying dualism is just materiality and immateriality, but he's presenting that as God, right? Like he's an atheist, but he believes
he's an atheist. He's saying by necessity that we need to postulate another fundamental substance.
Right. It sounds like God.
Physics has charge, mass, and those things, and then I forget what else he said, but
all math.
We need to add another property to the fundamental properties of the universe.
Okay, but so that's my point: is these atheists or whatever they call themselves are getting away with this system of like, well, it's not a technical teaching. We're just trying to describe to you the entire theory of everything, but we're not telling you that we are telling the truth because whatever. But the thing is he's just saying there's material things, there's immaterial things.
Well, look, atoms, before you could show that they exist, it was just an idea.
Point is, I said to him, I used to be an athist. I mean, believe me, I studied.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, dualism does not prove theism. It doesn't do it. It doesn't do it.
Right.
That's not what we're called to use. NDEs and stories of ghosts and goblins shouldn't be your basis for proving that God exists, as far as I'm concerned. No, I mean that's not what we're told to do. Both. People make that mistake, and I don't think the Bible teaches that. But even if it did, it wouldn't necessitate that someone believes in God because of it. Although it seems like it should in a way, but it really doesn't. We should be proving God from Scripture and from those sorts of things. And
God is the Savior of all mankind. Necessitatively is the point, is that math, these things don't derive. All math is based off of abstract functions and things that don't exist in the material realm. So I understand dualism, but I'm saying that's just an atheist explanation as to, there's information that exists. I don't believe, but if they can't answer the fact that information can't be destroyed, it's like, do you be destroyed? They are calling themselves immortal is the point. Because scientifically,
they say information can't be destroyed. They say that.
I'm saying
there's a black
scientifically. I'm saying based on dualism and scientific whatever. No, I agree. Only God. Obviously,
God. You can make philosophical arguments for God, but I don't think those sorts of things necessitate God. I think they're coherent. I think God is a better explanation for a lot of things, the existence of a lot of things. I do think complexity suggests God, but that's in a way
I'm saying God. What I'm saying is God predates the dualism or whatever. It's God. Of course there's immaterial things that are of God. Of course, information can't be destroyed. God is creating all things, sustaining all things. I'm saying go back to the dark ages or whatever, bro, and start slinging catapults and things.
I'm not sure what that is, what you mean by that, but
Because you understand,
I'll give you-
they're calling themselves atheists, and they're saying, "Oh, we proved that there's immaterial things." You know, of course, there's immaterial things. It's from the beginning. Like that's what I'm saying. So that's not an atheist thing, but to base your whole worldview around there is no God who is immaterial, and all things must come from that immaterial. And that's what A's philosophy was kind of trying to describe earlier in the stream, I think.
Yeah, I just don't think you can bully people into it. I mean, and it's not
right.
Like I said,
You can't.
you're like saying, bro, you're dumb because God exists, and like I agree with you that God exists. I just don't think you can tell somebody, hey, this proves God exists when it doesn't really. Go ahead, pseudonym. I know you wanted to say something.
I never said anyone was dumb.
No, I know, but I mean that's my. I'm not necessarily.
I'm saying it. They're trying to present to you like a magic trick. Like, hey, we figured it out. There's immaterial things. Science.
Yeah, I like to argue that science is largely a result of theism. I would argue that, but it's still not.
Of course
proof.
it is, because like you said, monist, or we're monads. We're worshiping the one. Everything's proceeding forth from the invisible source of all things.
Yeah, I think that I think Christians should try not to base their confidence in God at all on dualistic ideas. I mean, I'm biased, but I mean, the nature of human beings is being dualist or not is not any kind of thing you should base your faith on, as far as I'm concerned, because I don't think it's true. To be frank, I don't think the Bible teaches that. In fact, is what I'm saying. I want to be upfront about that. It's not so much philosophical reason why I argue it. It's theological, but I use those arguments. So
I think I see what I think. Hey, Patrick, are you saying that what they discovered now, what it sounds new to them or looks new to them, has already been existed because God created it? So what they think it's new, or what information they bring in, it's nothing new because it's already has been. Is that what you're saying?
Essentially, yeah, isn't it? I would say, it's a better question to ask atheists or whatever. Ask them if math is invented or discovered. I think it's hard invented, and then they'll get into a semantic game of like, they'll be like, a lot of them, if they're not well informed on it, not that I'm super well informed on it, but I think if math is, they want to say math is invented, like because of their position, right? And then they'll argue over like the semantics of like, the symbols and the language we use. And so in that sense, we invented it, right? Because it's like we use symbols, but like the underlying concept of math and like the nature of information. Actually, I'll show you guys this other clip that's really interesting, but go ahead and you can chat away if you want. I'm finding it, but you'll like it. Give me a minute.
Okay.
But I would say that I would agree with Patrick that there's this new card game, I guess, that they're playing, as far as the atheists, I guess.
Which is new to them, but it's old to, which we say God, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can say that. You can say that there's nothing new under the sun, I guess. But
right. Mm-hmm.
But I would also comment on Jamie's comment that I think Scripture probably does teach dualism. I think that's why you probably have a body and a spirit.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, most that's the traditional view. I don't deny that. I would argue that, I would just say you start in Genesis, and that's describing the nature of man, because that's the creation of man, and it says God formed the body from the dust, and then he breathed the breath of life, and became a living soul. He wasn't a living.
Yeah.
He didn't put a soul into it. He made a living soul. What makes up a soul? When the body and the breath of life are together, you have a living soul. And the language there is the same language that is described about animals. The only difference you actually see in the language, animals are nephesh when they become living creatures and have the breath of life in their nostrils. And the word breath is the same word for spirit. And in the Old Testament, God says, you're going to die, right? He takes away the tree, take from it and live forever. Well, I don't think being alive and dead, I think when you're not alive anymore, that's what dead means. And when you're dead, you're not alive. They're mutually exclusive. So I would say the language about the breath leaving the body and you returning to the dust. I'll say this too. If dualism is true according to the Bible, that is, if the Bible is saying / teaching that you are not really your body, you are, your fundamental essence is your spirit, let's say, because that's the idea, right? Well, if the scripture was intending to teach that, okay, then when God says dust, some translations will say spirit, but some don't, because it's the same word for spirit and breath. It's the same word. And so when it says you look, dust you are and dust you shall return, if dualism were true according to scripture, he wouldn't refer to you being the dust. He'd refer to you being the spirit. But he says you will return to dust, and the spirit returns to God, which means the breath returns to God. Breath, that's a reference to Genesis when he gave the breath of life in the body and it came alive. So and now that idea kind of gets more complicated in the New Testament, but even then, I think people misunderstand what Paul is saying. He's actually borrowing from that concept and using it to describe the new life in Christ, which is more of like spiritual in the sense of like you have it spiritually speaking, and now that's used in different ways. But
Yeah, because I think it's in Genesis. He says that he gave man his breath, and then they became a living soul. So there was a difference between like the body and the soul. So the soul, even though you say dust from which you came and dust you will go, there is before you die, you get a soul, and a body existed before the soul was retrieved. So you're dust. Then there's the soul that comes in before you die to become dust again. I think that would make more logical sense in explaining dualism, at least in Genesis, for the creation of man.
I don't hear any audio on the video.
Functional difference at all between admitting that we live in a computer simulation and saying that that's basically a secular God. What's the difference?
Well, first of all, I've decided my name should be Morpheus, not Jim.
Okay.
Well, I'm Mario. Nice to meet you, Morpheus.
Morpheus.
Exactly.
Yes. You have to see the movie Matrix and play video games to follow this conversation at this moment.
But
Morpheus.
But as I said, for non-scientists, because I'm going to make this partition, I think for non-scientists, an acceptance of the simulation hypothesis as an accurate view of our universe is equivalent, I believe, to the notion of a deity. Mm-hmm. I don't understand how for non-scientists you can make that distinction. For scientists, however, rather secular, the definition of science is actually a secular definition. And in fact, it's the definition that comes to us from Galileo. Einstein quotes Galileo as being the father of all science because Galileo, and this is Einstein's words, drums into us that contemplation alone, without observation of nature, is totally useless in trying to come up with an accurate view of nature. So it's the ability of us, our human ability to observe the universe that actually does not define science. So if you can't give me something that I can observe, I don't know how to do science.
Okay, so what you're saying is that if in fact there is a programmer who would be philosophically equivalent to a creator and you can't observe them, they're just outside the realm of science.
I think that's a definition.
David, you have to be defined by that.
Sorry, I was trying to. It's not the right spot here. I'm trying to find it. And I'm worried they're gonna hit me because it's a check marked thing. So give me a second. It's interesting what he said. He basically just talks about how the idea of it's not just a simulation idea. He talks about the his theory of information in the fundamental physics of the universe, and they've like how it fits with the simulation hypothesis, but that the implications are that resurrection is possible and stuff like that based on that idea. And it's kind of interesting because it's a very secular conversation, but he admits that, and it was really interesting because he's one of the leading scientists that are studying that field in theoretical physics about not necessarily just simulation hypothesis, but the fundamental nature of reality is probably information. And the notion of that idea would suggest that it's actually in the realm of scientific possibility to think that you could that could suggest a resurrection if humans are inherently information at the base level.
Jamie, that sounds a lot like what I was suggesting.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
I agree.
Hallelujah. God bless our Father which is in heaven.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense because I would imagine God seems organized and a God of law, and so that's kind of what sparked. Many people point that out, that's kind of like what sparked the whole inquiry of that kind of made science bloom in the West, is this idea of this Protestant Christian idea that because of the nature of God, that science could be studied in that way. And Islam had a similar renaissance, and then for theological reasons of people that came to be in charge, that idea kind of made them nervous, as if they're explaining God away, which some people could argue that Newton kind of did that in his this kind of science. Things used to kind of seem like a mystery, so you just kind of like say, well, we can explain this and that, and then God comes in and does the rest. They literally spoke that way. But I think that was a mistaken thinking in the first place. That's like positing God to do the magic. We shouldn't think that way at all. Maybe there doesn't seem to be a scriptural basis for this supernatural natural distinction. No, they would have thought in the past, obviously, I think it's okay to admit that they would have thought in the past that they didn't even have a conception, right? So God's just kind of doing everything, and maybe he is in some sense, right? Upholding everything together, the basic laws of physics, in a sense. I think we maybe should say that, but what is a miracle, right? What exactly is it? Is it magic? I don't think we want to say that. We want to say
2 questions. So we know the power of God, right, Jamie? So 2 questions to that response. One, is gravity perfect? I mean, gravity, that's sort of the fundamental situation. Never changes, things like that. Power of God's sort of situation.
It's consistent. Yeah.
No, but is it perfect? Is my point.
Well,
does it not change?
Yes,
when you say consistent, you said
Maybe
we both
you're
believe it's of God. I mean, it's made by God and stuff. But
maybe you're trying to say that it's always true, right?
right, it's the truth. My point is, what do you think the definition of truth is, in like a simple way, or
reality?
Right, sure, that's correct. And what is the definition of the Tetragrammaton? What does that mean?
It means
God's name.
4 letters of God's name.
It's the same. It's truth. It's
sure.
It's Revelation chapter 1, verse 8. I think which is, which was, and which is to come. That's truth. So it's all abiding. past, present, future, to come, was, always will be. Truth is the same then as it is now. That's God and everything.
Depends on your definition of truth, but yeah, I think God is impeccable or perfect, or he doesn't make mistakes. That's the concept of
But
God, to be
I think he
God.
was
Right, but so
saying
if there's things
gravity.
that are existing which do not make mistakes, it's how does that exist without the immaterial mind behind it? It's sort of like I'm saying, based because I used to be an atheist. I think it's based on a science definition of things, and that's why dualism or whatever, it's immaterial, material. It's like being presented as like this is the truth. It's going to explain all of our whatever's because gravity is perfect. But if you just
I don't know how you prove
have
that.
my point is you have to have the scripture. That's the truth. It's God. That's his name. So you have to.
I don't think
Goes
you would
back
say
to
you need
him.
the scripture, but
I think it does. I think it goes back to him. If the scientists are going to tell us, look, there's material and immaterial things.
no, but
There's like a
there was probably at least some kind of mathematical measurements before the Bible existed, and that would be true. So it doesn't necessitate that you.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, right. I would just associate the Bible with.
based on what evidence?
Well, to me, the Bible is an extension of God in the sense of the information it contains, or and I don't mean that in some weird like. Well, I don't even want to go
It's the
there.
lowercase word. It's like the lowercase word of God. It's a tool. The Bible. It's a tool.
Yeah, the truths about God.
It's a tool from heaven.
Yeah, I'd have to think about it more about how I'd want to articulate that, but I take it seriously. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's not Jesus himself. It's not the capital word or whatever. But it's the word.
I think a lot of that language is associated more with the character of God and by extension the laws which reflect his character given to humanity. I take that very seriously because for philosophical reasons, but I think it's coherent when laid out in the Bible, properly understood. So I would say, like, the idea that God would give a moral law that reflects who he is, and then the idea that we're made in his image, and these are prescriptions based on our intended creative design to bear his image. I think philosophically means, so like people talk to people about like the moral aspects of the law, and they're like, well, there is no distinction. Yeah, there is a distinction. He does make a distinction in the text. Like the moral law is like the things that are established before the covenant is given, like, and you can derive that from Genesis, and you can derive it throughout Genesis before the law is given, that those principles of the Ten Commandments are there, even directly stated in certain cases. And then by extension, and these are philosophical ideas from earlier time, even I think in like Greece or whatever, right? Like the philosophers would have a similar idea. It's like when the idea that there's have you heard of they call it what do they call it, where it's an argument against God, essentially, where it's like the Euthyphro dilemma. Like, are things moral because God, are things good because God or the gods was the original argument, but there was a disproof for God. It was like, are the things good because God says they're good, and so it's arbitrary, so anything God said would be good. And if you say, well, that doesn't seem right because God is good, right? So then you say, well, does God declare the moral precepts because they're good, therefore they're like above God or before God, which is problematic for monotheism. And so that seems like a dilemma. Like it's got to be one or the other. Either God found them out, so to speak, so they're like above him, or he just arbitrarily is assigning them, which could be anything, and that doesn't make sense. And so that's like, so it's a dilemma, right? But the truth is, they derive from who God is. That's the only coherent answer, as far as I can tell. They're good because of who God is, and then he creates all things. So they're not above him, and they're not arbitrary. And so if that's true, that's the only good answer to that quote unquote dilemma, which I think it is, it's the only good one I've heard, then therefore the moral precepts that God's prescribed have to be eternal as the person of who God is. If his nature can change, then that's not the greatest perceivable being, or you could say, or God can change. And that's problematic for a variety of reasons. And so the implications of all that philosophy with what the Bible says and what our created purpose is That's why the moral precepts cannot change. They cannot change because then God would change, and then God wouldn't be who he presents himself to be. And then that's a huge problem for Christian theism anyway, and Jewish theism, because then he wouldn't potentially he wouldn't be worthy of worship or be trustworthy. God can't lie. The Bible says that too. So it would be a falsification of scripture for, just clearly a falsification of what God has declared or revealed of himself. You can't have that. So that's why I make a big deal about the moral precepts, because it's literally the foundation. It's like literally who God is. So I've said things like God's law is who he is, or it's like I mean, God is just these moral precepts, like, or something. And I don't mean it that way. I mean, they're literally describing who he is. That's why I say, like, how do you love the invisible God? Well, he gave precepts that are about his nature, and we're made to be image bearers. So this is a big deal in my mind anyway. So sorry for going on and on.
It makes sense, but I don't know if we're still talking about dualism, but I guess you can say that if you're saying that's correct, then God made things in his own image.
Well, yeah, I was trying to kind of lay
So-
out my thinking on it. I mean, you can ask me questions about it, or say where you see a problem or whatever. I was just trying to see what you guys think of that. But yeah, we can talk about dualism too if you want. Whatever you guys want, go ahead. I'll just listen in. I'm going to shut up. If you guys don't have anything to say, I'm going to shut her down. But so pipe up now.
No. But what were you saying about
the morality thing, or about the dualism? I was just saying, if you guys
yeah.
If you guys don't have anything to say, I'll probably shut it down here in a minute. But
Oh well, I'll get ready to go because I gotta get up and homeschool tomorrow morning. So I appreciate you, Jamie, for allowing me to come up and talk.
Yeah, man. Sorry you didn't get a chance to talk. Yeah, you're always welcome, man.
Oh,
you guys are.
Sometimes it's for me to be a student instead of a teacher. So I love learning. So I appreciate you, though, and everybody in the chat and on the panel.
Amen. Thanks for having me,
Yeah.
Jamie. Same here.
Yeah, guys.
God bless
Yeah.
everyone.
Same for
I
me.
mean, you guys are always welcome anytime. I'm always
God bless.
I'm
Thank
always
you.
happy. Yeah. As long as you're not belligerent, you're always welcome. It's the only thing I'm going to do is. But you're welcome to come, whatever your position is, whether you're an atheist or a theist or a different religion or whatever. I like to have a mix of different thought on here. So I like to give. If you're new, I'll treat you especially nice and make sure you get a chance to engage everybody. So sorry you came kind of late. It's like 2 a.m. here where I'm at. So, but yeah, come back, man. And you're, like I said, all those things are true about you too. So good night. I'll see y'all later. Dirty Varmint,
Just before we
Jody.
get started with today's show, if you'd like to,
Sorry, Janet. Declaring his righteousness. Kenny, if you're still there. Whoever's out there. Love you guys. See you next time. God bless.